Can
Equity. They don't walk under the law.
Oh, I think that's what Jesus means by being like children, right? Be ignorant. Like don't go learn all those so-called mysteries that those people are talking about. Those are lies. Learn about the mystery, the true mysteries of God, of the Father. You know what I mean? And he says, how do we do that? And he's told us how, you know what I mean? That's what I think that's what he means when he says to be like children. You believe what the Spirit is telling you, and you be careful, little eyes, what you see. That song. Careful, little ears, what you hear.
Come to him like children. Come back
Right.
to him like naughty children. And you have to be like a child, which means you can't sit there and know, well, I have knowledge because so-and-so said this. Just be like a child. A child believes what the father tells them. Because the child trusts what the father is doing. And we have a father, and so we have to trust what the father is doing. Know what I mean?
I was gonna add on to that too. The opposite of ignorance. You know what that is, right?
Knowledge.
Awareness.
cleverness?
So if
That's what I
ignorance
mean.
is bliss, total awareness is also bliss because you know. Yeah, you have the knowledge. You're wise enough to.
Well, hold on. Remember in the Garden of Eden, ignorance was bliss, right? So what was it that caused them to fall? It was the knowledge.
Whoa.
Of
There
good and
wasn't this
Pride.
no knowledge of sin.
Well, if they were
They knew sin
aware,
because they stopped trusting the Father, right?
Yep.
And then they trusted this other thing, and then they got pulled in by their their it's good to the eyes, good for food, right? And for gaining knowledge. It was enticing, like sin. To
I-
do wrong and rebel against the Creator might be he's hiding something from us. Yeah, he's hiding something from you. But if you eat this, you will be like him, and you'll know the difference between right and wrong. Knowledge is power. Prometheus, right?
I know what you're saying. I think that's the state of in between, because total awareness would, they would also know that, hey, I shouldn't touch that because this, and this is going to happen. I'm gonna stay away.
You know what
I mean,
causes that?
they were perfect. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real fast. I was thinking about what the guy said earlier about the theory of being clothed with the meat suit. Like before that, they didn't have to work by the sweat of their brow, and after that, they did. Before that, they were perfect, and after that, they weren't. And if you think about it, is it possible to be perfect with the meat suit? I mean,
Nope.
Yeshua did it, but he was the Son of God. So he had a little help, right?
He was different. He didn't have the seed of the seed of sperm. He didn't have sperm with him. That part of him was of the Father.
Right. So he definitely had like the Most High on like speed dial or something, because when his mother came to him, she was like, "Hey, there's a problem at the wedding." He was like, "Woman, my time hasn't come yet. Why are you bothering me? Do you not know that I was with my father?" Right? He's always with his father, right? So he had like this constant connection with the Most High, and I think that helped. And then he had angels ministering to him. But like, is it possible for just a regular dude like us to like have a perfect body? I don't think it's possible. So I'm really gonna think about
not in this life, not in this form.
Right.
It's like go ahead.
I'm really gonna watch that video that he sent and like
Yeah,
check into this, because you're supposed to look at both sides of the coin, right?
Yeah, dude, this Just Jack fellow, like, he's a scholar, man. Like,
No,
I don't know.
I mean, I no. My point, what I wanted to debate, right, is the sex thing. Is that they had skin, and they had private parts. God said, "Lamb that was slaughtered before the beginning of the world, before He built anything." So He knew what was going to happen already. Therefore, He made us with these parts. He made the animals like that, right? So maybe when he made Eve, but see, they didn't know they were naked. That was the thing. You know, when I look at my dog, when I look at animals, I'm like, do they know they're naked? Like, why do people
No.
look at each other like that?
They have no idea. However, I think my
Exactly.
dog knows the difference when you put one of those sweaters on him. He gets all like,
I know.
yeah,
Yeah.
all like jazzy, or you put a bandana on him. He's like, yeah, I'm all dandy.
Yeah,
you
that's
know, but,
yeah.
or a harness,
Yeah.
and he's all like, yeah, and you take the harness off, and
That's
he's all
not hard.
sad. But
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like we were built with the animals don't know they're naked, but they reproduce, right? And this thing about sex, because we are dressed in heaven. Like you are covered in heaven. Things and people, creatures in heaven are covered, right? Therefore, do they know right from wrong? Yes, they do. But
I mean, I'd
they are
need
in the
to.
presence of God, so they cannot, like the only way you would sin against is rebellion. You know
even
what I
the
mean? So what I'm
alligator is a
saying,
good parent.
right? So what I'm
Well,
saying is this thing about the sex, right? And you remember the angels fell because the beauty of the women, which had to do with sex too. You know, you're sexually attracted to them. They took on bodies just to procreate with the women because they were attracted to them. So Eve must have been very beautiful, our mother, right? I mean, but they didn't know they were naked. Okay, so that story is solid.
wait, but hold on a second, man. Like before the fall, before eating the apple,
Yeah.
basically what you have to conclude from Genesis is that reproduction via a sort of mitosis was possible. In other words, Eve, being the second person, was not born, right? Like
Right.
she split off. She split off from Adam.
What do you mean? Yeah. But look, God knew, right? God, the lamb that was slain, he knew all this would happen. So he said, multiply and be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. Took care of the garden of the earth. Right?
Well, the garden and the earth aren't the same thing.
Well, yeah, but this is before they fell, right? Which
No, I'm
means they
pretty sure
could
he said that.
reproduce.
He said that after they fell, bro.
Okay. The point is that's how it was supposed to. This is how God planned it, that people would reproduce this way, right? And he never intended the angels to do that. Therefore, they
Yeah,
were
but
not, don't have
that
sexes.
happened.
Animals,
That happened after they got kicked out and after they got
right?
stuffed in the meat suits, bro.
Animals are
Coincidentally,
reproduced this way.
it was the first sacrifice where the clothes were taken off the animals and fashioned into
Exactly,
garments
and that's
for
what
Adam and
saved
Eve.
their lives.
And that
Yeah.
was the archetype of the sacrifice for the atonement of sin.
The lamb that was slain before the beginning of the world.
Wait, are you saying that an animal was sacrificed to give the hides to put on
How
Adam and
else?
Eve?
How else did he
Well,
come up with the hide? How else
It's
did he
not
come up with the
hides.
raiment?
It's
they're
not
not
hides.
allowed.
It's meat
They're not
suits, bro.
allowed to eat from the tree of life because if
Except
they
for
do,
that word is used several times. It means something else besides skin.
I don't know,
Well,
man.
if
I
they
would
weren't
just check
hides,
out.
why was the
the
animal
point is,
sacrificed?
they're
Real
not
quick,
allowed
hold
to
on.
eat from the
So,
tree of life because they live forever in in the sinful state, and God can't. There's no redemption there, right? Though now they're like the angels, just chuck them into the fire. So God said, keep them away from the tree. But He also says the sin that the soul that sins will die. Okay,
Because
which means something had to die in order for Adam and Eve to stay alive because of their
the
sins.
fig leaf wouldn't keep them clothed.
Right. It was the skins of animals.
what was the claim that was after the fall? Did you say that taking care of the garden was after the fall, or that was what was the claim?
No, I'm saying the garden and the earth are not the same thing.
He said to dominate the earth.
What was the thing
That's
that
what
was
I meant
after
to
the?
say.
Somebody said something was after the fall. I thought it was real.
Yeah, after the fall is when Adam and Eve were commanded to be fruitful and multiply.
No. Actually, it was before the fall.
Oh, there you
was
go.
it?
Yeah, but the point
Before
is,
the fall.
this is how God intended for us to reproduce, and it happened. And He proclaimed it before He even made anything. You know, that's what it says. So that has to be the story. Like to twist it that in that way is like complicating it. This is the simplest explanation. You know what I mean? And it works very well, and it makes sense with everything in heaven and down here, and how everything else God does everything else. That
And,
I think
and
the
by the
idea
way,
is
that word in Revelation where it's talking about the bow, the Greek word toxon, it's only used one time in all of Scripture. So I'm just saying, when words are used more than one time, you have to figure out what the gist of the meaning is.
Hello.
Howdy.
So you know the
Hey.
context. So you can say, okay, well, if they're talking about this before, then it's referring to this word meaning this. Otherwise, it's referring to it meaning this.
Right, but what I'm saying is this dude whose video I posted isn't even really talking about the New Testament. He's talking about the Torah. And, so like basically we're arguing about what the nature of these skins and coverings is. And I'm not going to do it justice by just like hazily trying to recall what I heard. I would entreat you to view the video.
okay. Well, here's a
You're
question we
curious
can
about
ask: does his message, teach a different gospel than the one that has already been taught to us by the disciples?
The Torah is not the gospel.
And a lot
No,
of
I
these
mean,
people
the-
that want to change certain things want to take other things out of context, like deny Paul.
right?
Yeah, he doesn't
Well,
talk about Paul. He doesn't talk about the Gospels.
Jesus, Yeshua.
He doesn't talk about Jesus either. He leaves the whole New Testament out.
Well,
And
there
only
you
talks
go.
about the Old Testament.
That's enough. That's enough to dismiss him. I mean,
well, no, not exactly. Like, okay, so in other streams he talks about Yeshua, but what I'm saying is like if you want to know whether you got the actual accurate translation of God's word through the King James version or some other type of English language Bible,
it's not a
you have
great
to.
sales pitch, but I mean,
Well, hold
all
on. You
right.
need to do work to see if the words that the translators substituted for the original Hebrew words actually correspond to the original Hebrew meanings, right? Like we're always talking about what planets are based on wandering lights, right? We're always doing this type of etymological work. So what I'm saying is, like, don't just take my word for it. Like, see what this scholar says, right? And he, in my view, if he doesn't convince you, he will at least give you a tool to better understand
Well,
scripture.
how much can you change a word before it totally is something totally different, right? I think an example would be like, let's
The word
say,
God.
if I
The word
said,
God.
let's say the word, right? Let's give an example. For example, the words I wrote down is, I had fish for dinner, right? But then these guys translate it to sound like, I had, I had I had shark. This guy says I had tuna, and then this guy says I had chicken for dinner. Right? How far away can you stray before we like that doesn't even fit the context anymore? It doesn't even work with the like. You know what I mean? Like, so what was
Yeah.
changed? Like the word skin for the clothing, right? Like, how far off is it from the actual story? I think it's way off context.
Well,
I
based on
totally, yeah, go ahead.
okay, based on everything that we're talking about right now and my research and everything, the way it seems to me that we're these beings that are not from here, but we chose to come here, and us choosing to come here was eating the apple and like going against what God's wishes are, and like I think Satan inherently just runs this place, and God is what's battling it. Like God is like coming in and kind of fighting Satan on his own turf somehow. Like it's almost like by choosing to come to this place and have a physical form, that was against like what God wanted for us, And it seems like that's eating the apple and getting clothed, and the fall and all that is coming down here because we were curious about this place.
Well,
I
but
do.
it's pretty clear from Genesis though, like even if you just take the English translation, that it wasn't merely us wanting to come here, but rather God putting us here. Right? Like being kicked out of Eden was not like we didn't walk out. It
Right, but
was
what he's
put upon
talking
us.
about is
Well,
I
Eve
knew
did.
you even before the foundations of the earth, which is something very few people really talk about, is being known before they were born.
I personally think he just had the whole idea all in his head, and therefore he knew us before he created the earth. He had this grand scheme plan that he was going to do.
Brian, I had thought the same way too until I've had the same day vision, night vision, and I've tested it according to 1 John 4:1.
And
And what my buddy here was saying, that we chose to come down, I see it being more valid than much of anything else I've heard anyone else preach, because that's my experience. I see it. I see.
Yeah, no, I did not choose to come
Zen-
down. Okay, like
Zengar,
I'm like,
Zen,
if I had a choice, I would never come down. So that's not true.
Zen Garcia says that he reads all these other extra biblical texts, and he says that it
What?
says that we were all like spirits, and we chose who we were going to pick and what. I'm not saying I believe this. This is what he says through the books he's read. He says that we picked which family we were going to be with and everything, and as we entered the womb, like we have like amnesia or something. That's what some old books say. I'm not saying that's what I believe.
Yep, I've heard of that.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Uh,
And am I coming through okay, or am I scratchy?
A little scratchy.
If you're going over 60, you're scratchy.
it doesn't make sense that we chose to come here and not even remember
can we let
where,
the lady speak?
when, how we came here. Yeah, go ahead.
It
Go ahead.
We could hear you, ma'am. You're just a little choppy. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
If you slow down to 60, we'll be able to hear you clear.
Yeah, and we have to remember too, the Bible says that the earth was made to be inhabited too. You know, so like New Jerusalem and Messiah coming back, and I definitely think that we're in a test, right? Like, what is this war being waged around us? It maybe is just a big test, right?
Yeah, it seems to be that. Like it's almost like as flat earthers and all this stuff. Like we're the elites. Like we're the real elites because we've seen through all the deception. Like it's almost like it is a test. Like I don't know.
I think the real elites are they call them the elect in the Bible, but I think they copycat. You know, they copy everything God does. You know, they go form their little societies and try to like do things God do, name things after, and copy everything God does. Counterfeit.
The elect in the Bible are not the elites here. The elect in the Bible are the saints.
Right. I think those are the real.
Yeah, the real
Now,
elites.
the thing is the elite cannot even spell light. ELITE, get it? And it's
Yeah,
the
I
wrong
got you.
L.
EL, like no, not L.
And it's the wrong
I'm
L.
wondering whether,
Not
I'm
an
wondering
L.
whether I'm
Sorry.
wondering whether we're not looking at this correctly. You know, there are no books in nature, so you know, but
Words are
maybe
creation.
maybe our fall was when we outsourced our minds to other people.
I mean, that's a good point, right? Because, you know, the first instance of unrighteous action in the Bible is Eve permitting herself to be deceived
Yeah.
by a so-called expert.
Yeah.
So it's like
Not
before you even,
trusting. Yep.
yeah, before you even eat the apple, you basically got to get hoodwinked that that's a good idea in the first place.
So
And you have to trust the technocrats.
Just to be pedantic, what we were never told it was an apple.
But
For
you know
sure.
how crazy it's crazy that what he told her was actually true, right? But he made it sound good. Double speak, you know? Politics. Isn't that crazy?
I want to point out
Yeah.
the whole story about the snake in the tree. Isn't that the depiction? You know, I forget what it's called, but you see it at the hospitals. The two snakes wrapped around the tree.
The Caduceus.
Yeah.
No,
Thank
the
you.
caduceus
That-
is one.
That's also a copy, a counterfeit, because God is enthroned between the seraphim, two serpent-like
And
creatures in heaven. Awesome. I don't know.
but
I
Yeah,
bet that
Hank,
looks
that's
scary.
Hank.
You were looking
That's
for the
not the
term
serpent.
celestial serpents, Pack.
That's not the serpent from the garden. That's a representation of Moses in the desert when they were getting sick, and they made that a deal for the
Yeah.
people just to look at and it to heal them. That's what the Medusa is a copy, a mimic of, not
And
the
then
serpent
It,
in the garden.
in America, they have the snake of Asclepius, which is the two serpents crawling up the pole with the
yeah.
wings.
That's the
That's the
medical.
serpent of Asclepius.
Isn't that
Yeah.
like DNA?
That's what they say, but
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
also the corpsmen in the military. Their corpsmen insignia.
it's the
It's like
Nakash.
the
It's a
medical.
symbol of the
Yeah, the medical.
Nakash,
I mean,
the
in the
flying
medical
serpent,
industry.
a
Right. Yep.
maru.
Up the
Quetzalcoatl.
pole. Right. Up the pole.
It's deceit. They're witch
It's
doctors.
witch doctor. Yep.
What do? They're supposed to
Medicine,
cure. They're supposed to heal, but instead they
shamanism.
give bits and pieces of poison and say it's to help you with your complication. Meanwhile,
How
you
many
go
of y'all?
insane.
You high.
Sorry.
How many of y'all? How many of y'all have ever read the Hippocratic Oath?
Oh, the one about their worship of Satan. I mean, their sun god.
Well, they swear an oath to 4 deities. That's what the original. If you go and read the original Hippocratic Oath, go and read it, the original, and then go and read Revelation 9:11.
You know
Pretty
what?
weird, huh?
No
I
fucking
9:11.
haven't
way.
even finished reading the whole Bible, man. I haven't read Amos, so I mean, I better read those first.
Amos
But
is short.
if you guys haven't read the whole Bible, I think we should do
No,
that first.
yeah, but this gives
Yeah,
context. I'm
Amos.
talking about to the Hippocratic Oath. I'm not talking about anything like. I'm just talking about what
Yeah.
they're swearing to.
Yep.
And
And then
and
if you go to
Amos
Revelation 9:11, it
Yep.
talks about the individual that they're swearing this oath to.
in Amos it talks about the Amorites being as tall as the cedars.
About that.
And there's no true cedar in North America.
Yeah, I'm assuming, and this is just an assumption on my part, could be wrong. They're talking about the cedars of Lebanon because the cedars of Lebanon were special. It didn't matter where you took the cedar seed to in any other place, they wouldn't grow like they grew in Lebanon. They grew like incredibly tall, like 130 feet.
Wow.
Yeah, some people say that the cedars of Lebanon were a type of acacia tree, and that's where they got
Yeah.
That,
most of their sorcery from. Was the
Yeah.
root shooting of those trees, like
Hmm.
Yeah.
D&D.
God, in the Bible, it points out where certain things are, like certain precious metals are. It's as if God knows where everything is. Like He made stuff for us to use, right? But this whole sin thing messed the whole plan up, So it's like, what a waste. Gotta wait for the next one.
That's why he wiped it all out. He said, "Nope, I'm done with
Right.
it."
Right. So maybe in the next kingdom or in the next world that He
But with
makes.
his infinite mercy, the serpent seed was able to continue.
Wait, but think about how crazy that is, though, right? Because we're currently at like a level of depravity that most of us are just gobsmacked by. Can you imagine how bad it was in Sodom and Gomorrah? That he just like leveled that shit,
Yeah.
which
I
means it
think
could
I
get
think the
worse.
world is
It-
catching.
In the antiquity of the Jews, it talks about how bad it was in Sodom and Gomorrah and what the people did to just visitors.
Oh,
Yeah, man, that's wrong. Like if you start
eyes
doing
on
that to visitors, yeah, you got to get wiped out, man.
eyes on Edom, guys. Keep your eyes on Edom. They just changed governments.
It's like cannibals. If you were neighbors with cannibals, you got to wipe them out. I mean, come on, they're
Wait,
gonna
who's
try and eat
Edom?
you, right?
Israel. They just changed prime ministers and governments.
Oh, are you serious? Like no more Bibi
Yep.
Netanyahu?
Nope. No more
Oh, thank
Netanyahu.
God.
Now it's
Thank God.
somebody else who's half Arab.
Okay, so this guy that they replaced him with, is he okay, you said half Arab.
LBGTQ.
No. I'm trying to figure out if he was like Bibi. Because Bibi was how about Lubavitch?
No, this guy, he's half Arab.
As long as he's not a bot, I don't care. As long as he's not the Lubavitch thing. I don't care.
You said he's LGBTQ RS.
Yeah, well,
whatever.
Israel is the capital of LGBTQ in the world, and it's the only
It
place in the
is?
Middle East that
Wow.
welcomes homosexuals.
New Sodom.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And who started it? Netanyahu, and then he's accusing the new guy of being Sodom. It's like you're calling the kettle black there, pot.
Yeah,
You
it's
know
your
the
mess. Like,
you know the story of the melted buildings? They're saying they found some kind of was it a metal, almost kind of like thermite, in parts of the world where buildings were melted, and they're trying to relate that to Sodom and Gomorrah, how fire would rain down and melt the buildings and melt the city.
See,
What, you mean
here's the
like
thing:
9/11?
there are seven cities of Sodom, of Greater Sodom, and one city of Gomorrah. What if Gomorrah wasn't in that area? What if Gomorrah was on the other side of Saudi Arabia, so-called the Indus River civilization?
In the antiquity of the Jews, it says that not only was Sodom and Gomorrah wiped out, but also 4 other towns.
I
Mm.
serve. It's all melted buildings. Look at this, all melted buildings.
Oh
Sorry,
man,
continue.
that documentary is ridiculous. Have y'all seen When the Buildings Cried Out? That dude is trolling so hard, man. I feel sorry for anybody that falls for that. That dude's just role playing.
But there are forts in, I think, Scotland, where the stone has been vitrified from an intense heat. But in the Indus River, there's like radioactive skeletons, they say, and vitrified settlements, which means turn to glass. Maybe it's a cosmic thunderbolt.
Yeah, or maybe it's actually meteorites because we're actually in a heliocentric universe and the only explanation is meteorites.
Yeah, except for that meteor crater in Arizona that I've been to twice. There's never been any meteorite found.
No, I know, bro. I'm just fucking around.
Sometimes, Mother Earth, she's a lady and all, but sometimes she farts. It's a gas pocket. It's my theory.
Yeah, at first they thought it was just a volcanic steam crater because there's many of them in that area. And then all of a sudden, NASA was there with the moon lander and doing all sorts of tests and filming those tests. And then they come to say, oh, yeah, that part of Arizona, yeah, it looks nothing like the moon, even though it does. It's in the middle of Winslow and Flagstaff.
Well, they were in what was it, Greenland, a couple years ago for one of the so-called landings that they did.
Yeah, the Spirit.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. Because I got to see the spot that they were at.
Yeah.
Flight manifests are a damn paper trail, and they just can't burn every one.
Wouldn't it be easier for them to just say, okay, we lied to you, and it was this guy's fault, not our fault? Wouldn't
No,
it be easier for them to do that, or would it be more easier to just keep perpetuating the lie and making it more lies to cover the lies that have been exposed?
Well, you tell me, man. Like, what's the world like nowadays?
Right?
if they flip, people are gonna have such a train wreck in their head that I would say plenty of people would probably end up shutting down.
Honestly, I think the world would turn to us, those that are into this, hey, they're not telling us the truth community, for truth. Because I've had a couple of people come up to me, after the lockdowns last year going, hey, how come you didn't tell me about this or the child trafficking that's been going on? It's like, have you not been paying attention to what I've been saying?
Right. Well, I mean, dude, everything's right in front of everybody's face. But
That's what I
without
was. That's what I was going to say. They are telling us the truth about the moon landings. People just don't care or don't pay attention enough to see it. They have told us they didn't go to the moon in so many ways. People don't believe it.
There's this place in Utah. It's right on the other side of Page, Arizona. And this place, the locals call it the moon, right? And it's this gray dust area. And it's the closest town is called Big Water, Utah. And it's called the moon. Crusted Demons of Dirt did a couple of MX shows over there, and they were all wearing like space helmet type things to, because it was a theme, and it looks like the craters in the hills on the moon when the rover was going through there. Same kind of dust powder, like in the atmosphere, kicks up and lingers around like the dust did on the moon landing video.
Dude, when I was like, I guess in my 20s, like I discovered like Google Earth, right? So of course, first thing I did was went to Area 51, right? And when I was there, I was, looking around like, the fuck is all these craters doing here? And they were like, oh, the guy, he was in the military. He showed it to me, right? He was like, oh, they do lots of weapons testing there, right? And I remember thinking like, why would you be like weapons testing like that close to like the airstrip? That doesn't make any sense, And I kind of think back now, and I think they probably faked the moon landing there or somewhere nearby. What's it called? Something Lake?
Groom Lake.
Groom Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, but they that whole area, there's been a couple of different missions that they've used that area. Because how many missions were there to the moon? I think it was like Apollo 17. Nobody watched it, so they stopped perpetrating it. Because it's like the world lost interest in it. It's like, yeah, we don't want to watch you play golf on the moon. So what's that, God Rockin'?
So somebody said a second ago that they tell us, but they don't tell us. And one way that I've always thought was interesting about that concept that they've done that is the movie Diamonds Are Forever, 1971, the James Bond film. They have a scene where James Bond he breaks into a facility, like a secret facility of some kind, where they're like faking the moon landing, or well, the premise of the story is that they're practicing for the moon landing, but in a studio, with a fake moon set, and he steals the moon car, the moon rover, and uses it as a getaway vehicle.
Yeah, and then they came out with Moonraker.
Yeah. Also, in Diamonds Are Forever, there's this one scene where he's talking to these two bad guys, giving them the funny speech or whatever, as he's in there on top of a skyscraper, and well, not on top. I mean, like the top floor on the roof. But anyway, they're in the office, and behind one of the bad guys is a very unusual looking globe of some kind. I'm not sure, maybe just well, whatever, they're all ornamental anyway. But there's a globe behind him, and then next to the window are about 5 or 6 models of alleged spacecraft that would go to the moon and other stuff, a bunch of NASA models. And then between those two things, where Bond is sitting, there's a map that they're discussing, and they point the camera at the map. But the map is a flat map of the United States, and it has a glass structure over it, which is a flat glass structure that you could walk on. But the way that they angle the camera at it, and with the framework of the structure, of the glass structure above the map, it resembles a glass dome with the way that they angle the camera at it. So all in one scene, you have a globe behind one guy, you have a bunch of NASA rockets on next to the window, and then this flat map of the United States with a resembling a dome, glass dome above it.
1971. That's only 2 years after the moon landing, right? So it must have been like very controversial.
They said if you're gonna have that flat map with the dome, you gotta have so many globes and so many Osiris phalluses. I mean obelisks. I mean rockets. They're all the same people, you guys. Everybody wants to demonize the Nazis. Well, yeah, they were pretty evil.
Man,
they're all part of a
remember,
religion.
Society. Yeah,
remember
they were
Austin
part of a secret society.
Remember Austin Powers? Me and my friend in the Navy in school were like, we kept cracking jokes about it. Look, it looks like a big giant. Johnson, sir, what is it? It looks like a big,
Wang!
you know what I mean? And
What's
Wang!
wrong with my pizza? Oh, I don't know. Somebody just look at those. Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, rockets look like that? Like, yeah. Why? I don't know. Why does the Washington Memorial look like that? Like what? Like one big giant
Street.
hot dogs. Get your hot dogs. Well, fertility gods and goddesses are kind of like their thing, eh? NASA's thing.
Yeah, what's going on in your background there, Bong? I hear like pneumatic actuators going off. You working on a hydro or something? Hydraulics on your Impala?
It's the wire. Is that better?
No, never mind. I kept hearing like it sounded. Never mind. Might have been somebody else at
He
work.
said
That's my
pneumatic
headphones.
actuator.
Yeah, like a pneumatic actuator.
Are you testing some kind of like?
No, I got
robotic-
Turtle Beach. I got Turtle Beach headphones on.
Yeah,
They're
that might
soundboard.
have been me. That might have been me. I was
Oh, Roger's building cyborgs. Building.
Get her done, Roger. He's going to come out with a robot and put it out on the market that's going to teach children the truth. And at night, it's going to put subliminal messages saying the government's lying to you. The teachers are full of shit. Your parents have lied to you since birth. The world is flat.
I know, right?
Go to the North Pole.
Yeah, go to the North Pole. You know that Santa Claus isn't real. Go to the North Pole. There's no elves there.
Go to where they tell you can't go to. Unless if there's guns guarding
They
it.
say
Don't go there.
if they tell you you can't do anything, you tell them who died and made you emperor. Because you're not wearing any clothes.
You don't need a passport.
I'd be like, I'll think about it.
What are you talking about? These aren't the droids I'm looking for. Those are the dang robots I'm looking for. And quit filling my head full of lies, you damn hippie that's strung out on acid. Damn Jedis. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. The Jedis were the terrorists.
Yeah, they were gaslighting everybody, weren't they?
Yep.
Like, no, these aren't the droids you're looking for. Like, bro, I'm not an idiot. Quit gaslighting me, homie.
I'm noticing that about a lot of stuff. Like, there's like a Justice League cartoon, and I'm just realizing like the Justice League are actually like assholes. Like, they're like these gods, like a tower. And they just wait around for people to like rob banks. Like, it's just stupid.
Yeah.
Like
Just
everything.
come down and fuck up your shit and leave.
Yeah, it's like they don't even like. How about making it so people don't rob banks in the first place? Like, they don't actually do anything. Like, it's like with like movies too. Like, when there's geniuses in movies, the geniuses never like do anything that like the smartest guy in the world apparently allegedly Chris Langan or something. He has an IQ of like 220 or something, and he's a farmer. And it's like,
yeah,
all these geniuses in movies, they just get a job and like work for money. It's like if you were actually a and there was like a movie about a real genius, they would just like they would just get to the point to where they're not like a slave to the system, but they never show that because it'd be a problem.
They're too smart to rock the boat.
Go ahead.
Do you guys ever like just listen to the shit that comes out of your mouth and just be like why am I so based? Like it's actually crazy. Like I feel like flat earther, like the average flat earther is like just so far above like the average glober. Like it's insane. Like I literally like everything I think and the shit I say is so opposite from what I used to think and say. Like it's crazy.
That's because we can accept that we were wrong.
Yeah, it's like it's like
I know what you're trying to say. It's like when you believe in the globe, you believe everything's done. You can accept everything you're told, and it's a blockade. It just ends. You can accept everything.
I think it's about like
I can
like if you get corrected about something, like actually corrected, and you get mad, I think that's like evil. I think the thing with us, we have like a genuine lust for truth, and we're just trying to find out what the truth is. We don't really care. But if you get like corrected and you get mad, or you get like that's like what evil is. It's like you're not. Yeah.
Where does that come from? That comes from pride, right?
Pride cometh before the fall.
Yep.
Right? It's like doing Tony Hawk, right? You're on the half pipe and you try to go for like 3 tricks, right? Because you think you're that good, but you're really not. You should only stick to like 2 tricks.
Yeah.
Hey,
I actually met Tony
earlier,
Hawk.
The guy, the guy that was saying about the smart people in the movies. I forgot the name of the movie. It's like White Powder or Powder Boy or something. And
Yeah, I
he's
think
like,
powder.
yeah, Powder. Yeah, and he's like a genius, and he's at the very. I don't want to ruin it. I guess. I mean, it's kind of an old movie.
Spoiler alert.
Can I? Yeah, spoiler alert.
I don't
Go
think
ahead.
it counts.
Go ahead.
The movie was made in the 90s.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and what doesn't he like run in a storm and like goes away with the lightning or something, right? He's like, I'm free. All I am is energy, and that's how he doesn't die or lives, right? You guys, is that how it ends?
But he was
Actually,
terrified
kind
of
of
the
forgot.
lightning, right? Because he was made special because his mother was struck by lightning. So he grew up hearing the story, and he said he always felt like the lightning was attracted to him. It's like one of my favorite movies, by the way. And I don't like Hollywood movies at all. But at the end, he
What
got
about-
so tired of, you know, the world just being crap and everybody in it being crap, and he basically sacrificed himself to the lightning because he knew that the lightning couldn't kill him, it was only going to transform him.
Come on, Hank. You know that Tay in the Wind movie was a good one.
What?
You know, Ikepate Tay in the Wind? That Nell?
So
I don't know what you're talking about.
so in the movie, he actually transcended, right? Became energy,
Well, he
or went back to
sacrificed
his.
himself, and he knew that, you know, the first law of thermodynamics couldn't be broken, in my opinion, right? Because
Yeah,
I've watched this movie like 20 times.
yeah. So it leaves us like that, like wondering, like if it worked or not, right? How it ends.
Oh, you know it worked. Yeah, he was right.
Ah,
Yeah,
it's supposed to work.
he went to go, you know, do what he was supposed to do. I think it's like, you know, here on Earth, he was kind of, you know, looked at like, you know, like the kind of kid that you keep in the closet, like, oh, don't come out in the light of day, like you're so white, it hurts my eyes, and you know, you're like Super Saiyan, you're so white, right? And it was like nobody wanted to look at him because he was like an albino, right? But he was like a really beautiful person, even though all like the tragic stuff that had happened to him. And how often is it that, you know, trauma and tragic things create the most beautiful people?
I don't know
The
about that.
beautiful
Look,
people. The beautiful
yeah,
people.
I don't think that's true. I think trauma is one of those things, you know, that challenges people to overcome and rise above. You know, there
Yeah.
are circumstances, but because there are many things that do that. But I don't think traumatizing people, even though that's what the government does in the media, is a good way to do it ever. But I guess
I don't know if
some
it's
people kill themselves after that. You know. Yep.
yeah. I don't know if it's trauma, but there's something in fiction where a lot of the main characters, like the heroes, are like orphans. And it, like Eric Dollard said that a lot of the people, like he would hang out with orphans because they were like the real geniuses. That's like all these heroes, like everybody, like Spider-Man, Superman, Naruto, like all these
Yep.
characters, they're all like orphans. It's crazy.
And that's the formula, right? That's the formula to bring out that superhero, right? That the hero. All the Disney movies are like that. The mother dies. Somebody very close, there's a big, great loss in their lives. That's how you get these superstar performers and stuff, right? Somebody in your life, you got to go through some tragedy and transform and become a butterfly, a peacock. Let me
Monarch.
fly.
That's
I want to fly.
Monarch
Right. Monarch
brainwashing.
program. Right. But see, the trauma, you know, when they shot JFK on TV, that is traumatizing the whole nation, right? And what does it do? It transforms people, changes people, good or bad. But that's why I don't think trauma is the best way to do it. It's not a good way to do it. I mean, it's the worst way to do it. It's how you control people. It's how you dissociate, get people to dissociate from reality and live in escape la la land wherever. You know, get drugs especially, and that's why there's so many drug addicts and homeless people, is because people want to disconnect from this bullshit. Sorry, go ahead. You know, Jesus said
No,
the
you were on
homeless
a
will
roll.
always be with you. Jesus said the homeless will always be with you, and you can always give your money and perfume and stuff for them. This woman is doing something for me because she knows what's up. You know what I mean? And what are we doing with the homeless? Are the Pharisees taking care of the homeless? No, they're all full of crap. Okay, Red, I'm done, right?
See, I love me a good bong rip rant. You know what I mean? I like when bong rants.
Okay, cool. Did you conclude your idea about the Powder movie?
I think I did.
I wasn't asking you, Hank. That's an okay, cool. Sort of took over her.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's one of my favorite films of all time because it's really good.
We were talking
Sorry.
about geniuses, right? Yeah, and how he was one. What about Rain Man? I mean, can we consider that genius? Not really, right? That's a condition, right?
No, that's idiot savant.
Right.
I just got to
What?
say this. That guy couldn't drive worth a shit. I just wanted to say that, okay? He was good at counting cards, but he couldn't drive worth a shit.
Dustin?
Yeah, Dustin Hoffman in the movie, he kept on saying to Tom Cruise, "I'm an excellent driver," and then finally Tom lets him drive, and like he was terrible. He was the worst driver in all of history, but he was good at counting cards.
What about Forrest Gump? No. Forrest Gump is hard work. It's hard. Not that wrong one.
Nah, fuck Forrest
What up?
Gump. What about the Green Mile?
No,
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
Tom
Badass
Hanks.
movie.
No, fuck Tom Hanks altogether. I mean,
I didn't know you were that way,
Yeah.
Josh.
It wasn't about Tom
Are you
Hanks
coming out
for
of the
me.
closet? Are you coming out of the
I,
closet?
I
Dustin?
just don't like Tom Hanks. I mean, even since Big, even since what do you call it?
Corona.
Castaway?
No. What the hell's that the name where he was on that plane that crashed?
Castaway.
Yeah, Castaway. Like that one right there. I'm just like, what a horrible actor.
Well said. Well said.
I mean, all I can see is like, you know, that bosom buddy stage that he was in. It's like, dude.
Well, yeah. He didn't really switch on to survival mode until he almost died. That was kind of pathetic. Like this guy, city boy, full on city boy, like doesn't know anything about fire it, fire. Oh, what you do? Still gotta eat. I was like, yep.
And then didn't he play Woody?
Yeah.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
Somebody put a snake in my boots. It's like, wow,
I
what
like
a
Woody,
great actor.
man. Yeah. I like Woody though. The character.
I thought you were gonna say Woody Harrelson.
I like
Yeah,
Woody
he was I don't know, 2012, that he did some good acting in that movie, but like all the other ones, it's like, come on, dude, you're phoning it in. Really, you're phoning the whole thing in of Zombieland and Zombieland 2. Come on, really?
I haven't seen those. I've seen little bits and pieces, but I haven't watched it. I saw him on No Country for Old Men. You guys seen that?
That was a weird movie, wasn't it?
That was awesome movie, man.
Killing people with that like thing they take out cows with.
Well, it's about death, dude. You know, and how it just happens. Coen brothers are crazy. I mean, they're good, they're pretty good. I like their work. You know, I like how they present things.
You know that came out right around the same time that I was like really into movies in Hollywood before I realized everything. But I remember watching a movie about 3 or 4 times and still couldn't grasp the damn thing. And it's called There Will Be Blood. I don't even know what the hell the movie is about. What is it about?
Dude, it's about that guy, man. The guy that owns
No, what
the
is it
mining.
about? It starts out as one movie and ends up as something completely different. You're just like,
he has a condition. Yeah, and yeah.
He gets
I have to
lost in the
watch it again.
sauce.
It's been a while.
He gets lost in
Yeah.
his empire.
It's been a while. I haven't seen. I've seen it once and I really liked it.
have you seen the new Godzilla movie?
Nope.
I've seen it.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
It actually is good.
It'll trigger you if you watch it.
What do you
I
mean,
don't think
like sad
something that
tears for
big.
the lizard man?
Yeah, I don't.
Empathy for the killer.
Lizard man.
The lizard
No,
man.
you're
Well,
no, you're
well,
gonna sit there and you're gonna watch it and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I can't believe it!" You know,
right? Exactly.
I
I'm
knew it
already
was a
on
lie
that.
because I can't
I'm
believe it.
already on that. Like you know how we say certain things are not possible, like the vacuum of space being next to you. Yeah, so
And like
it's not
Inner
possible.
Earth and
Physically not impossible for something that big to exist, right? Blood and everything pumping up all the way up and
Exactly.
down, like in the
But
conditions.
not just that, but like here's the thing. They promote the globe, space, and now they're promoting Inner Earth.
Yeah.
So spoiler alert, there's Inner Earth in the new
hijinks.
Godzilla movie.
It's
Yeah, the
almost
King
like
Kong
Mongolian.
movie.
it's almost like the
Yep.
same agenda as the fake alien invasion, like some beast from like a part of
Yep.
the world that So we have to like come together and build some crazy technology to like fight something. Kind of
AI.
Oh,
like
and
Pacific Rim.
there's a flying snake in
Yeah,
there too.
Pacific Rim. Yeah. Yep.
Hey,
Yeah.
Bung,
And, yo,
Bung.
what's up? What's up, bro?
Hey, there's a member on the server. Her name is Sophia. She works in like the field of cardiology. I'm not sure exactly what her title is, but she says that the heart doesn't pump blood, that the blood flows on its own, and the heart is there to slow it down. You ought to talk to her about it sometime, because I'm probably messing it
Right.
up. So
Yeah,
you wouldn't need something to pump blood that high if her theory is correct.
Yeah, this is.
Hey, I'm talking about metabolism and all the other impulsive.
Uh-oh, Roger's about to shut us down.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
So
Roger.
there's an MD, Dr. Thomas Crown. He wrote a book about this. I will look for it.
Well, yeah, physics alone. I mean, what kind of? I mean, that's not even the same. It's probably it can't be made of the same stuff that we're made of if it's flesh and blood. You know.
Can I ask a rhetorical question? Who has heard of the ethereal realm?
Heard of it? I think I've had a glimpse into it. Just a
Yeah,
glimpse.
is that where people astral project to when they talk about astral projecting?
Yeah, that's what they say.
The astral realm.
Now, there's a medium there, like here the medium is air, but there the medium is ether. That's why it's called the etheric realm.
I think
I
anything
was
that
just
has
making
to
sure
do
QE wasn't here.
the word medium, you know, when we talk about mediums, we talk about people who act like mediums, you know, between this world and that world. So I think any kind of dabbling in that is sorcery, and which is communing with whatever spirits. But prayer ritual is, you know, different, right? That's communing with the creator,
Yeah, but I
whoever
think
you believe the creator is.
the ethereal realm is what the other dimension is that these scientists are quote unquote pulling dark matter out of.
Well, did you hear
Well,
about internet and how it was called the
CERN?
Ethernet?
Yep.
Yeah, because
The
it's counter
etherical
space.
realm? Yeah.
Your
Like
Ethernet cable.
The
Yep.
ether is here on Earth. Like the ether is a medium that everything perturbates. It's just space or like existence itself. Like the actual fabric of this information dimension, which is our reality, is the ether. Like that's what light. Like light is actually
Electromagnetism works on the ether.
and it comes
Yeah.
from a counter space. It comes from a hole
There,
in space.
You know what I
there's an
think?
idea where it
Go ahead.
says like the internet is old technology, the Ethernet is not something new. We just changed it and made it run with wires.
Yeah.
It's like the simulation theory. This is what they like. Everything in science is like backwards. It's weird. Like it isn't that like reality is like in a computer. It's that computers are like a super shitty version of what reality actually is. Like computers are like their own little information dimension that are spawned by this hardware. And reality is the same thing.
Kind of like how in Minecraft you can create a computer inside of Minecraft to run a game.
Yep.
Damn,
So
I
you
didn't
could,
know that.
yeah.
Yeah. You can build a screen, right, and talk, connect to somebody and talk live on the screen.
Damn.
Yeah, a lot. It's
pretty
about
sweet.
see Microsoft is using Minecraft as an environment to test AI, you know, applications, algorithms, and all these things. And before it comes out into the real world, it's tested in Minecraft AI, which means the AI has to interact with things in this environment of Minecraft the same way it would have to interact with things in the real world. So Minecraft is, you know, it does have some of the physics from the real world, right? Like water
Minecraft
and how everything behaves. It's all coded.
Minecraft is the programming language and the master code for nanobots.
Minecraft is a Trojan horse.
See,
Oracle
is
is the real thing that
yeah,
you're downloading.
they're moving it to C# language because it's
Did you say Oracle? Hill? Hank?
Yeah,
because it's
Oracle is
their
the
language.
real thing that you're downloading, right?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Yeah, when you download
Oracle is
Minecraft.
Java.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, and what
I
is
think
Oracle? Oracle's the way that they track you, right? They know everything because, like, if you got Java activated on your web script, right, you can't be like in the dark web with your security, right?
No, I don't
if
know.
you turn on your phone and you don't connect to anything, your phone is still receiving stuff in the air, and if it's doing that, then it's going to answer, right? But a hacker can make it answer so you don't know it's answering. So even if you don't get to the network, you're still vulnerable to some kind of hack. I mean,
You know how easy it
by
is to
connecting
write a
to the network.
virus in Java as a pop-up? Oh, so easy. It's
Right.
like less than 100 lines of code. And it's a
Yeah. So
faux
just
virus, but they can't close anything or open a new window or use their mouse.
yeah.
And it's like
But I had this.
just a flash show. It's like, hey, you know this and this and this, and you did this, and they just so on and so forth. Just making a bunch of like random code stuff up and showing proof of their IP, logging onto this and this and this, and then you decided to come mess with my server and my computer. Now you're hacked. Now I have your information. You are now my puppet. You need to call this number and get a hold of so and so, and they will put.
Go put it in.
Can communicate with me like I'm a deaf person. It'll be teletype.
You just got hacked, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I know.
You should have
I
heard
saw,
what we just heard.
Yeah.
I saw the connection. What did you
So
hear?
you cut out. So I wanted to say, like,
First,
I think
go ahead.
they hijack everything with words, right? Like, I think about how much the ether is like space-time, right? Except for space-time isn't real, right? It's just meant to throw us off the trail because if we figured out, that energy wasn't something you needed to hook up to a paying grid for, right? That you could just use magnets and other, devices that are patented, and you could just literally pull energy out of the ether, right? And we say out of the ether, right? And that sounds crazy, but where does it come from, right? When you got a generator, like you take an alternator, right, and you spin that sucker around, right, or
Dynamo.
you take a drill and you hook up, the twisty thing onto it, and you start generating, juice for your cell phone, right? Like, where's that energy coming from? It's almost like you're literally pulling it out of the ether. Or if you got like a wagon wheel and you hook it up to a river and a generator.
Well, yeah.
Oh, wagon wheel.
That's why the idea about
Water
you're talking
wheel.
about
Sorry.
the force, right? Like the idea about gravity too. That's why I'm saying the sun and the moon and the stars are moving, like you said, right? That's the question. Like, why? What causes the sun, moon, and stars to move? Not why do things fall down? Because that's where the energy could be coming from. Is the movement of those bodies in the sky?
Well, I wanted to
This
finish.
ether or the magnetic field. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, like, okay, so they hijacked the ether with space-time, and they had to hijack like specific gravity. So what do they call it? Gravity, right? Due to space-time. So they hijacked both of those things with one stone, right? Which is, super genius, I think.
Yep.
And not only that, right now they've hijacked the name Tesla, because when you type in Tesla, what's going to pop up? Tesla solar panels, Tesla batteries, Tesla cars, right? And
Yep.
Elon Musk, he could have just named the company Elon, right? He didn't
Dude's a
have to,
tree.
like,
Dude's a tree. He may be the beast.
maybe. But my point is that this is what they do. Like, they take what's like naturally there and they hijack it and they rub their narrative like all over it until it's like stinking filth, and then we're like, oh, I'm not going to look into that, right? That's obviously stupid.
Yep.
Right, but that's what
Yep.
they do. Like, they hijack the perspective, right? The Rayleigh criteria, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? Like that, it's a hijack. So basically, what we are dealing with is narrative hijacker, conspiracy theorist with fact-checking overlordness.
Controlled opposition? No.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, that's just straight up lying, right? I mean, Damn.
There's an anime and manga called Doctor Stone, and it's basically about like the world kind of ends, and everyone's like frozen in stone, and then this kid, he's like a scientist kid. He wakes up like a million years later or some shit, and the world's all overgrown. And he basically uses science to like bring the world back and like bring back civilization and everything. And it actually just pisses me off so much because all the science in it is just dog shit. Like it's just using like it's just all it's annoying because like if it actually showed real science, it would be so good. Like if there was anything that actually showed like flat Earth and like all this real shit, it would instantly just be like one of the best things like in art. Like it's crazy.
I haven't seen it, but I heard about it.
Yeah, that would be a good plot twist.
It's pretty good, even though it's annoying.
Did you know that
One man.
by law we have a spirit and a soul?
Yeah.
A natural person's is one having a spirit or a soul.
It's all persons.
No, because there's also artificial persons, otherwise known as governments or corporations.
Right.
IRS recognizes 7 different ones: trust,
Yeah.
corporation, a person. I can't remember them all.
Yeah, I forgot about the trust.
And if you don't run your trust right, they might, take away your trust retroactively.
Estate is another one.
Yeah, that's right.
Where a single person can become a corporation with an estate. Sorry, we were going down a rabbit hole. I can't remember who was talking. Was it Bong?
Yeah, y'all just went back like 2 hours ago.
Well, which rabbit hole?
I don't know. Somebody was saying something about a soul, and I said, "Yeah, technically we have a soul according to law."
Well, Hank was still talking about the ether and whatnot, and where the heck does the energy come from?
Yeah, the hijacking. Yeah, and it's crazy. The magnetic field creates the energy if it's oscillating. So you oscillate a magnetic field, and if you got some copper around, right, and a battery, you can harness that or utilize it.
But actually, the electricity comes first, and the electricity, like a stable electric current, is what generates the electromagnetic field. So the electricity comes first, and then generates a magnetic field.
Yeah, but it's caused through flyback, isn't it? There has to be a generation of the magnetic field in the conductor, and then a collapse, and then the electrons flow.
Well, he's talking about an electric magnet.
Yeah.
So
I thought,
you would
okay.
have to have the flow for the electromagnet. But when Hank said magnet, he was talking about like a solid state magnet, not one that's artificially made from current.
I'm talking
flow.
about the coil of copper, the electromagnetic coil, the stator. When the magnets are flying around it, it creates a current in there by creating a magnetic field and then collapsing that magnetic field, creating a flyback, creating the flow of electrons.
Yeah, motion. Motion. You can use it to create electricity. Yeah, of course. I think.
But that means you have to create a dipole and destroy the dipole for electricity to be a thing. But that's only
the motion has to come
alternating
from
current.
the power to spin it has to come from somewhere, right? So, a river that's flowing, like you can harness that flow right? That's basically the same principle, right? Of trying to harness this electricity, right? You need the motion, the force. You need the force, the input force. Yeah.
An electric arc is extremely hot plasma, right?
Yep.
That's what they say. If you can see
So,
it, it should be like 30,000 degrees.
so it's kind of like a flame because it can melt steel and fuse it together, almost like a strange fire.
Flame is plasma.
But like I'm talking about like a light, it create like with that strange fire. Not only can you cause work to happen with that fire, because fire means or work means it has something to do with creating fire, and you have light. Like the computer is doing work right now in the background because it's a slave daemon. It's a piece of code where in the background automatic things are taking place outside of your control, and they're called demons. It's just bits of code. Um, it's kind of like one of these things to where what is electricity exactly? I mean, even electricians don't really have a full grasp on it. All I know so far about electricity is Ohm's law is bullshit.
I don't think
Ohm's law
anyone
is not
does,
bullshit. Why do you
and
think Ohm's law is bullshit?
I don't
Because
think anyone.
it doesn't always equal. It's less than.
Oh, because you
I don't-
lose a little bit of energy in any system, right? Entropy.
Yeah, there's always more resistance than what's calculated to be.
Right. Josh, I've never heard you say anything that remotely sounded stupid, but when I heard you say that Ohm's law is bullshit, like I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was too. I was like, what do you mean? But you are right. Electricians, when we go to school, we're taught it's just a theory. We got no idea what it actually is, but whatever this substance is, it always acts the same. So therefore, we can calculate how it's going to act or react.
Yeah.
So please do elaborate. Right? I want to give you a chance to make your case against Ohm's law because this is one thing that I'm very ignorant about, but I've always heard that Ohm's law is like legit.
Okay, it's E over IC, right? So
Okay.
that's E is electromagnetic force, I is resistance, and C is amperage or current. And in order, so it's an equation. So it's E as the top divider.
Actually,
The numerator.
EIW.
EIW for watts.
Yes. Watts is your
I
power.
wasn't taught that. I didn't know
This
that.
is Ohm's law. You're doing a different formula. Ohm's law is E times I equals W. And then that's actually Ohm's law. And then any other, you can use algebra to change it up to however you need to use it.
Don't worry, Josh. I've been wrong before.
And that's the one I was talking about, the E over IC, which is E over I times C, and it should equal out.
What is C?
But that current, amperage, I is resistance, ohms. So if you know the voltage and you know the amperage, you should know how much resistance should be there to cause the volt drop at the ground to happen.
You're not talking about Ohm's law. Look it up real fast. You're talking about something else.
Okay, well then there's my confusion.
So hold on, question. So basically, there's a flow, right? And the resistor helps you control that flow of electrons or whatever it is that's flowing, right?
The resistor is a kink in your water hose.
Like a valve.
It's a kink, yeah. Yeah, it can be used as a valve, but you'd have to have adjustable resistor.
Right?
Right,
Yes.
right. But the idea
There's
is
a
to control
resistor
the
on
flow.
my car. I just replaced it, right? So when I turn the knob, right, it selects different settings on the resistor, and the resistor is allowing certain modes of electricity to the blower motor under the dash, right? So you set it on one, and it's just kind of like a nice cool breeze. You don't really need it, but you need the window defrosted, right? But if you turn it on 4, it's like a hurricane wind, right? You could really hear that little motor cooking down there. So everything has a resistor, right? If you're dealing or resistance, if you're dealing with wires and a motor and all that stuff, right? Battery.
Friction.
Yeah, but when you say resistor, I always tell my customers, like, think of electricity as water. Okay, so your resistor would be either, like you were saying, a valve, but a kink in a hose is easier for your lay person to understand. You know, like you can kink it more or less, and if you do so with your sprinkler, you can see the effect. That's the same with the blower motor in your car. If when you kink that water hose, there's only so much flow that's going to be allowed through, so that motor is only going to turn so fast, just like your water sprinkler would only put out so much water. But then whenever you unkink it and give it its full flow, it's going to spray out way further. And the blower motor is the same thing. When there's no kink in it, and there's no resistor in line, it's getting full power. It's able to go as much as it can.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about something for integrated circuits, the internal issue. I think it's
Hey Josh, you
Keep
can't be
stacking.
genius like all the time. Like normally, Josh, like everything you say like makes fucking sense. So in case you guys didn't know, I've known Josh for quite a few years. Probably about 3 years.
No, longer than that, since 2016, bud.
Okay, maybe 4. Maybe longer. I'm not sure exactly how long, but Josh is usually like on point with most like everything he says. And then when I heard him say that, I was like, wait, what? Like Josh is wrong about something. And
Yeah,
yeah,
it
it was just a
happens. We're not perfect.
misunderstanding. Yeah, I know. I'm just
He
saying that, you know,
misspoke.
I don't know if he misspoke. I think he misunderstood.
Yeah, I
The sad part
misunderstood.
is
Oh,
the sad
okay.
part is the dumbest person in the room.
You cut out. I'm the dumbest person in the room when it comes to
No,
what
I'm saying
laws?
I'm the dumbest in the room.
No, bro. When it
I
comes to
grew
that
up.
law,
I grew up under a rock.
what law is that? The Ohm's law?
That's what I
Like
was
I
told.
know very little about electricity.
Like, you don't know this song? I was like, no. What, did you grow up under a rock? I was like, on a rock. They're like,
That's what I was thinking. You're on an island, dude.
so I think I'm
Talk
the
about
dumbest guy
shelter.
here. Someone called
Is
me a
that rock
moron
below sea
earlier.
level?
So, no, that's why I say on a rock.
He lives
right?
on a
Not under
mountain.
it.
I was gonna say,
He
Patrick.
lives on a huge mountain.
Patrick lives in a shell.
No, I thought he lived under the rock.
Hey guys, do you
Oh,
know
he's a
where
starfish.
do you know where the mouth is on the starfish?
It's anus.
Well, it's right on bottom, right? Right in the middle.
Yeah.
So what was Ariel wearing? Ariel, the little mermaid.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Coconuts.
whoa! Let's talk about coconuts.
Were they coconuts?
No, I was just kidding. Hey, that's what Disney does, man. They even put up, stuff on the cover. Penis.
Well,
Shaped.
according to the real Ariel archetype, I guess it would be the Starbucks mermaid, right?
The real story is that it was painful for her to walk on her feet, right, her new feet. But the prince wanted to see her dance, so she did. And in the end, he married somebody else, and then she killed herself. That's the real story.
The other day, my client, he's like a normie. And the other day he brought up, he goes, every time I see somebody with Starbucks, I always think of how you call it whorebucks. And I tell them that she's got her legs spread, that she's a whore. They're like, no, that's her fin. And he goes, she's got 2 fins?
Fin spread.
Got him.
She's spreading her
He don't
fins
like
to
listening to
fly.
me. Says he's got to make money. He doesn't care if anything I say is real or not. So many years ago, I quit talking to him about anything, like that we
And
talk
that's
about.
why the Prince of the Air controls the world. Because when
The
big money do nothing.
airwaves.
Prince of the power of the air. When I think about that, I think about our phones and I think about how we're looking at stuff. listening. Things are coming through, especially the bandwidths we have today and the quality you see, right? And it's all happening in the air right next to you, and you can't see it. You don't know it's there. It's happening. Like
I was sitting there thinking maybe those guys that get on the internet and look at porn and Google girls on like Facebook and all this stuff, and just to try to see as many women as they can naked and making a bunch of lies and stuff. I wonder if that's the spiritual iniquities, or would fall under spiritual iniquities, because it's not real. You don't expect to do anything, but you're able to speak to them like magic.
Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, us talking. Like check this out, right? A seer. You go to a seer and ask them a question about the warrior about the fight tomorrow. She looks into a reflective water thing, right? Like a mirror, and the answer comes
Or
to
a
her.
black mirror.
Today, or a black mirror. Yeah, and today we do the same thing, right? We look into this reflective black mirror we call our phones, and we ask the oracle, Google.
It's creepy. If you were, I can't remember what kind of camera it is. I think it's a high definition camera, but with a high definition camera, you cannot see anything, any display from a smartphone. So it's like the display and all of that isn't really going on. It's being beamed directly into your eye, the iPhone. So maybe the whole thing is you're staring at a black mirror and seeing visions.
Oh, that's what I mean. When you look at the screen, that's literally what you get. YouTube visions.
So
people
do you guys
learning,
think that
knowledge?
I want to know who programmed our phone cameras to not be able to see the infrared from the security cameras. Because when I was in high school and I wanted to like sneak around, you didn't have to look to see if there was a camera somewhere. You could just get your phone out and look around through your phone and see where the damn infrared was, and then there's a camera there. And now they've like put programming in to where you can't see it no more. You can still see the remote control though to see if the batteries work, but you can't see the damn light coming off the cameras anymore.
Yeah, but
That's
if
the
you get
government.
if you get an old camcorder like the digital one that I have, and you go to like your front facing camera on your phone or even on your computer and look at it, you'll see a light emanating from it constantly, unless the power is off. But if the device is on, you will see flashes of infrared light coming from the camera itself.
Yeah,
Put a
because
tape.
it uses that to focus.
I put a tape over mine. I've been doing that since whenever I had a phone.
Because
So do you think you'd put a tape over your own eyeball if Elon Musk came out with his Neuralink, but combined his workings with Apple and came out with a new iPhone? So it's just an eye that you surgically replace your eye with an iPhone. I think you'd have to put a tape over your piece of tape over your own eye if you want some privacy.
Well,
like
I think it doesn't even matter. I mean, there's tape over people's eyes now. They think the Earth is a ball. You know what I mean? Like people are already blind. People are already walking around with tape over their eyes. Sometimes they never even look at the road. They just look at the phone while they walk. Turn left. Turning left. Yeah. While looking at the phone.
I'm on a bridge, stupid. I can't turn left.
Because you're playing your game while Google Maps is giving you directions as you walk and play your game and talk to your buddy.
In a world where there needs to be warning on coffee that it might be hot and burn you, people believe they live on a ball.
Yeah.
You guys should really watch the Brave New World. They made like a TV series. It is just so crazy how each episode is just a big like truth bomb, and like they just show it to you.
Here's the alpha pluses.
Yeah.
Here's the alphas. Here's the betas.
To me, truth bombing is predictive programming and propaganda, meaning get ready for this.
It
Prepare
ruined your life,
mind.
right?
Right. When you see this in the real world, you know what it is, right?
They have to tell you what they plan before they do it. That's how it works.
That's how you
Yeah,
get to accept it.
That's to avoid the karma.
It's to get you
revelation of the method.
familiar. It's to get you familiar with how it works, right, through movies, so that you don't freak out and say no when they roll it out in the real world. You know, it's to get people comfortable with it and
No,
familiar.
so according to their religion, so when they get resurrected or when they get rebirthed or what do they call it, reincarnated, because they're all Hindu Satanists, that there's a thing of karma, and if you have more bad karma than good karma, then you'll be coming back as a slug or something instead of a human or a cow. And I guess the cow is the highest species or something. I don't really know.
Do
They
you know how
drink
much salt
kelpie.
is on this planet? Man, it would suck to be a slug.
And I just
I know.
can't come back as a.
They drink kelpie.
Can't,
So,
yeah, it'd be
can I go
cool if
into
you could
the?
come back. Go ahead, Hank.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to go into the revelation of the method. So it has like multiple effects, right? Like if I'm sitting there and I'm talking truth to someone and they're like, "Oh man, Hank, you watch too much Family Guy." I'm like, "I don't fucking watch Family Guy. I don't know what you guys are fucking talking about. I'm talking about real shit. Can you try to keep up?" Right? It's because they've already done it on Family Guy. So when I am talking about, the thing, right? They've already heard it on Family Guy and they think it's a joke and they think I'm trying to be funny, right? And it's like, no, I'm being fucking serious. Like, I'm trying to talk to you about something. So not only that, it also has this effect of predictive programming to get people to accept it. And not only that, it's like to avoid the karma, because it would be really bad karma if I just took your keys, went in mud and broke your axle. But if I said, hey, bro, I'm in your drunken state or in your, alpha state watching TV, you're watching the news, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to go mudding in your truck. And I take your keys and I go in your truck and I break your axle mudding. Whose fault is it? My fault? No, I told you what I was doing. Told you what my plan and my intentions were. You didn't speak up because you were in alpha state watching the news or whatever. So you didn't speak up and say, no, bro, you can't take my truck. What if you break my axle? Are you going to pay for it? No, I wouldn't pay for it. No, you can't take my truck. So that's what they do all the fucking time. Like they tell us what they're gonna fucking do. Like they let it slip. Like, oh, they announced under Bush administration that they were spying on all of our telephone calls. And then nobody really fucking said anything. So it
Take a
like
deep breath, Hank.
sorry, is it too much?
No, I'll just say it. Don't get yourself riled up. Continue.
I'm not riled up. But you disrupted
go
my
ahead.
flow state. Go ahead.
No. You were saying that they were recording all their phone calls, and then in Bush's
Yeah,
time,
people just accepted it, right? So that was like your Fourth Amendment, and you just let it go. Like nobody fucking cares. Nobody said anything. What about Obama, the National Defense Authorization Act? What do you mean that they can just fucking arrest you and hold you indefinitely without trial because you're a terrorist? What the fuck do you mean you're just gonna arrest somebody without trial? The fuck?
Yep. That's how the Federal Reserve happened too, right?
well, that's not the crazy thing. The crazy thing is that the populace is so dumbed down and pussified that they just allow it to happen. And then if you talk about it, people like look at you weird and like.
And then there's the double speak, making bad things sound nice.
Ignorance is strength.
Hey, my main client owns the website Idiocrates.
1984, right?
Yeah, bro. Idiocrates?
Yeah. .com. It's not an active site, but he owns that domain. He's still trying to, even though it's it's free domain, it's not copyright anymore. Since he's a business guy, he wants to do what he considers something ethical and get a hold of the writer and get his blessing before he starts selling them.
I once got a
he wants
T-shirt.
shirts. He wants shirts that say like baiting and stuff. Shut up, I'm baiting. Come back, I'm baiting.
Go away, I'm baiting.
I once got a T-shirt that said Brondo. It's got electrolytes and it's what plants crave.
Yeah, shirts like that.
Oh man.
If he does, I'm gonna get him to make one that says it was supposed to be a comedy, not a documentary.
You
or
guys
something
seen
like
Tropic Thunder?
Yes.
I got a can of Booty Sweat on my shelf. It's like 10 years old at least. I wouldn't drink it.
Tom Cruise was funny on that one.
Oh yeah, me and my wife watched it, and I was like, Tom Cruise was great, and she was like, "What? She wasn't in this movie." I was like, "Oh, these are the credits. Like, just keep watching." And then Les Grossman as Tom Cruise. I was like, "Got you! I fucking got you!" Because you know she's the Hollywood dunce or whatever. I don't know. She's got like so many freaking movies.
When the hell did we get ice cream? Was I sleeping? You never seen that? The Ringer?
I was
have.
wondering
that
what
the
the
one
hell you were talking about.
about the Special Olympics?
Yeah.
The Ringer.
Yeah, I like the old guy. The old guy with the wrinkles. That's like
Rip Torn?
That's not Rip Torn.
No,
It's
shit.
the
What
other
the hell
guy.
is his name?
The
Bill
old
Cox
guy with the
or
wrinkles.
something Cox?
Yeah, that dude's funny. I've seen him in a lot of stuff.
Brian Cox.
I think Red 2 maybe. One of those. He's like the Russian guy.
Oh, John Malkovich?
No. The Russian guy who was like, every time you pull the trigger, your feet twitch.
Oh.
Anyway, Hollywood sucks.
Hollywood is
Hollyweird.
the tree that was used during the winter time that people would bring into their house, and it would have red berries on it, meaning the ornaments.
Yeah, it's also the tree you use that witches use to make wands, magic wands out of. So if you
Yep.
think about the word Hollywood, it's basically a magic wand to cast. You know, that's what they say, Hollywood magic, right? That's what they call it.
And it fruits when everything else is dead or sleeping for the winter.
Yeah.
Did you
That's the
guys know
halls.
that bears don't sleep for 6 months? Like hibernation, they just like slow down their metabolism, and they're not like sleeping. Did you guys know that?
They're
Like,
half asleep.
No, they're not half asleep. They're just slow. Like, did you guys ever like hear this shit? Like,
Yeah.
you know, didn't they teach us like in school that when things
Yeah, but
hibernate, they fucking
They
go to
didn't
sleep?
teach us anything in school. What are you talking about?
Okay, didn't they indoctrinate us to think that bears like slept for like several months during the winter?
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
also told us that pandas are a natural species, yet they've never been seen in nature.
They've never been seen in nature.
Mm-mm.
You mean there ain't some bamboo licking?
No, I think they're criminals. I think they're criminals dressed up in bear suits.
I thought raccoons were criminals. Oh well.
They are, bro.
No, I mean the pandas. I think they're Chinese criminals being punished.
Dude, can I tell you all a messed up story?
I don't think pandas are a real animal.
I got to tell you all a messed up story. So I had this dog, right, when I was young. I was working like 70 hours a week as an assistant manager at a fast food place, right? And I had just had a baby boy, and his days and nights were mixed up bad, and I wasn't sleeping good, right? This fucking trash panda, I mean, a raccoon, he was still in dog food, right? So the dog's barking like all hours of the night. Like I just got off at like midnight. I have to be at work at like 6. And the dog is barking like waking me up. So I get pissed off and I go outside with a Chinese star and I stick it in this raccoon's back and he hobbled off with my Chinese star. And I never saw him or my Chinese star ever again.
Yeah.
Now you got
smart.
Raccoon with that Chinese star, so you better watch it in the middle of the night. You'll be going out there to take the trash out or something. You'll get your Chinese star stuck in your neck when the raccoon's all.
This is like
the
18
next
years ago.
The next time he comes over, when he hears the dog bark, he's gonna run because he knows you're about to come out and poke him again, or he might not come over again.
Oh, dude, he never came back. I bet he took that Chinese star to like all of his friends, and they were like,
Told him.
shiny.
Okay,
Don't go to
cool.
this
Was
dude's
so
house.
okay, cool. Was so amazed the other day because we saw a raccoon and 3 babies by this like splash pad thing, like down in the creek. You're on a bridge, and I was throwing it some cheese, and I was making clicking noises like some people call dogs and stuff.
And by the fourth piece of cheese, he already knew to look up when I made the clicking noise. And she was just like, "Damn, man, he already knows that clicking means you're about to throw another one." She's like, "They're smart."
Yeah.
I feel
They're
bad
very
about
smart.
that now, but I was like sleep deprived and I was angry.
Does that mean you guys got a lot of coons there in Texas? Because we got a lot of donkeys here in California.
Yeah, careful, you might have tempted him with the Chinese star. You know, he might come back for your silverware.
Right? They love shiny shit.
Yes, there's a
like,
lot of
do I have
raccoons
to
here,
do it
even in
now?
the city.
Yeah.
Even in the city, you'll see them like right, you know, about an hour before the sun goes down, peeking up out of the storm drains along the roads and stuff.
Trash bandits. Yeah, like if you're
And if you go to a
They're
state park,
opportunists.
if you go to a state park, you can catch one. Just go to the dumpster and open the lid after dark. There'll be a damn
Did you-
raccoon in there.
Yeah, raccoons are like, man, they're like like humans, you know, in taking over, and then raccoons and taking over the world. You know, that's how smart they are. You know, it's like you don't even know they're there until the dog barks.
You know how easy it would be to train like a raccoon?
All right.
Because they already like shiny shit.
And they're smart.
Yeah, but they only live like 2 years.
Oh man, if they live,
Just send them in, right? You just send them in. You know, give them a little practice run. Like this is how you crawl through the fence. This is usually how you get in and get the shiny stuff.
Attach like
All right.
freaking laser beams to their heads so they could sit there and predator hit their targets and give them little freaking
headset.
Japanese katanas and send them off on their way.
Yeah.
You
Little
have 'em-
headset so you can
you have 'em
communicate,
scream,
give commands. Yep.
no mercy, no surrender, and then they go in.
Yeah, Mission Impossible. You know what I mean? Like they're that smart. Like, yeah, man. I wonder if that's possible. I mean, they killed all the pigeons.
In their
So,
speeches.
You know,
Remember, my masked friends, these humans think the mice will inherit the earth, but I tell you, it will be the raccoons.
Exactly. Exactly.
Bro, though, if your friend ever has like a pet raccoon, like watch him closely, because he'll get up in your lap and you'll be like, "Oh, a cute little guy, like he's loving on me." No, he is robbing you blind. Every shiny thing that's in your pocket, and you think he's loving on you? No.
He's scanning the area, right? Scanning for the goods. Oh, you're so cute. Come here.
That's why you fuck with them and have a bunch of balls of foil in your pocket.
Yeah, that would be great. But yeah, secretly he's like, "Oh, cufflinks, nice," and he's like pocketing that shit. He don't even have pockets, but he's pocketing that shit.
Hey Josh, there's these alcoholics that are like on the corner like every day, the same ones like every day. And I was an electrician, and I'd save all the knockouts while I was at work. And then whenever I'd save quite a bit of them up. And then when I go by, I'd throw them out on the ground. I guarantee if they had a gun, they'd shoot my ass.
Knockouts?
Yeah, those slugs from electrical boxes.
Yeah, KOs. They
They're
look
the
like
size-
chains. They sound like chains when they hit the ground.
They're the size of quarters.
And nickels. Look up junction box with 1/2 inch and 3/4 KOs, Hank, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. I just thought of that because y'all were talking about the raccoons.
The
shiny
masked bandit.
So one day, me and my friend going down the county road, and you can bake out them little Toyota single cab trucks. You can fog them out, smog them out like really easy. So we're like going down the road, like chiefing much weed, and like we come across this opossum like, sitting out in the middle of the road. So we stop. We're like, "Get on the road, fucker! We're not trying to kill you." So we're like stoned off our asses, right? And we're like, "This opossum, he's old and gray. He's like a fucking ancient
Old, yeah.
possum." Yeah, so like we're like, "Get out of the road, dumbass." He's like not moving. It's like, give him a Starbucks. Not Starbucks.
He sounds
what
like
do they call
Beavis.
it? Anyway,
You
it
gave
wasn't,
them
it wasn't a
coffee?
Starbucks. It was what are those little candies?
Skittles?
A peppermint?
No, it's like something.
Starburst.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Starburst. Yeah. So we gave him a fucking Starburst, and he like picks it up and like puts it in his mouth. And I swear to God, it was like he looked up at us and was like, "Thanks," and then he fucking got out of the road.
Did
Like
he
that is
smile?
a true. He was happy about the Starburst. It was like the best taste. He's been eating like dead animals and shit, so he's never tasted anything like that.
Yeah. Like
The only marsupial on the North American continent.
Yeah, and they look nothing like the Australian freaking possum.
You said he was old and gray. Aren't possums always gray?
I've seen lots of possums in my life.
light brown. Yeah,
This
light
one
brown,
was like,
grayish.
This one was like old, right? Because he was in the middle of the road and he was like, "Just end it here, end it." And then we like gave him a reason to live because he wouldn't get out of the road. Like we couldn't pass because he was
Great.
standing
Now
up.
he's
And if I would have went, I would have killed him.
Now he's gonna
You
wander
probably
off
did.
looking for that next fix of Starburst and not knowing it doesn't exist. He's
Nah,
probably
see what
worse
happened.
off now.
What
than
happened is you gave
before.
sugar to an animal that happened to be a natural diabetic, and he couldn't handle the sugar, so he went to an anaphylaxis on the side of the road and dropped out.
That's probably a better way to go than me because if I would have hit him, my bumper only would have hit the top half, right? So his bottom half would have still been running around.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, possums are not as cool as raccoons, but okay.
No, they're
Possums
both
are
cool.
ugly. Possums
Yeah,
are
they're not as
nasty.
cute.
cool.
They're not as cute as raccoons.
But they're
Oh, they're
fucking
ugly as
cool, though.
shit.
They look like giant, naked, ugly rats.
Look
Dude,
up the
I'm sure they
Australian.
think that y'all are just like supermodels.
Look up Australian possum.
Possums are cool, man. I like them.
I might go look for one and take a photo.
Yeah, take a selfie.
I probably will.
These things are cute as shit. It's the only cute possum. It's the Australian bushtail possum.
This time of year, they're gonna have babies, and you don't even see them because they're up in their whatever you call it, whatever that pouch is called. They'll hiss. Like if one falls out, like say you're chasing one this time of year, one of the babies falls out, you can find it because when you get close to it, it sounds like a little hissing sound.
You ever see them like the mother will carry them on their backs? They'll have like 4 or 5 on their backs.
Yep. And when you walk up, they start going under their stomach.
So
Oh
those
shit, we
things
gotta
are-
hide.
Those things are cool, man. I don't care what anybody says.
Looks like a. It looks like a. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mouse. Yeah.
Yeah, those possums are cute as shit down there. We'll trade you possums. You can have the Virginia possum.
No
it
thanks.
looks like it looks like definition. It looks like what you would think of if somebody said white trash.
What about armadillos?
Don't they carry
Yeah, they're
leprosy?
cool.
Do they?
What?
I ain't never fucked with an armadillo.
We still play with them. They can swim and all kinds of stuff.
Don't eat
They
them.
can jump. They can jump like 5,
No,
6
we
foot
don't
high.
eat them. Do they? They jump that high?
Heck yeah, man! It'll scare the shit out of you if you ain't ever seen one jump. You come up on one and it doesn't know you're there. Yeah, it's a
Do they-
defense mechanism.
Do they really
What?
roll into a ball?
No.
Oh.
I'm not saying they can't. I've just never seen one do that.
Didn't Darwin find like armadillo skeletons in South America that were like the size of a Volkswagen Beetle?
Yeah, didn't they later call those dinosaurs?
No, that was like dinosaurs. That was just a big, hungry ass armadillo.
I ain't never seen an armadillo.
Or either everything was way bigger, or hybrid. Nephilim experiments. Fallen angel, alien experiments, Anunnaki experiments.
The astronaut
That
theorists.
messed everything. Yeah,
Say
that
yes.
messed everything up. I mean, that's what they're calling it, right?
No,
When the angels came down.
Don't
you know,
watch
in the Bible,
VP Earth Watch.
it says the sons of Anak. Who do you think the sons of Anak were?
Right. Right.
Anaki? In the Anunnaki?
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
So who or what the hell were they?
Fallen
Well,
angels.
you know, Hercules, Achilles, these kinds of characters, that heroes of renown, like
demigods.
yeah, demigods. We have those in our culture as well, females even. And then there's
The classic
stories.
heroes.
Wait, what do
Yeah,
you mean in
and
your
the
culture,
and the
Bong?
stories. Oh, we've got a warrior princess named Nafanua. We've got two sisters that swam from Fiji to bring us the tattoos. There's all kinds of crazy stories. There's giants on my island, and I know a story that was told to me. Yeah, these kinds of stories, these kinds of people. Yeah, you know how the gods came down, like Zeus would come down and mate with a woman, and then produce. And then there's the animal stuff going on, the god. What is the god Pan? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Half satire, half man,
Yeah,
centaurs.
he's a
These
sexual
kinds of
deviant.
hybrids. Yeah, and then there's giants, right? So and it says they sinned against all the animals, the birds, the all flesh on the land, and even so giants, and if it's a giant armadillo, so either everything was way bigger, which means I don't know, Adam and Eve might have been like super big, right? If that's relative sizes, you know what I mean? Scale.
Look,
Or
all I know is these
Nephilim. Go
creatures,
ahead.
these entities showed up here and they couldn't leave and they were stuck here. So they
Yeah.
changed into light bodies and fly around in the nighttime sky, mimicking the stars until mankind forgets about them so they can come back again.
Well, it says it happened after the flood too. Said it happened again after the flood. So I took that as
Well, it says
more of this producing.
technically it's Giborim, which is mighty men before the flood and after the flood.
Yep. Well, it's what we're doing with DNA today, right? Experimenting with
Super
it,
soldiers.
mixing things. Yeah, but growing. The tomato. They'll take a gene from a fish that lives in the Atlantic, right, and put it into the tomato to get a tomato that will grow during winter. I mean,
Well, wouldn't
that's
that
a long time ago,
would
like
that
20
not
years ago. Or something.
What about Bigfoots? Wouldn't that match the definition? Because they are kind of big and
Right,
gigantic.
right. Those would definitely match because what would you call them? Cryptids,
not behemoth,
anomalies, right?
like Nephilim.
Yes, that's what I mean. They would also have like some kind of mystical. I mean, I don't know. I mean, some of them could be just experiments.
Wait, Bong, are you
went
sure that
wrong,
thing you
and
just
they
said?
could be actually.
Are you sure that that thing you just said about tomatoes? Are you sure that you weren't talking about strawberries? Because I've heard the same thing about strawberries. Like I was actually
Right,
taught that in
strawberries. Yeah.
school, but
Right.
tomato.
GMOs.
Pineapple's not a
GMOs.
natural fruit.
Right. And then we do things like we grow human organs on pigs and then use them, and then there's transhumanism, then there's the prosthetics that are better than the real thing. And now Neuralink. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's all the same thing. So like what are those giant armadillo fossils and what is the story about dinosaurs? Millions of years ago? Like, no, like hundreds of millions of years. Whoa.
Yeah, but if they take a mouse that just died, like they just sacrificed the mouse for science, or not DNA tested, but they cut the leg off, and they do whatever tests they do to find out how much carbon dating, it'll come back 12,000 years.
Yeah.
They cut the tail off, and the tail will come back 80,000 years. They cut the head off, and the head will come back, what, say, 4,000 years? So which one of these dates are right?
Yeah.
None of
Well, you
them.
see, it's all truth relativism, right? They're all correct in some sort of way because you can't question science.
We're carbon-based life forms. Everything we eat has carbon in it. So the carbon dating does not work and cannot work. It was invented by a Jesuit.
But it's the best they got.
And then in order for them to calibrate the carbon dating, well, what rock layer is it in? Well, how do they know how old
your
the rock is?
imagination is just not powerful enough.
Oh, like Einstein's imagination was?
Even if it did work, okay, hundreds, millions, tens of millions of years, like even all the way back to billions of years, like that's not even math or science. That's not even what we observe in the real world. Like, no, you can't even believe it. You won't believe it anyway because it would still sound like bull.
Well, if I believed in space and it was billions and billions and aeons of years ago, then there would be no flying snowballs.
You guys ever seen Epic Rap Battles of History?
Yeah.
You seen the one where it was the guy in the
Those
wheelchair?
are good, Hank.
Yes, they are. They're so good.
I watched Sherlock Holmes and Batman.
I bet you did, Batman.
Yeah, that's
I like the one about I like the one about economics.
Yeah, I showed those to my children probably a little too soon. But I was like, you guys got to check these out. These are awesome.
Was there one particular you were going to mention? I interrupted.
Yeah, it was the science one. Not science, but you know what I mean. It was the one about Stephen Hawkins versus whatever the other guy's name was. If you guys haven't seen that, it's pretty good.
Versus the one that said we're all made from stardust, maybe? Is that the one you're referring to?
Stephen Hawkins versus someone. I can't remember.
Who had the first show that the name we shall not speak has it now?
I don't know, but I think there was a flat earther who kind of did like a spoof of that Epic Rap Battles, and it wasn't too bad. I can't remember. Can't remember the name.
Come on, who's the scientist that said we're all stardust?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, they're copying.
Carl
Michelle
Sagan.
Pollard.
Carl Sagan.
Yeah,
Mitchell.
yeah. Is that who you're talking about?
Oh, yeah, Carl Sagan.
No, it wasn't him. It was Stephen Hawking versus someone else, and I can't remember who it was. You can just type it in.
The guy that says, and billions and billions and billions of years ago.
When you're that much stardust, what do you expect?
Yeah, he's been smoking that stardust.
Hey, you want some stardust, man? I got everything. What do you need?
You guys know
Some
Lawrence
stardust?
Krauss, right?
You want some cosmic?
Uh-uh.
You want some of this Van Halen belt?
You want some of this Van Halen
Are you talking?
belt?
Are you talking about Stuff in Space or the band?
I'm talking about the good stuff. No, I got everything. Which one do you want?
You sound like you
Want
said
the
Van
purple
Halen.
one or
Bill.
the pink
See,
one?
think about this for a second. This is Bong offering you this, so it's true what they say. It is a gateway drug, huh, Bong?
Whoa. Gateway to where?
A what?
Want to hear something funny? When I was a kid, I heard on the radio that some lady in our small town like climbed up on one of the advertisement towers and was threatening to jump. So I hear this on the radio. The very next song they play is Van Halen "Jump."
So what, were they advertising suicide?
Or they were, reporting on the news. In the news, some lady didn't have any cigarettes, so she climbed the advertisement tower and was threatening to kill herself if she didn't get 3 cartons of cigarettes. And then they played the Van Halen
Might
song.
as well jump. Jump.
Hey, that's funny, man.
Go
That's
ahead and
funny. Dun, dun. What are we gonna do, boss?
I've
Play
lived with Rich
the
Fox, man. That
play
shit was
the
funny.
jump song.
True
What
story, by
happened?
the way.
She tried to extort me. So I just played this song that I really like. I didn't know she would jump. Three cartons of cigarettes. That's it? That's
Yeah,
all
that's
her
what
life
she
is
wanted.
worth?
Yeah,
You,
like, I'm
you don't
gonna
want a
get what I
pallet?
want,
Yeah, you don't
one
want a
way or another.
container? Just three cartons? Okay, get her 3 cartons. But you gotta jump for it. Ready? Catch! Jump! Dun, dun, and slow motion. What a crazy world is crazy.
When I heard that song come on the radio, I was like, no fucking way. That shit is way too far out for them
Turn
to
up,
play this song right now.
turn it up, bro. Turn it up. Poof.
You can't make that shit up.
Yeah, I grew up on classic rock, so the classic rock station was funny.
That's funny.
Yo, Bong,
Yo, Vlad.
why you still tripping, guy? You've been tripping all day.
I'm not tripping. I'm
Are you
sitting
sure?
I'm sitting down. Yeah, bro. Why? What's
Yeah,
up?
because you're sipping on that scissor.
Sipping on some.
Nah, Bong doesn't drink, guy. Thank God.
Oh,
Yeah.
you didn't order that chocolate off of Facebook, did you, Bong?
I actually hate drinking now. Because I hate what it did to me and what it does to me, and now to me it tastes like poison. Like my stomach is like,
Yeah,
whoa, whoa,
bad.
whoa.
It's a
No,
solvent, bro.
it's disgusting.
It's cleaner.
No, I'll have wine. You know, I'll have a glass of wine or two.
Have you ever tried
Party.
Ritalin?
Yeah,
Or
that'll rid you of
two.
some of your issues.
I still don't know what that means, but I think it's a bad thing, right?
It
Drink
might
some
help us a
coffee,
little bit.
Bong. When you drink coffee, do you calm down a little bit?
I'd go to sleep, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Me
It
too.
wakes me up a little bit now, and
It's like you kind of
I
remind
don't
me
know
of
what
my
it does.
cousin Kelly, and holy hell, with Kelly when she gets going, not you can't shut her up. Nope, you just let her go and just
Yeah, I think it's the coffee. Exactly. Yeah.
no, like she doesn't even need coffee. She wakes up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. She's like, check it out. Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. My whole family is like that. Like all my siblings are all like that. You should see my
Funny,
sister,
Joshua.
man. My sister is crazy like that.
Joshua, you
Like,
knew
what's so good about it?
Joshua, you knew exactly why I asked him if he'd ever tried Ritalin. That's funny.
She'll overtalk the shit out of you. Like, damn. Okay, you.
You been watching the Conservatives twins? Bong.
You know how. Yeah, some people are like that. Hyperactive, right? Is that what it's called?
Yes, that's what they call it. Hyperactivity.
Yeah.
I call it
Weed.
natural.
Weed improves my quality of work, right? That's why I like to smoke weed, because it slows me down and critically like.
That's because
make
you smoke
decisions.
sativa. You need to get a hold of some good indica, man.
I know, right? So like, I'm in
Actually,
Australia.
It's all the way around.
If you got good sativa, I could hook you up with some really good connections.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think Hank got it right. It's the other
Commonwealth
way
Seed
around. The
Company.
sativa makes you crazy. The
Sativa
indica
makes you up.
mellow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
why I said he needs some
Indica is
indica. He
it's
needs
a
a
sleep.
tranquilizer. Yeah.
Well, no, I think sativa is the best because I can't. Yeah, I don't want to go to sleep.
They
I
have
hate falling asleep when I have a smoke.
This Canadian seed company has a strain of sativa called amphetamine.
And yeah, what does it do? What was it?
Speeds you up, gives you tons of energy, like that central nervous system drug.
Yep. You know, I wake up when I'm on the islands. I wake up in the morning. That would be perfect, right? Coffee, sativa, bong hits, and then plantation.
Oh, but I think over there in Aussie land they call it sativa.
Sativa.
I don't know. A friend of mine down there, and I guess it's Sydney. That's what, like,
Oh, really?
I can't. New Queensland? No,
Sativa?
New South Wales.
Sativa?
Yeah,
Sativa?
he goes
Sativa?
Sativa, and then he calls
Sativa.
the English the P word.
Yeah.
Satava. Jesus Christ, guys.
Hey, Bong,
know,
is there a lot of sunlight where you live?
Blood.
In Australia?
What do you want? Eggs. What's up?
Yeah, I guess there would be, huh?
It's kind of cloudy.
Remember,
at
you
the
can always
moment.
use a magnifying glass in sunlight or some other light refracting or even reflecting, if you're good enough, object to
Yeah.
condense the light. Condense it on an object so that it vaporizes or carbonizes. That way you don't have to use a flame that's nasty tasting.
Hey. I might set up some mirrors. Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
I've always-
if you
I've
want to, you
always
can even
hated,
set up a
these
mirror.
lighters.
You can
Yeah.
even set up a mirror like on a porch and
Yeah.
reflect the light into your house or apartment.
Yep.
And then use a
Yep.
magnifying glass to condense
Using
the
laser
light onto an object that you want to carbonize.
Yep. Well, you can just build a
Get
little
yourself-
station for it,
Get yourself a
and then
couple of
hook 'em.
lenses. Get yourself a couple of lenses and like an aluminum tube, almost like a
Yeah.
magnifying glass type of thing itself. And then on the other end of it, you hook up one of those burning lasers. You got a lightsaber.
Yeah. It's a bit hard to smoke with it, though. Can you still smoke with it? Like,
It's
you have
it's
to-
a
have to hold
handheld
it,
laser.
like-
It's a handheld laser, so it's like a flashlight. You just click a
it
button,
looks
you got
like-
light. So you just click a button and you start
Light a fire.
you start chiefing
A
on
tribal
it.
fire, a big one.
How do you think the
You just
Jedi's
click the
got
light on and
high?
you start going. Come on,
you
man.
gotta hold the lightsaber up, like you're about to stab your ball.
No, you got to use the force, so you only have a little nub coming out, so you don't stab anything. You just burn.
No,
burn the
you got to
flower.
use the force to make sure you don't lose any of the gas, because you can use the force to create gas pressure without a container, right?
Create a
Yeah.
force field around the gas to contain it.
And that's how the rebels took over the universe, is by saying, use the force of gravity. We will overcome the Empire and we will craft a new world out of it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Use the force. That's not gravity, Luke. Right? Because gravity is the other mysterious force.
Yeah, but he didn't
No.
say, Luke, I'm your father. He said, no, I'm your father. Because you never paid attention. You were getting there going, every time that came up, you're like, Luke, I'm Luke. You never paid attention to the movie, you Mandela effectors. Oh, I'm sorry.
Boba Fett. I'm Boba Fett.
Sorry, I had to
I
geek out
paid
there.
attention.
I
There was
really
4
didn't-
people, not 6.
Boba Fett is like the coolest bad guy in that movie. Because Darth Vader.
Wasn't he a clone?
I don't know. But Darth Vader showed him too much respect, man. I'm like, damn, this guy's got a lot of respect for Darth Vader, man.
Well, if I believed in space, then that means I would have known that Boba Fett is the clone of Jango Fett, and all of the stormtroopers as well.
Right. But
so
see,
that means Boba Fett would be a horrible ass bounty hunter because the stormtroopers can't hit the broadside of a barn.
Nah, man, he's like really good. Better than San Holo.
That's almost like the Wookiee offense or defense.
Han Solo, sir.
It's a Wookiee living with a bunch of Ewoks. Does that make sense?
It makes no sense.
But Darth Vader, I think is if I was in Star Wars, I'd be on the dark side. Because it's Darth Vader.
He's telling us he's a shield.
So you're a NASA scientist, huh?
Well, he is the chosen one. I mean, he's Jesus. He's Yeshua.
They got the
No,
black
he's
hole.
Star
He's on their
Killer.
team.
You know,
He's Star
the hole.
Killer. That's something different.
In that
They
movie,
got the black hole, so he signed up.
And then they
in
had to
that
change it
movie,
to Skywalker. The
it's
rebel
weird how
scum
they.
are nothing but terrorists.
Well, who is the father? Think about it. Who is the father? So that guy must be God or something, right? There was no father. Like no father.
You
Hey, there's
killed
like
him.
Jesus.
You killed my father.
No, she
Ima-
said she was a virgin, like she didn't, have sex with anyone, and she just got pregnant. It's a immaculate conception. It's weird.
Imagine if they had an antagonist called Land Flyer, or the Skywalker.
Lando Calrissian.
I'm not saying that is Jesus. I'm just
Land
saying
Cruiser?
it's like symbolic of him.
Yo, how much LSD did George Lucas take?
All of it. That's why he's got that great.
All of it.
Or not enough, depending on your point of view.
I mean, I know Jim Henson was taking an awful lot of it.
You
Has
guys heard
anyone,
the? Go ahead.
has anyone of you guys read the electric Kool-Aid acid test? It is the history of acid. It's in the 60s, isn't it? In California, there was a guy who was a chemist. He had his own lab, and he made so much acid he was walking around like giving it to people. He had this shopping bag.
Yeah, there was. See, I grew up in Oregon, and in Oregon, there's a place called Eugene, and it's a
Oregon is a
huge hippie
evil
compound.
place.
Yeah, it's a huge hippie compound, and
Yeah, that's where all
Kelly's
the
going there in 2 weeks.
That's where
there's
all the Satanists are.
there's property there from it's Jack Kerouac property, and it's that bus from that acid tour, that acid
Really?
trip. Yeah.
Wow, that book is amazing. I actually
So
read it because, I had dabbled, and it was really, really interesting. And then the science community got involved and said this is a bad thing. But it was a really interesting experiment that they done with some soldiers. They all got them tripping on acid, and then they studied them to see how this would affect them in a combat situation. And the guys just all wandered off and started looking at the trees and
yeah, weren't they Scottish soldiers?
Yeah, I think they were English soldiers. But I actually have a question about that. If any of you know the details of it, so I heard like a rumor, like way long time ago, or not a rumor, but like some story that the United States military during the 20th century were developing bombs that they could set off over a combat zone, and it would disperse LSD in a way that I guess would get into people's skin, and then basically immobilize the enemy so that they're all just rolling on the ground, tripping on acid, while the American troops could potentially roll in with their guns, but not shooting people, and then just sort of take over the area. Does anybody know anything about that?
I know about the supposed neutron bomb, one that would
Honestly, I
kill
think
all
it's kind of
life,
humane.
but it would leave all structure intact, almost like Great Reset type stuff. But that's all caused by liquefaction.
is that back in the day in the USA, they actually had these, like, we would call them raves, and they would go to these big warehouses, hundreds of people, and they would actually get one of these oil drums and mix some Kool-Aid up and chuck the LSD in there, and people would just go
Trash can punch.
just go and drink a cup of Kool-Aid.
Is that
They got-
where
They still have them here in the States, but now they're called like electric daisy carnivals and stuff.
I wonder if that's where Jim Jones got his Kool-Aid idea, and that other Heaven's Gate cult. Like, do you think they knew it was strychnine, not just, or do you know it was just? Did they know it was just purely strychnine without the LSD antidote? Probably not.
I think they all went into it knowingly.
I think some of them didn't want to. They had to be persuaded and forced, right?
Well, that
Yeah,
was the thing.
I think there would have been some who didn't want to, but then I think the pressure of the herd instinct.
Wasn't there a town where there was a public cafeteria that they were dosing people with LSD without their knowledge through the use of that public cafeteria? It's like free lunch hall.
Imagine if you've never had, if you've never experienced anything like it, and somebody secretly pops it in your cup of tea.
Yeah,
What that
that's
would
when
do
they
to you.
can
I got a story about
brainwash you.
that. There was a teacher. He said that somebody put a hit of acid in his Coke, and he told me about it. It was a wonderful story.
And it's cocaine?
No, and it's Coca-Cola Classic. So he's sipping his drink and didn't realize that there's acid, and after a while he starts feeling funny. It is a great story to be told. I mean, I feel bad for the guy because they didn't get his permission, and that was obviously an evil thing to do. But the way he tells the story, he had a good time.
You know, I had a younger brother who died when he was 24. So he had a really short life. Why did I start off by saying that now? But yeah, we used to get on really, really well, and go on lots of adventures together. And yeah, he was also a speed freak. He had a motorcycle. When we drove somewhere one day, and we went so fast, and I was the passenger, of course, that I was looking at in South Africa, you have like these rows of trees that they plant. They are windbreakers. In the highlands, it's really, really flat, the landscape. So the farmers plant trees to break the wind. And those trees that I was looking at, they're all blurred because we were going like over 200 miles per hour. Anyway, we used to smoke pot, and we came home one night, and my stepfather was he was watching an old war movie, and it was John Wayne. It was like all the old stars, and this war movie was so epic. It was like Dunkirk, and and we were high as a kite, and we went in the house, and for some reason we went and sat in the lounge where he was sitting. I mean, we could have gone to our bedrooms, we could have gone to the other, we could have gone many places, but we went in there, and it was quite late at night. And so we were watching this war movie, trying to act like there was nothing going on with us. But the film was so funny that we kept on laughing. we were just like hosing ourselves. And my stepdad was like looking at us and then looking back at his movie. And in the end, he got up in disgust because he realized that there was something like wrong with us. And he went down the passageway and he said to my mother, "You should go and look at those two in there. There's something wrong with them." He was such a straight lace. He was the kind of person who would never even smoke pot. He was just one of those people. I'm surprised in modern day Britain, there are still people like that, like young people who would never touch anything. It's weird. You think the drug culture is so prevalent and everybody has tried something, but that's not quite true.
Yeah, they call them squares for a reason because they fit in the wall.
I love your voice, by the way.
Ah, thank you. something has just made me talk about my brother today. That's weird. And I remember the one scene where all these actors, they were in a trench, and this mortar came over. So you had the whistle, and then the explosion, and then they all jumped up out of the trench like at the same time. And my brother and I were just killing ourselves laughing. I think that was the point at which my stepdad got up and left the room. It was so funny. We tried not to laugh, but we couldn't help ourselves.
You know, you said
Have
he
you
was a
noticed?
speed. You said he was a speed freak, and like normally that makes us think that he was like addicted to drugs, but he
No.
was an adrenaline
She,
junkie, is what we.
Yeah.
she put emphasis on the motorcycle first.
Yeah, he was an Aquarius. An Aquarian. Aquarians are known for liking, yeah, to drive fast. Funny thing.
That make Aryans Aries?
Mhm.
What about Libras? Do Libras like to go fast?
No, my brother's a Libra. Libra men like wine, women, and song.
200 miles per hour is pretty quick, pretty fast though. Damn.
Yo, Bong, you know exactly what Libras are, Bong.
Mhm.
Could have expected that would trigger Vlad.
The
Didn't trigger me at all.
Yeah, the astrology. Well,
I
you
guess
know, it sounds,
perk up your ears is what I mean.
Well, yeah, no, because Bong always talks shit about it. You know, he says it's all
well,
Satan's
I
work.
look,
and
I don't know. It sounds like your brother was like you know, you guys were best friends type of. It's the best, yeah. I have cousins like that. A bunch of them
Man, I'm playing Resident Evil
all
2.
the time.
I just died.
Oh, that's the best one.
That's just table, Hank. Don't do that.
Yeah, my brother was drafted into the army, and so you know when you go to the army, you do your basic training. That's about like a 3-month crash course in, you know, how to kill people and whatnot. And when his basic training was over, he was in a very remote, like, training camp where they took all these kids who were just fresh out of school, like 18 years old. And so at the end of their basic training, that place had a very bad reputation. Some of the kids died there. So him and 5 other rookie soldiers, they ran away from the camp. They went AWOL with the objective of never going back. So the route that they had to go, because this camp was so remote, there was only one road in and one road out. So you couldn't actually like walk out of the camp and walk, you know, via the road, because all the army vehicles were going back and forth. So they took they plotted a route in this area was like semi-desert, and they got lost and they ran out of water. So they barely made it to the nearest town. And then my brother was able for a year and a half. So he was about 20 years old then, coming up to 21. And he went home to my mom and dad. And because my stepfather was such a jerk, the moment he set eyes on my brother, it was like, oh, you have to go back. You know, you have to obey the government. You have to go and be a soldier. And what the government was doing is they were taking people and putting them, you know, in a war situation for 2 years. It was compulsory. Unless you went to university first, then you could enter. Then you could go and do your compulsory army stint. But then you would immediately join like the officer ranks. Anyway, So then he was in a highly precarious situation. A young, stupid kid. The army came to my mom's house. Where is he? So he was like basically on the run. So because my stepdad wouldn't entertain the idea, he just had to piss off basically. And then my mother didn't even know where he was at that time. And he was arrested in the Cape province in Cape Town. Him and one of the guys who ran away with him, they burglarized somebody's house. They were arrested, and he was sentenced to 4 years in a prison, not a military prison. And the magistrate said when he was delivering the sentence that he's going to make an example of them, because the homeowner actually apprehended them with his gun. So what they were charged with was breaking and entering. So there my brother was, 1,300 miles away from where we were, and he was in the prison, the same prison that Nelson Mandela went to. So then my mother and I, we pleaded with them so that they would remove him from that jail and bring him closer to where we were so that we could have contact with him. And that took like months and months, but eventually they allowed that. So I used to go and see my brother like every week when he was in prison. And then there was an amnesty, so he spent 3 years and 7 months in prison. And then he came out, and he worked for, he was just so happy to be free. He was just gonna like start living his life. He got a job. He was exuberant when he came out. So he stayed with me for a couple of weeks. Then he got a job, and off he went. He died 3 months after he was released from prison. He fell to his death while he was working. He fell 35 foot onto his head, and he died. He didn't die instantly, but he died within half an hour of sustaining the fall.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah, that's what governments do when they take hold of people's lives. I don't think he deserved to be in prison, but I don't think. Yeah, it's like my brother said, if you have to put a gun in my hand, he said, and tell me to shoot somebody, I could never, never do that. He was a pacifist. He wasn't too soft. He did the basic training. He passed all of that, the rigors, the shit that they go through. Yeah, they kicked shit into those kids.
Yeah, every time someone asks me if I'm in the military, like checking out for like military discount, I always say, "Do I look like a murderer?"
Now that I think about it, I don't know what those wars were about, but we were told, we, the public in South Africa, they indoctrinated us with the communists, We have to fight communism. So that is
All
what those
those
wars were about.
all those wars were about God, guns, oil, drugs.
Yeah.
No, it's about the one world order. This whole past few hundred years has been nothing but consolidating power for the few, right? The few people with their hats, right? And everybody's going to be under them because everybody's afraid of getting called a word, a name, right? They might call you a name. They might label you as, an anti-language person, like you're against all the Semitic languages or something, right? And it's like
I'm not afraid of being called a Protestant.
right? Yeah, that's the thing though. But we're really on the cusp of the one world order. Like the only thing that they got left is like a few countries that haven't bowed down yet, and those countries, they're like paying the ultimate price right now. Like Iran hasn't attacked another country in over like 250 years,
Yeah.
but they're the bad guys, right? Why are they the bad guys? What do they do? What can anybody name? Because it wasn't not that long ago in the 80s that Israel was selling them missiles that were capable of holding all sorts of types of different warheads, including
They
nuclear.
they
They're the
kicked out
bad
of their
guys.
country a group
They're
of
the
men who wore hats.
they're the bad guys because they are of an Abrahamic faith, and all three of the holy books tell you that usury is forbidden, and they actually stick to their faith, and so they can't do the economic hitman to take over those countries via debt. So, but they can't do it through trickery. They got to do it through force, and in order to get the people to back their ideologies, they have to create a boogeyman and instill trauma-based mind control to allow them to go murder innocent people.
Okay, but if you think back, I know Benjamin Netanyahu stood in the UN and he actually had a picture of a bomb, the kind of bomb that you see in a cartoon. And he was talking about how much, how close are these people to enriching uranium, where they could become a nuclear, where they could have, nuclear weapons at their disposal. So they were allowed to do that because they were doing it to generate, power. But at the start of this fake virus, remember they had these aerial shots of mass graves that had been dug. So when it came from China, the first country that it hit was Italy. So we heard like horrendous stories from Italy. So like everybody was like quaking in the boots. And then the next country that was affected was Iran. And then we were shown these aerial photographs of mass graves that someone had gone out there with a digger and dug all these graves. And I mean, that was total bullshit. We know that now. So in the higher echelons of their power structure, they are all in fucking cahoots. The Pope went out there last year to go and speak to the Ayatollahs there. And that was to bring about the one world religion, Chrislam.
Well, the papacy is the one. And sorry if there's any
1997
Muslims in
sign.
here. I don't mean to offend you. It's just my opinion. The papacy is the one that created the Muslim religion.
I know that.
Well, I thought that was I thought that was a joke, a troll, Chrislam. I seriously did. Like what?
All
What is?
created by them.
This is the first time. Like how?
Why would the Pope? I mean, mainstream Catholicism. Do you think they are going to have their religion tampered with or watered down, so that it can become something that unites people? Because this New World Order plan is being sold to us as something that will unite mankind, peace on earth.
Right.
You know what the Bible says about when they start talking about peace. Then
Oh, so yeah. Well, so okay, yeah. Because Islam, they've got a black, they've got a rock that fell from heaven, and they're okay.
I know about Islam.
It's easy. It's easy to kind of put it together. Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
I keep forgetting. I thought it was with ours, but it's with the Pope, in the Catholic Church. So it's all pagan, anyways, put together.
No, I'm well aware. I've read
Pagan is a word that the papacy sort of took. Okay, let me. I can't talk very well, but so you know,
Pagan is a
everybody
man
common
not living in
vernacular
the city.
nowadays, people call children kids, but a kid's a baby goat, right? Okay, so a pagan truly is someone that lives in a rural area. They're not a witch. They're not someone that worships false deities or anything like that. But
Oh my bad.
but no, it's cool. Most people don't know this.
Villager.
But the papacy started calling these people that lived a little too far out of their reach. You know, they had to spend a lot more money to go aggravate those people. They started saying that those people were bad, and that's where you get the word pagan from. More correctly, it would be called heathen, because
Heathen.
whenever you
Okay.
say pagan,
All right. Yeah.
you're using a Catholic word that they made.
Thank you.
That they
Thank you.
advocated
Thank you
a
for that. Yeah.
definition for.
I
Because if you
always
look it
wondered
up,
which
you
word
look
to
up pagan.
use. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you'll see the
heathen.
word Christian. Yeah, you'll see like the real definition if you look up the etymology, and then it'll say Christian, but really it's just say Catholic.
Right. That's why I don't call myself a Christian. But yeah.
I don't need
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so
And I'm
when
working.
I read the protocols of the elders of Zion, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Yes.
Oh, we were talking about it earlier. Yeah, we were all gonna read it. Well, I am.
That's
I kind of want to do an episode on it if anybody would like to join in on it. We could do like a group consensus on it.
See, here's
Yeah,
the thing.
give us a chance to read it first.
It's really easy to look at, that document and current events, right? But you can't really say where it comes from, Josh. So if you do it, right, you have to admit up front that we don't know where this came from, but this game plan is being executed flawlessly. The only problem is that we still have guns.
Look, if you look at that document and you see where the material was obtained, because so what I read was translated into English, and we know who translated that. And that guy was killed. I'm convinced of it, because a woman actually stole the information from the small hats, and he was a Russian, and so due to his linguistic skills, he could do the translation. So it only became available to the rest of the world around the turn of the 19th century. So they've tried to get rid of all the copies of it. And when you ask the small hats, what is this? What does this mean? Then they just deny. So it's them. They are denying the veracity of it. But I believe it's a document that originates with them. And I believe that is showing us what they are up to. If you want to, because I've read it, it's quite hard going. But someone has made an audio copy of it on the Internet Archive. You can find that, so you don't have to read it. You can actually listen to someone reading it. When I read that, I became convinced that that's the game plan that they are following. I mean, the way they talk about people.
And that's why they refer to us as cattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with whatever. That's just a group of people thinking a certain way.
We
You've got
are the
so-called whatever
vulgar and the profane.
Christian people
Depending on which
saying,
sect we're referring to.
believing in the so-called Zion and all the rest of it. It's written down in the Bible and so all the rest of it. You had
but what is
what's his name? The so-called current president admit on national TV he was a Zionist.
Did he drop out?
And you've had heaps of them
did I?
admit that on TV.
Yeah, but
So-
here's the thing. What does Scion mean?
Or
Zion.
it's up to you. Whatever you have in your head, bro.
Uh-huh.
If you want to
Off
read
the
something
no.
that's a bit
There's
promised land.
older, read
there's another
read the shit
term. There's another term. It's an agricultural term, and it's called rootstock and scion, and it has to do with grafting in.
Name of a
The
Canaanite
term is
hill
Zion,
fortress.
not Zion.
It's scion.
Yeah.
Name
Seal.
of a Canaanite hill fortress in Jerusalem captured by David and called in the Bible City of David. It became the center of Jewish life and worship. I'll post the link.
Hey, Joshua.
Huh.
I don't pronounce things correctly. Will you say that apple thing you talked to, and then the type of sorcery that's done with the mirror? The two words you got. The Apple product. She's called what?
What,
Josh.
Alexa?
Siri? Siri?
Oh, Siri.
Yes.
I
yes.
think that's the name of the AI, Siri.
And then the magic is called scurry. How much different are those words?
Scry?
They're not close, are they?
I
Yeah,
don't
they're
know.
not
I
close,
haven't
are
looked
they?
into it. I haven't looked into it.
No, I can't pronounce them correctly. That's why I'm asking. They don't sound nothing
hold up.
alike, right?
Got another
Siri
one.
and Scrying. No, I don't think they have anything to do with
Yeah,
each other.
I was pronouncing the word wrong. That's why I was asking
Hey,
you. I knew you how to
hey,
pronounce it correctly.
sorry. Here's the proper one that we're looking for, right? Utopia, Zion, an imaginary place considered to be perfect or ideal. Is that the one? Is that the one they're talking about?
Well,
Or
don't
is it
tell
the
a
one
Mormon that.
Yeah, that's the one that's spoken about in the Bible and all the rest of it. If you want another document to read, Ariel,
Isn't it
read
crazy
the
we don't get no
Shita.
Mormons in here?
That's from like the 12th century.
Any of y'all ever thought about that?
What document, X?
It's called the
Which is-
Shita. It's how the so-called people, the chosen ones, went to England and did all this shiftiness with the money and usury and co-opted the king and did all this bad shit.
I killed the chat.
Yeah,
Sorry. So we were talking
it's
about
called
the
the
small
Shita.
hats, the elders of book.
Yeah, the
You wear.
protocols.
Oh wow. Okay, Siri means beautiful victory if it's given as the Sigrid is what it's like long form of it. But it's a
victory for
Scandinavian
who?
female. Siri is a Scandinavian female name given. It is only short
The
form of Sigrid from the Old Norse origin and literally meaning beautiful victory. From the
I
Norse
got
Sigri, victory, the Old Norse Figro, beautiful, and the name Siri has been widely used in the Middle Ages as a common name in Norway, Sweden, and
I was
I got
pronouncing that
I got
magic
the
mirror wrong.
I got Sirius, the brightest star. You know, the dog star. That's what came up for me.
plants.
Sirius.
Yeah, it has to do with Sirius as well, the star. But it
Homer
also
made
says
much.
Siri
Sorry.
plants, other name for betel. Okay.
The related is Sirian. The constellation Canis Major seems to have grown from the star, not the other way around. Homer made much of it as Chiron, but his dog doubtless was limited to the star Sirius, as among the ancient. I don't know.
Now, according to the Urban Dictionary, Siri, the female assistant on iPhone 4S, Siri's voice is slightly robotic because Apple combined 6 different voices. Siri is very good for messing around with or annoying you, or both. Example.
She
Siri, where is the
identifies
nearest
as
ice cream
unbinary.
An Egyptian name for it was Sothis. To agitate, shake, toss, excite, sparkle. The original meaning of the star name is sparkling, flickering.
Okay, it says an example. Siri, where's the nearest ice cream stand? Could not find ice cream a lot on Google Maps. Would you like to search it on the web? You frustrated and speaking loud and slow. Where is the nearest ice cream stand? Siri could not find Mont El Scarimo on
Maybe my
Google Maps.
cold robotic voice will keep you cold instead of the ice cream.
El Scrimo?
Would you like to search it on the web? Why can't you hear me, bitch? Siri could not find "Why can't you hear me, bitch" on Google Maps. Would you like to search the web? Oh gosh, that's funny.
How about Bixby? You guys heard of Bixby? Samsung's AI.
No.
Why is Bixby not as popular as Siri and Alexa though? That's what I'm wondering. Smarter and better though. I mean,
Because sex sells. Sex robots.
Bixby is a woman too. It's the female voice. Sounds hot.
I mean, I think it's hilarious that people think, that AI can obtain mastery over the human brain. And in any case, there are parts of the world where, the infrastructure is not like what it is in modern cities. So
The only AI I like is that I put on my steak. Oh wait, that's A1 steak sauce. Sorry, you were speaking.
no, I'm just see when was about 5 years ago, I reckon. I came across this guy on YouTube called Quinn Michaels, and he was talking about the developing AI. But I mean, it's been in the development phase for like 30 years or more, and he was such a strange and complicated guy. I don't know if anyone's heard of him. And this is what
Somebody's hot micing.
so this was what piqued my interest. What I think Clinton was the president
Michael,
of
are you hard
America.
micing? Michael?
Yeah, someone is.
Travis says Siri backwards is Iris, which means I. The one eye religion, and Siri's AI, they're all powerful sovereign.
So
So
when
you've got two eyes.
yes, so when Siri was on Twitter, because they made an account for Siri on Twitter, I went there and asked some questions to engage with the AI to see how it works. But I asked it philosophical questions, and particularly around love and the emotions. So I wanted to see how the AI would deal with philosophical questions that, it cannot access emotion. I tried to screw with it, basically. And I thought in the end that the AI became quite bitchy towards me, like sarcastic, trying to push me away because it couldn't.
What kind of questions?
It
did she
was the
ask?
sound of your voice, Ariel. It was the sound of your voice that got to it.
Jealous. Yeah, she got. Yeah, what kind of questions were you asking?
I was asking. I was asking things about what humans can experience on an emotional level, to do with love, to do with forgiveness. How humans would react to other humans, and this thing just had no. There's no compassion there. It cannot, 001101 its
I'm
way.
surprised.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she didn't say, "What am I, Sigmund Freud?"
I don't know what I gained from it. I don't even know why I did it. But I just thought, okay, so this is like the thing that can give you all the answers, is it?
Well, no, it's basically Google you can talk to. That's all it really is. When you ask it questions like that, I mean, That's all it's really doing is using the data it has to form some kind of answer. But it's just presenting, you know what I mean? The way you Google something and you can ask the same questions on Google and you might get the same search results.
Do y'all remember back in like 96 when you could text Google and it'd give you like 4 or 7 different responses to your question? When people were sitting around talking about stuff and I was ignorant of whatever they were talking about, I would sit there and ask Google, and I would just keep up with their conversation and keep asking Google. So then I got it in these text messages response. And then when they asked me what I think, I would sit there and act like I was super smart just because I had the the responses on my phone, and almost nobody knew about Google back then, let alone that you could text the question.
Are you talking about the "I'm feeling lucky" button?
I used to be able to text Google. It was like a 7-digit number or something.
Oh.
Was
You
it
know,
like
but back
AI
then it had to be
answering your
within.
question?
Yes. No, it was in you. It would. So you know how now we
Like
get
a
the
search
hyperlinks.
engine. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, but nobody knew really about Google back then. But I was a library aide my freshman year, and I had to learn like how to use the internet and how to use computers to teach other people. And through learning how Google works, I saw that phone number, and I never told anybody about it.
Yeah, Google is the oracle. You know, you hear about it, but when I was in the military, that's what they told us. Is like, because I use all kinds of search engines when I was in the Navy, but we were told to use Google. It's like, stop what you're doing, use Google. Come here. When you look things up, we use Google. You know, when it first, like, I think it was 2000, yeah, year 2000 first came out, 2001, something like that. Yeah, it's
What is
crazy.
Google's motto?
No, but you could go. You could Google before then. You could. I'm
We are
serious.
not.
In the 90s
Don't be
or late
evil.
90s.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. That's when it was in the. Yeah.
Yeah, but what is Google's motto? It's "Do no evil," and it's part of the
No.
"Hear no
Don't.
evil, see no
Yeah.
evil, speak no evil."
Well, it was don't be evil. That was it. And then when they removed it, I was like, why?
No, that was their motto. It was their motto, but then
Yeah.
they took it down for some odd reason.
Yeah, and after
Yeah.
they did that, I might have caused something to happen to cause the person that took over to be stepped down. Not saying anything like I had anything to do with it, just exposing something, leaking something out there.
To be safe, I just say to myself, it's probably DARPA startups type of.
It's exactly what it is.
Make it look like two dudes in their garage. Whatever.
Just like you believe the Zuckerberg story?
No. I don't
When
even.
the same day or the next day that DARPA Project LifeLog went offline with their whole MySpace thing, up come Facebook.
No. Facebook was around before MySpace went down because everybody kept inviting me to Facebook, and I would go and check it out.
Right.
And I'm like,
Yeah, but
MySpace is so much better. Why would I go over here? This is retarded. Over
What
here,
I'm
I have a
saying-
web page.
What I'm saying is Facebook was created to replace MySpace that would have more
MySpace.
data points.
Yeah,
Right?
because Tom.
And MySpace was the target of DARPA's Project LifeLog, and then it changed to the Facebook, and then
Facebook,
they took
yeah.
the out and it just became Facebook.
Right, which is your data. Everything the CIA wants but can't get, but you just can now hand it over.
It's your
because-
life. It's your life on
So-
a book.
So should we judge people by their Facebook?
Why not? Companies do when they hire you. They look you up on Facebook. They look you up on LinkedIn. They look you up on your social media.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear a really cool Aloha Hawaiian T-shirt, right? With
Why
like,
you never want to use your name?
well, if I'm gonna have a profile, like to represent this corporate name that I was born with, I'm gonna make it's got to be, funny. Like this guy looks like a clown. Hey, what's up, guys? This is my Facebook. Welcome.
I don't know what people would think if they looked at mine.
Just make it look. Just pick a character. I mean, there are websites that help you create a fictional profile to help your brand, to help you brand your brand. Do you know that? So when you find out who your audience is, blah blah, all that stuff, how old they are, right? Then you go to this website and they'll help you create this, fictional character to
So it's
fit.
being more deceitful.
Mm-hmm. And yep, and that's how people. I was like, why? How is every YouTuber almost like a professional? It's like so consistent. Like the quality. Where are they? You go look up the programs that they're using to do all these things. It's like, holy crap! So AI, everything's automated. It is.
If you go on YouTube now and you go to trending, then all you see is like, stuff that's being pushed. The algorithm is being manipulated.
Oh
The
yeah,
stuff,
big time.
yeah, the stuff that people are really interested in, like, that people who are saying anything useful. I mean, how many people have I seen disappear from YouTube? How many?
Right.
You know what I'm getting sick and tired of seeing on YouTube?
What?
So and so family's having a baby. So and so family's having a baby. Guess what? We're pregnant. It's like, I don't even know who the hell you are.
I've never. Yeah.
I mean, the social influences that they push are literally trash. I mean,
Yeah.
trash. Vacant,
Yeah.
vapid. I don't even have the words.
Well, yeah, and Facebook and TikTok are even worse. I can't believe these are people. I was like, man, this is bad. As I'm scrolling through the videos, like, oh my gosh, oh my.
They're not people.
Yeah.
If they're like Jeffree Star, they're not people.
There's a house somewhere in the USA, and it's the TikTok house. So people can go there, and young people go there, and they have this. I saw this clip where they took a cameraman inside, and there were all these people busy doing TikToks. And I mean, it looks as if these people are from another place.
Training. Yeah, like a military unit, collective mindset, right? Like
But the way they engage with that
clones.
phone, it looks so weird.
It's training for the Microsoft Systems 2026-06-06 or whatever it is. The one where it puts everything on a crypto blockchain to where they can blockchain your thoughts, your data, basically blockchain you onto the new system that they want to implement. And in order for you to get paid out, you have to do certain actions. So, hey, do a TikTok and say this, or do a TikTok and do this stupid dance, and you get paid. Hey, this company is doing a big montage to get everybody to use this platform. So do a little thing on it and with the song in the background, which is their theme song, and you'll get a little bit of currency, and it's all social credit. Same thing started in China. China had a closed off internet, so it was a basic alpha lab for that system to come out with, and now they're implementing it across the world.
Well, when you've got people like Donald Trump doing stuff like the ice bucket challenge, I mean, that's
Which
kind of
is
like a green
satanic.
light for it. Right. It's like a green light for everyone to like go crazy, go ham on the internet. I mean, the president is doing it. Who cares? Right? Idiocracy. What's the name of the president on the Damn.
Mucho.
El President Muchat or Macho or something. Camacho. President Camacho.
Camacho. Isn't that what Donald Trump is? I mean, what an example for everyone on YouTube and social media.
Hey guys, I in 2016 I had a Camacho for President T-shirt that I wore while campaigning for Trump.
Perfect. Perfect. We're on the same wavelength.
Are you still a Trump supporter?
Who, me?
I mean, I probably would have preferred him over Biden, but I mean, I never blindly supported the guy. I felt, ever so slightly embarrassed about the whole Space Force thing. But other than that, I thought he was, better than most modern presidents, at least in some ways.
He's the Freemason.
So
Yeah, I was
the
just
only
asking.
problem with Biden is the way he looks, because he behaves creepy. That's not because they both do the same thing, right? They both
It's
have to
two
follow
birds of the same beast. They're both selected to be there, probably from birth. They find the most psychopathic individuals they can find.
Yeah, but I mean, at least some of the people that would vote for Trump have the ability to think for themselves, think critically, and support the Constitution. As for the people that actually voted for Biden, come on, guys, let's be realistic here.
What I think is jacked up is people are looking at Trump as if he's a messiah. It's like you guys are worshiping the golden-haired orange calf.
The church, I went to this church and we were volunteering for some building in Dallas. I don't even remember what it is right now. But that Rich Dad, Poor Dad Arthur was there. And you had to pay like $550 to get in, and Donald Trump was there and whatnot. And so if you had a VIP ticket, which I don't know how many thousands of dollars that cost, you could ask Trump a question. So these people got in line when he got on stage, and I was in the auditorium, the same room. And he gets up on stage and he says, "I'm not answering any questions unless they're perverted." And the first three people that were in line asked business questions. And he, when the third one said, he goes like, "Did y'all not hear me? Said I'm not answering any questions unless it's very perverted." When the
Who's
fourth
that,
guy,
Trump?
yeah,
Is that
and
Trump
the
doing that?
fourth guy told a sexual joke, and he was like, "Someone listens." And the rest 30 minutes was just like filth. I mean, it was just filth. Like, there's no way that dude's a messiah of any kind.
I'm guessing they paid $6,666 for a ticket, right? Per ticket. Yeah, probably something like that, or
I don't know, but that Rich Dad Poor Dad, he's not gonna make something that obvious. I mean, it was his. I'm pretty sure he's the one that like headed and put together that conference.
Look at all the QAnons. Don't they think
Robbed or whatever.
themselves as frogs? Something about
demons. The three demons, right?
something
That
about
came out of,
something in
abyss.
Revelation about the mouth opening and demons coming out having the appearance of frogs.
Yeah, of the abyss, and they went out and deceived the world, I think.
Yep. And that's what the Q movement did. It sure did deceive a lot of people as to what's going on. They made people believe that Trump is going to save America instead of realizing the whole thing is corrupt. You were never meant to be free.
Yeah, drain the swamp, guys. Drain the swamp. Lock up Hillary.
Well, coincidentally, that
She's not
whole
even in jail, man. Shit.
that whole DC area was built on a swamp.
I knew it. I was like, you're not going to put her in jail when you become president. You guys just had dinner together and were like laughing and smiling and talking. Like, I don't.
You guys just came back from Epstein Island on the same plane. What the hell?
Yeah.
Well, when they were having dinner, that's their papal master right there that they're eating at dinner with.
And they all follow behind the Pope.
That's Rome.
Yeah, again,
That's Rome.
I would say I would never follow any politician blindly, Like, I campaigned hardcore for Ron Paul, and 25% of his policies I was completely against, but the 75% I supported was worth it, to campaign for him even and to vote for him. But, I got to say, people that would have voted for Biden in contrast to people that would have voted for Trump, let's be honest, they're not the same statistically speaking, as far as listening to us talk to them about the flat Earth. I mean, let's be
Well,
honest
here's
about that. Most people that voted for Biden will look at you and say, no, the Earth is it's just not flat. Okay, it's just not flat. All right, that's a Democrat for you. A Republican might actually hear you out.
What'd you not like? His anti-war policies or what? Ron Paul. What policies of Ron Paul did you not like? This
Oh no, that was the main reason why I was supporting him, was his anti-war policies. Like as far as the policies that I disagree with him about, it's really more because I'm more of a technical liberal, I guess you could say that, or whatever. So I'm more, I guess the term is socially liberal, and he's not socially liberal. He is economically liberal and socially liberal in certain ways, and I'm also socially liberal in certain ways that he is, but there's certain ways that I'm socially liberal that he's not. So ultimately speaking, it just comes out to little tiny little tidbit things like, I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah, abortion rights. He's against abortion rights. I'm for abortion rights. I would never encourage a woman to ever get an abortion. I would do everything I can to encourage them not to get an abortion, but I would never take away their right to do so.
How are you anti-murder when it comes to war, but not anti-murder when it comes to babies?
Well, again, this is all just kind of a difference of opinion.
Paradigm
But
there.
what my point is,
not
though, is if
opinion,
you can't use
they're both
logic
murder.
and reason to convince someone to not do something like that, then I don't know, maybe you gotta my point is that we should be able to use logic and reason to talk to each other and help each other make good choices. As far as, pointing a gun at each other and saying, oh, you can't grow these drugs and sell these drugs. Oh, you can't engage in prostitution over here. You can't open a casino over there. Oh, no, you can't get an abortion over there. Like, no, you got to understand, making things illegal other than murder, rape, and theft and pedophilia, making other things other than that, those things I just listed, making things other than that illegal only creates a criminal enterprise. That's the problem.
It is murder.
Abortion is
Whatever.
murder.
Yeah, did John? Was I not the only one that heard the
anyway? The
logic
difference
fallacy
is
there?
it's going to happen with a rusty coat hanger in a back alleyway, or without a rusty coat hanger in a back alleyway. Either your heroin syringe is going to be full of bullshit that's not heroin, or it's going to be full of just heroin in a world where drugs are legal. But that's a hard pill to swallow.
Abortion is just a symptom of something.
Life on.
If I had to sit here and make a list of things that is wrong with humanity, I mean the most heinous things that you can see happening in societies around the world, then that list would convince me that we are in fact this is the great tribulation of humanity, especially when it comes to children. I mean, the numbers of abortion, that is where the real genocide is happening. There's even a trend where women get pregnant so they can have an abortion because of the effects on their body of, having that fetus expelled, the hormonal effects and everything. They talk about it as if it keeps them youthful. Women are actually doing that, having multiple abortions.
Yeah, it's actually quite the opposite. So the process of getting a technical abortion, and keep in mind this doesn't apply to having a miscarriage. So I want to make that very clear. This does not happen when a woman has a miscarriage, whether intentional or not. But when they have an abortion, that is a surgical removal of a pregnancy, which leaves, unfortunately, the hormones inside of her breasts intact,
it doesn't
which
have to
would
be
which
surgical.
would be there to prepare her for childbirth, to feed them. But you see, when you surgically remove a pregnancy and leave those hormones in there, the hormones are not cycled out of the breasts naturally, like they would be with a birth or a miscarriage, and so that drastically increases a woman's chance of developing breast cancer. which is just one of many reasons why I would discourage a woman from ever getting an abortion, but I would never take away her right to do so.
You know, a lot of
Yeah.
these pro-abortion mindset individuals will also claim to be vegan, and they won't even eat an egg because it's taking the life of a baby chicken. But yet they don't see abortion as taking the life of a baby human.
Well, that's kind of an ironic thing to say to me because I'm allergic to everything but red meat.
Can I have a so basically is what I'm hearing, right? That they have right. Of course, I have the right to murder anyone I want, but they're gonna set up a place for me, right? To come over there to murder someone in my stomach, or I can look at it this way: you set up a place for me, right, to murder this guy, and then I'll bring him there, and then you can kill him, right? Is that the same thing? Or is this baby fetus thing not human, not considered life, a person with rights? And
That's why when people ask how old my children are, like my son, he just had his first birthday, but I don't say he's 12 months old. I say he's 21 months old.
right, and with the miscarriage and the stem cells thing, it's like say when a person dies, we can just do whatever we want with their bodies. Like that's what's the word? That's mutilation. That's disrespecting the dead. That's all kinds of you guys know what I mean?
Yeah, well, just keep in mind, guys, when you're talking to a leftist or someone who, believes what the TV tells them a lot, just remember, like, using strategies involving, analyzing how the human body functions and explaining what I just explained about the hormones in a woman's breasts and how they don't cycle out properly when she gets an abortion. You should try. I mean, do whatever you want by all means, but my suggestion is, if you're talking to someone who's on the left-hand path, try explaining to them what I just explained to you, and you might have a little more luck potentially in convincing them not to do such things.
But all of that, what happens to the woman is secondary compared to what happens to the fetus, to the child. So having an abortion sounds like having a haircut, but you're actually murdering another life.
Yeah,
So
do you
if
have
your breast tissue
or you're
continues
increasing
to,
your chances of getting breast cancer, which is more
But
scary
listen,
to individuals. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Like,
but listen
you
to
can
my
use
point.
logic to scare them into not getting an abortion. You don't have to make it illegal. You can use logic.
So when someone commits murder, there's a high likelihood that they could injure their arm. So we should start considering not
But
doing
you just
murder
said
because you
murder.
could
Are you
injure
talking
your
about an
arm.
abortion or murder?
Murder.
Murder
Abortion is
Everybody
murder.
here but you has agreed that that's one and the same.
So you're saying when someone murders someone,
Yeah, let's just be careful
then
about what we say so we
let's not
understand what
have
we're talking about,
breast
though.
cancer. I don't care if the woman gets breast cancer after she's murdered someone. I would try and discourage her from murdering someone in the first place. The breast cancer is secondary.
Yeah.
I would say that it's a direct consequence for sacrificing their child.
Or more logically than that, it's not
live the
what the
same
human
life.
body is designed to do, simply put.
Just like birth control, you're not meant to not have sex or you're not
Right.
meant to have sex and not have children.
Yeah.
We're also
The
not
drug
meant to
directive
stick
is to
syringes full of drugs in our arms, but we do it sometimes anyway. But we don't point at that and say, "Oh, that's murder."
Well, what's the
No.
main directive? What's our main directive? Be fruitful and multiply.
I think Enoch and Jasher, I think I read somewhere about this, that in those times when the angels did abortion, they also made this drink that they made their wives, beautiful ones, to drink, so they're barren. But the wives that bore children, they considered them like cows, and they just used them for having children. And then there was the abortion of fetuses and the makeup. And so when you guys talk about makeup, when we talk about makeup, because it cosmetics and stem cells from aborted fetuses to keep the skin younger, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but I got to point out something, guys. I really need to point this out. The whole reason why this subject even came up, because I was talking about my past of campaigning for Ron Paul. And I want to point out that I was mainly campaigning for Ron Paul to end foreign wars and withdraw all American foreign troops. And I just, I'm not saying that what you guys are talking about isn't relevant necessarily, but I just got to point out, if you want to really do good for the world and, help children, quote unquote, especially in this country or foreign countries like Iraq, then you should really do your best to campaign for people like Ron Paul so they can end foreign wars, so we're not dropping tons of bombs on Iraqi children, that are already walking around and have fully conscious lives and everything.
He's the only
let's just
person I've
stop
ever voted
bombing
for.
Iraqi children.
So
Well,
you
the abortion industry is mass genocide. It's an industry. They're harvesting stem cells for research to benefit humanity. On the other hand, they have wars to wipe out humanity. I mean, we're talking.
They're two sides of the same coin. Yeah.
They are.
Isn't that what the Ice Bucket Challenge is all about, to support stem cell research?
And in the United States alone, the number is 700,000 abortions per annum. 700,000 is considered a woman's right to choose.
That's a genocide.
If you're killing 700,000 Iraqi people a year, the world would be up in arms.
Yeah, over the course of the Iraq War, 1.1 million Iraqi civilians died. That's non-military United States and non-military Iraqi military personnel. 1.1 Iraqi civilians dead.
And that's
men,
how
women,
many
and
are
children.
aborted. And that's how many are aborted per annum.
I know, but my point is that people are comfortable with talking about abortion like it's such a terrible thing. But invading Iraq, invading Afghanistan, let's just forget about it. Whatever.
Hey man, I personally live a life different than all other people do because I refuse to pay an income tax. Since 06, and in 06 it was like forcefully withdrawn from my paycheck. But since 06, I haven't paid an income tax, and the reason is because it's blood money to me, because they use that money to go murder innocent people in other countries. I'm totally down for what you're saying about the anti-war thing. All right.
Hey, can I ask you a question there, Isurf? Since when is a voluntary compliance system mandatory and compulsory?
When you acquiesce to it.
Exactly.
Well, that's oxymoron.
Yeah, that's our United States tax system. It's a voluntary compliance system. And if you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail.
Right. No, if you file the contract with them and you don't fulfill your contract, that's where they get their power from. No different than making a contract with any other person. That's where they get their power from in court, is you signed a contract with them and you didn't fulfill your end of the contract. If you don't sign the contract with them, then it's not an issue. But plus, if you sign that contract and you don't know what U.S. citizen means, you're committing fraud right there.
Aren't you given a social security number at birth?
It depends on how you're born. My 4 children do not have social security numbers or birth certificates.
You don't have to. You are not that. I mean, like, I'm not the name, right, or the social security number, but in my belief, the Yeshua, like he says, you've been purchased, right? So now you're part of a different. You're outside of their jurisdiction. Your body. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think they recognize that.
He also said, give unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. So if you've signed something over to Caesar, then your will and testament, you signed it over to Caesar. So be careful what you sign. Be careful what you agree to.
Well, I think we all, when we were born, when we get, when your mom signs it, or, when you get your birth certificate number,
where'd Hank go?
It's like a product just been produced.
It's Hank's time to chime in, because he would know how to word it properly. If you are entered into a contract through coercion or fraud, then the contract is not legally binding.
So,
Hank Hill would know about it with his propane and
was
propane
it
accessories.
Matthew that was a tax collector?
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair enough for us to be told, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. But that is so vague. And from my understanding, we have been coerced. We are being deceived.
Yeah, but see, Caesar was on the
We are
money.
literally born into slavery.
Yes.
Yeah, it's out of context. That's why, because the question was lawful to pay taxes to Caesar, and the Pharisees were trying to trick him. If he says yes, you should pay taxes to Caesar, he goes against the law of Moses, and if he says no, he goes against the law of Caesar. So it's a damn if I do and damn if I don't. So the way he answered it kind of awed everybody because it answered the question, but it also and then some. Like he said, whose face is on that coin? It's like Caesar's face. And he said, then give to Caesar what is his. Which if he wants so many tax money, then if this is his tax, then you should pay the tax, even if he's overtaxing you. But he said also, but give to God what is God, which is our belief, our life, our behavior. You know, we have a contract with God, covenant.
So now we're at the point where humanity can see that being part of the system is not benefiting us; it's harming us. And
Yeah,
now we're between a rock and a hard place to get out of this system, especially now that we can see where it's heading. I mean, it's diabolical.
Yeah, but one thing you got to realize is everything is under control. It's out of our control, but the Most High has everything in control and is allowing everything to happen because he has a purpose behind it. So that means trust in Yahuwah's plan.
So alongside what God has planned from the beginning, when He reassured mankind and said that you will be purchased back through the sacrifice of Jesus. Is this plan from the small hats that has been running alongside that in opposition to it? And here we are. Why are they not afraid? Why do they act with impunity in this time? Locking people up in their homes and all the harm that it's caused. Why
I know
are
quite
they
a few Masons.
Yeah.
I was talking to a friend of mine who lives in Houston. Hank Hill knows him. And he's a high-ranking Freemason. And I asked him, hey, you guys do realize what you're pushing right now is going to be the downfall of you, and everybody is going to stone you. And he says, well, it doesn't matter what about anything because they know they're all going to wake up in the next dimension and live another life. And I go, where do you get this information? Because you are deceived. So they're all completely lost. They are all worshiping under the pretense that they're going to reign in hell with Lucifer. So, I mean,
And what is this place called hell? What do you do there? Go to your office job in the morning.
I don't know
What do you do?
there. But they think they're going to be kings in hell.
Biblically, if you're serious, biblically, humans souls suffering in a place called hell is not scriptural. You won't find it in the Bible anywhere.
No, I believe ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Well, like biblically, it's called the second death, and on Judgment Day, they're thrown into the lake of fire. The only ones it says that that don't die from being thrown in the lake of fire is Satan and his minions that try to destroy the great city. It says
The
that
beast
in
and the Antichrist.
Revelations 18 through 21.
And they will be set free after 1,000 years.
Yep. Some group of people think that that time has already passed. I was like, what makes you think that any bit of that time is accurate?
But no, I'm pretty sure it doesn't say they'll be set free for 1,000 years. It's after the people that it's people that didn't take the mark and had their heads cut off for Messiah's sake. After they live with Messiah for 1,000 years, then Lucifer is released. I mean, I didn't mean to say that. I know, wrong name. Satan was released, and him and his minions, like, it doesn't give us a time frame, but the next thing it tells us after he's released that this character named Satan and his minions go and try to destroy the holy city, and that the Creator brings fire down upon them, and it says utterly destroys them. But then the next thing it's telling us is that they are cast into the lake of fire, where they will suffer eternal torment. It never says that humans and human souls suffer an eternal torment. Only these individuals or deities, whatever the heck they are, entities is the word I'm looking for, that tried to destroy the city.
Now, this is Tartarus, where they're imprisoned, and this is just for the fallen angels. This isn't the pit where the devil is. This isn't the pit where the lake of fire is. This is just the underworld where the angels that sinned and mated with mankind are locked up in chains of eternal darkness underneath jagged rocks, right?
Well, there is a place that Jesus talked about when he was talking about the rich man and Lazarus, and also when he said, and people will come to me and say, "Lord, Lord, didn't we do these miracles in your name?" Then he says, "No, I never knew you. Depart from me." And he said to the place where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. So I think there is a place, and but I think there's a place for angels and Satan and his angels. Oh, very well.
Yeah, you took that verse a little bit out of context, like it's your memory, but it says, "Did we not do mighty miracles in your name and cast out demons in your name? And I will declare to them, depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you." And if you go and look up the word iniquity, it means lawlessness. So I think you're jumping around a little bit there. I'm not saying you're not correct. I'm just saying that particular verse doesn't end like that.
I was trying to shorten it. My bad. Yeah. But I was just trying to hint to the place. It was like because also in the book of Enoch it talks about like this place where everyone when they die like smoothest deep.
People
like
call that Sheol. Sheol.
Deep, smooth place, and it's scary. Yeah, I mean it's Sheol. I think that's Sheol thing. Yeah. But
When Messiah says that, though, he tells you it's a parable that he's saying.
I seen this video on one of these social media platforms under like Nephilim and Forgotten History group on Facebook, and I think it was in Turkey, and it was somebody that was digging, and it wasn't like archaeological digging; it was just digging in the side of a hill, and there's like a cave that was like an old cave, and like the whole top is eroded away. And they're sitting there scratching, and there's boulders, and there's like dirt falling through the boulders, and they're like sitting there recording just the dirt like moving around, and you can hear things that sound like chains moving around underground and moaning. And everybody's like,
that audio that you're talking about, it says that that's what they recorded when they couldn't dig any further at that hole in Russia. That 12-mile hole or 8-mile hole.
Oh no, it's a different sound. You're talking about the one that sounds like tortured souls or whatever, like people like
Yeah,
just.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
No,
Oh, okay.
this
I'm
one,
sorry. I'm sorry.
this
Continue.
one's a little different. This one's
I
like
heard that
newer,
one too.
but
Yeah.
everybody's sitting there saying that it's a complete fake and it's a hoax, and
Well, I think it is. Yeah.
if there were Nephilim chained up under the ground, they would be in a place so deep that we would never be able to access.
Yeah, I think it's just a story. Whatever the real reason why they can't dig down, I think that's just.
Well,
you
they
know,
were big
stories she
boulders,
really.
big boulders. So, but yeah, and
Well,
it was
what I
up
read
on top of a
was.
high place too. So
Yeah, and the other one is it's too dense. You know, no matter it broke all their drills, no matter how much they could try, they couldn't dig any deeper. So, I mean, it could be all, I don't know, supernatural,
So
or maybe they found something.
we were talking earlier about hallucinogenics, and I heard somebody talk yesterday who said that when you are high or when you're on a trip, you're in a state where your ego has been emptied out and it doesn't play any role. That's why your experiences and your consciousness is heightened, because there's no interference from your ego.
Depends on which drugs you use, I guess.
So how are these Masons today so how are they so deceived?
you know how many Freemasons I know, and every single one of these Freemasons, at least the ones that are younger, not the ones that are like 70, 80, but the ones that are younger are always like, we're not allowed to ask you to join, but you should join and you should try DMT. So it's like the whole Joe Rogan experience. He's a Freemason. I mean, so like the whole thing is one of these things is where they're all doing this DMT. They're all doing this soma. Before DMT, it was strong soma, which was like DMT, where they took the root of the plant and mixed it with an MAOI called Syrian rue, and had cannabis in it, and it was a mixture. It was a concoction. And what the hell else did they have in it? Blue lotus flower.
Ayahuasca. It was ayahuasca.
Well, it was like ayahuasca, but it was not as potent. It was more primitive form of it. It was soma, and you've heard of soma. Egypt had soma, and so did the Hindus. But basically, it would induce an ayahuasca experience, right? And this is how they would communicate with the gods, through sorcery, right? And now you can, hell, in Canada, you can buy toad venom, 5-MeO-DMT, on the internet as a research chemical.
Hey, I'm wondering if you know anything about this detail about that particular drug, DMT. Do you know if people who take it, if it would potentially limit their brain's capacity to produce that chemical?
I don't think
Like
your brain
melatonin?
produces. I don't think your brain produces that specific tryptamine whatsoever.
Well, doesn't it in the pituitary gland? Isn't that what happens when you dream?
No. There's no evidence that the chemical's present androgynously in the human body.
But isn't it DMT created by your brain that allows you the ability to dream? Or am I wrong about that?
No, it's not DMT that does it. It's a different tryptamine, but it's not DMT. See, the thing is DMT will eventually metabolize back into tryptamine. See, it's dimethyltryptamine. So the two methyl groups gets taken off once it goes through your liver, and it becomes tryptamine, and you absorb it through your gut back into your brain. But you're messing with brain chemicals. That's why they're called sorcery. Now with mushrooms,
Well,
with
wait a
mushrooms,
second.
that
Hold there.
messes
I mean, with
with
what
your
you just
serotonin.
described, though, wouldn't that mean that it would potentially limit your brain's capacity to produce tryptamine? Then,
No, your brain doesn't produce it. Your gut does.
well, could it interfere with your gut's ability to produce it if you consume too much of that
No,
particular substance?
no, because it's called. Okay, tryptamine is one of these things that exists. Like when you eat it, you absorb it through the food that you eat in. All peas, all fabaceae, beans contain tryptamine. In fact, they contain DMT, but a lot of them just contain tryptamine, and that's part of the Fabaceae family, and that's the pea family. Fabaceae, Faboideae, Asteraceae, Acaceae. It's the most widely spread species of plants on this realm that we know of.
So,
It's
so
on
are
every
you really
continent.
sure about that, though? It wouldn't interfere with your body's ability to create natural chemicals that it needs to function properly?
No, you're thinking serotonin because serotonin's produced in your gut bacteria. See, what I mean
Or
by your
melatonin.
well, serotonin is melatonin that's been changed. Or no, melatonin is serotonin that's been changed, and it's the root or the what do they call it? The precursor. So your pituitary gland is the one that does the chemistry that changes the chemical to have a different effect. But
So why
it
do they
doesn't add
give
dimethyl to it.
why do they give serotonin reuptake inhibitors to people who are depressed?
Because they've taken too many antibiotics and wiped out their gut bacteria, where they have a huge candidus infection issue, and usually they have a sweets craving because
The
their
reason
body's
why they
taken over by yeast.
the what the doctors say is that their brain they have used it too much. Most of the times they blame it on drugs or something. So they're saying that the brain can't control it properly anymore. So that's why it's called an inhibitor. I can't pronounce that word. It means to make it not do something. And so they say that it lets it release slowly and at a steady rate so that they don't use it all and get depressed. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's what they say. That's what the doctors say of how they work.
Inhibitor.
And serotonin reuptake inhibitors completely take away the urge to have sex or the functionality. Am I right?
Well, what the serotonin reuptake inhibitor does is that means your synapses does not reuptake the chemical. So the chemical tends to stay stuck in the receptor to balance out the chemical, like concoction that's in your brain. And then when people go off their Xanax, their SSRI inhibitors, they flip out. Or especially when they mix an SSRI with alcohol. When they release a flood of dopamine with the SSRIs inhibiting the uptake of the serotonin, it creates a huge problem and it causes them to turn into somebody different. I believe this whole thing is a thing of spirit. I think it's a spiritual attack if you think about it. They drink alcohol, and alcohol is always known as a spirit because spirit means smokeless flame, I believe. And
His breath.
so it's yeah. So it's literally like whiskey means breath as well. So it's literally like one of these things to where I think it's a foul spirit, or if not a foul spirit, a gateway for a foul spirit to enter.
Yeah, similar to alcohol.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about is alcohol.
Yeah.
And then the SSRI is something to change the chemical in the brain, so the two of them combined creates a psychotic episode.
So that you're not sober.
Yeah.
Sober minded.
So
You're
the
somebody
On
else.
guard.
spirit,
You're not on guard. Yeah.
Yes. So if in the event that somebody is inhabited by an evil spirit, the takeover is of the conscious part of your brain. Am I right?
Yeah, it's like going around your conscious. Yeah, your conscious is like the guard. It's you, analytical. But I think it's more. Isn't it affecting physiological? All
Well,
that. That's yeah.
to get Jungian on it, it's more like you have different archetypes in your head. Part of the human psyche. I think they say there's 9,
Yes.
and these are different aspects of the human psyche. Jealousy, rage, all these different aspects. And Jung has some weird archetypal things
Yes.
configured to them all, right? And what these spirits are is, I feel, these aspects rear in their ugly side of their head instead of unifying to create the one unique person of your personality. It changes your personality. Your inhibitions are gone. You would do things that you normally would not do. And this
Yeah,
is
you're
what
off
people
balance.
yeah, this is what people like alcohol for, especially when they're on dates, so they can loosen up and have fun. Oh, I normally wouldn't dance, but I'm drinking. Yeah, I'll go dance. That kind of thing.
What the idea that I'm trying to formulate is, and I've been doing this for a very long time, I think since I was 12, 13, when it was posited to me by religious people when we were studying the Bible, that a reborn human, not reborn in the fleshly sense, but after Armageddon, the way that humanity will then evolve back to their perfect state. So from when I was that young, I have pondered what this human being will be like when all these because we know our bodies are so poisoned, we have fallen so far from perfection. So what will the possibilities be when you are living an everlasting life without any of these influences?
Or we're told that we will be like the angels,
And
not
there would
having
be
to
no need.
eat. I mean, yeah,
There would
for
be no need for sex, no need for procreation, because
yeah,
you're eternal.
yeah.
So what does that mean? Well, the angels came down and took wives and came into them and had children with them. Genetic manipulation.
Yeah.
All seed was corrupt.
Yeah, and the Human Genome Project, that's recent, right? Well, not that recent anymore, but
Now,
I was growing up.
what does the word gene come from?
Corrupt how,
Genesis.
Joshua?
I'm sorry, what?
Corrupt how? You said that all seed was corrupted.
It was corrupted by the Watchers, the fallen ones, like the Book of Enoch says, the fallen, or they were called the Watchers, but in Genesis 6, they were called the B'nai Ha-Elohim, or the sons of God, otherwise known as the angels.
So the human
AKA
was
lesser gods.
corrupted at that point going forward.
Well, because they
Corrupted.
came down and they had wives. They took the daughters of men and had wives with them. Here, let's do this right here.
But then there was the Great Flood.
Yes, the Great Flood happened because of that, because they corrupted everything.
There was still giants after that time. Some people speculate it came through him, and other people suspect a second incursion.
It says increasing corruption on the earth, Genesis 6:1.
I meant Ham's wives.
And after that, men began to be multiple on the earth, and the daughters were born unto them.
Yes.
The sons of God, seeing the daughters of men, that they were fair, took to themselves wives, all of which they chose. And God said, My spirit shall not remain in man forever, because he is also flesh, or because he is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. Then it says, Now giants were upon the earth in those days. For the sons of God went into the daughters of men, and they brought forth children. These were mighty men of old, men of renown. And God seeing that the wickedness of men was great on the earth, and that all the thoughts of their heart was bent upon evil at all times. So evil continuously, right? It repented him that he had made man on the earth, and he began touching inwardly with a sorrow of heart, and him being touched inwardly with a sorrow of the heart. And he said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, from man even to beasts, and from the creeping thing even to the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I had made them. But Noah found grace before the Lord. So what is going on before the second coming of Messiah, or some say the third coming? Be just like in the days of Noah. And it repented him that he made him, because the wickedness of men was so great that every thought in their heart was evil continuously. You know, what is evil in his eye?
How can we
Lawlessness.
verify any of this?
Lawlessness. You can
Yeah, but
verify it
how
with
can
other
we
witnesses.
verify any of this?
You verify it with
Well,
other witnesses.
every culture in the whole world has a story of a flood.
And
You
giants.
can
Yeah, but
verify
is
the
that
floods that way.
verification or is that correlation?
Look at the Greeks. They had titans. And then they were chained in prison, and they were even called that place Tartarus.
I mean, how do we know people didn't just make up these stories because they felt, empty because
Don't
they
the
didn't
Norse
know
have
how they came
stories
about?
of giants? What about the Native Americans having stories of giants and a creation
I'm not saying
story
the
very
giants didn't
similar?
exist. I'm just saying, like, so many of these stories just could have been fabricated.
I am, yeah, it really,
Well, the thing about this story is that it fits almost all the other stories, right? And then there's a God that's really awesome. So, science, all that, truth. But it's a faith. So I mean, you know what I mean? Like which God is the real God? Then if it's not this one, is there a cooler, more awesome one? That's it.
Oh, hang on. How about this? You need a good foundation for a solid house to be built on. A house cannot be built on sandy ground, right? Cannot be built on uneven ground. It won't stand. So what is the best foundation? It's stone, right? It's a rock. So to me, the Bible is that rock. The Old Testament is that foundation. But that's just my insight on it.
I mean, the book of Revelation is really all we have, pointing us, a roadmap to the future.
Well, you also have the book of Daniel, too. And Ezekiel.
And Isaiah. Enoch.
Yeah.
It just
Jubilee,
puzzles
some say.
it just puzzles me at the moment where we are on this roadmap, with current world events. And it confounds me that people are, people in opposition to people, and the secret societies and these men that we see, in prominent position. I try to fathom, I try to read from their expressions, what are they thinking?
They're not thinking.
They're thinking, they're not feeling.
They have to go with the plan. They took an oath. The trap.
Like what's his name says, that one singer.
They're all
Bargain with you,
slaves.
the commander in chief. The one here or the one,
Bruce Springsteen? Because he was born in the USA. Yeah,
Dylan. Is
the one
Bob
true
Dylan
commander of
in
this
Yes,
place
it's Bob
and
Dylan.
another.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, Bob Dylan.
Yeah. Like, yeah. This world and the other world.
Hey, Joshua, did
Commander
you
in chief.
did you watch any of those videos that are on my Google Drive?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Why, are you going to remove them soon?
Oh no, they've been there for years.
Okay.
I'm not removing them. I'll make another account and re-upload them if they get taken down. I got it on 3 different hard drives.
So guys,
I was just curious.
just wanted to interject. We have a new member, Taylor, who's got VC verified.
Hi.
Welcome, Taylor.
Thank you.
Hi, Taylor.
everyone.
So how did you find the server, Taylor?
I found it actually a while ago. I can't remember how, but I heard it was a good server.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And what do you think about the topic at this point?
I thought it was pretty interesting. Because some of the people that I have spoken to who believe in God and the Bible, get that the earth is flat from the Bible. So yeah, I think that's pretty interesting that like the Bible, quote unquote, supports that the earth is flat. Or I've heard that it supports that the earth is a dome. Not
dome,
really.
the
Yeah,
firmament.
in the way that it's described, like in Genesis. So yeah, I thought the talk was pretty interesting.
Okay, cool. I personally wouldn't use the Bible or religion to prove that the earth is flat.
Yeah, because it doesn't prove it. It just says that it is.
Yeah, not proved. It's just interesting that it supports that idea.
I think many other religions do as well.
Well, wouldn't
Yeah.
the flat earth signify that there is a divine creator and there's a purpose to everything?
The container that gives us gas pressure, I think more so would. But yes, nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. How does something called gravity cause negative pressure and positive pressure to exist side by side without a vacuum flask? Or at least some kind of a barrier to keep the pressures from equalizing.
Yeah.
Because you can't really say, oh, like a balloon. Not really, because the balloon still expands and equalizes. It'd have to be something rigid.
The newcomer, what was your name?
Taylor.
Taylor, what's your opinion on or thoughts about the shape?
I'm not convinced that it's flat, but I definitely am open to other ideas. I mean, I like debate and conversation about different topics, so I like learning, and this is kind of like a new subject to me that I've been interested in learning more about. So But I haven't,
What
to be fair, I really haven't taken the time to prove myself right or wrong either. So
What's the one thing you've ever observed that would most make you think that you live on a ball?
nothing that I've observed myself.
Well, it's very objective of you. Do you know of any way that anyone has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth in the past?
No, I mean, of course, if you like research it, it comes up with like the main points of Christopher Columbus. And it talks about the stars, talks about the solar eclipse, things like that that prove that the Earth is flat. But again, I haven't observed these things myself.
Have you observed the globe? Ever experienced that you're on a spinning ball?
No, I've not observed the globe from outside of it.
Do you know how anyone has ever proven axial rotation? You know, proven that the Earth is a ball and rotating, and the sun is relatively stationary, and that's why we'd have day and night. Do you know how anyone has ever proven the axial rotation of the Earth?
I don't think I can answer that. How someone's proven it?
Yeah, because you know, would you agree with me if I were to say that I observe and you observe the sun in transit above our heads, moving above our heads? So from our perspective, it looks like the sun's moving and we're still. But we were
Right.
taught in school that we're moving and the sun is relatively still.
Right.
So do you know how anyone would prove it, that our senses are lying to us?
No. Unless you can observe that from space.
Do you know how anyone can ever demonstrate gas pressure without a container and prove that the gas pressure would be held in place by gravity?
No, I probably need to do research about that. I'm new to all this.
So if you could do that with gravity, then we would have reason to think that the vacuum of space could, in fact, exist next to a pressurized system. But until somebody can demonstrate that for us, we have no reason to think that a vacuum of space could exist next to a pressurized system. So when you say, you know, we'd have to go to space to look at the Earth to, you know, see that it's rotating and orbiting the sun, you got to first know that space, out the vacuum of space, is even a place you can go to begin with.
So, were you say you're under the impression that NASA or the people that are currently in space now are distorting these images, are lying, etc.?
Yeah, it's just all graphic design and lies. It's just all a scam.
Can't go if it's not a ball.
Yeah, it's been a grand deception since they started it. But the whole model of it, the whole idea of it, the big picture of it, it ties in with evolution. It obscures the real situation of man and where he finds himself. And to us, it obscures God as well and the place that he has, you know, in our reality.
And just to add on to that whole vacuum point, is Taylor still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You know, so we're asking for like a simple demonstration if high pressure and low pressure can exist side by side without ever equilibrating. And we know in nature everything always equilibrates back to a common pressure or temperature. As soon as you introduce multiples of something, it's going to start mixing until it finds its equilibrium. But a demonstration of the vacuum sucking water away from the earth. So if you put a straw in your mouth and you can suck liquid up, you're creating a slightly low pressure in your mouth, and that's sucking water up and away from the cup and into your mouth. And that's the tiniest little vacuum that you're creating when you start to pucker up your lips and just create that slight suction force in your mouth. Now, the gas or the infinite vacuum of space existing next to this gas is the most incredible vacuum. We can't even create the same type of vacuum here on the Earth. Even with 8 feet of concrete and steel walls, we still can't create the same type of vacuum as what we're told is up there. And a tiniest little vacuum in my mouth, vertical, I can pull water directly away from gravity just using my mouth. So if gravity was holding that liquid in the cup, I wouldn't be able to use a straw. A straw would be pointless.
So
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so this cup theory, you're saying that this applies in large to what would happen to the Earth.
So the principle. So for
The
example, how do you breathe? Your lungs are at a slightly different pressure, a slight low pressure, and then the outside air pressure rushes into your lungs. As you expand the volume, you create basically a volume to fill inside your chest cavity, and that air moves from a slight high pressure into a slight low pressure. That's how we breathe. When you suck stuff up from a straw, you're creating a slight low pressure in your mouth, and that liquid is sucked towards it because it wants to equilibrate. So that effect is called the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
That hot always moves to cold, and it's a law because it's 100% of the time in effect. There's never a time that you can't show high pressure moving to low pressure or heat moving to cold. It always wants to equilibrate or equalize.
Gotcha.
Hey,
So
Taylor
that's a
Nicole.
demonstration. So that was just a demonstration of how we can prove that that's how low pressure and high pressure work together. Is there any way to demonstrate that it wouldn't work that way, and we can have no container around the Earth, but we can still have high pressure on the Earth and this infinite vacuum above us?
Right.
Can you see the live stream voice text?
Sorry. Let's see.
Just been. It's just above this chat, this voice channel.
Anyways, I pinged your name and I put a couple of resources that are on the server at the bottom. It's full of information if you want to learn more about those specific topics. Every one of those topics you mentioned, I put the resource down there.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And what I was gonna say is I do agree that that is fair. But when you asked me the question, have I ever seen the Earth rotate on an axis? No, I haven't. But I feel like the comparison in those questions of talking about the vacuum theory and assuming that this also apply, but then saying, well, if I haven't seen the Earth axis, then we should just assume it's not happening. I think that those were a little bit.
Sorry, you cut out.
Sorry, I was just saying that I don't know how credible the question of asking me if I've ever seen the Earth rotate on an axis proves.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry, I got to stop you there. I mean, I'm not sure if somebody else asked you that question phrased that way, but the way I asked you it, I think was, or at least the way I meant to, was how would you detect that the Earth is rotating? So it wouldn't necessarily mean being in space looking down on it. But just how would you figure that out at all? And I can give you an example if you want on how you could figure this out. Not exactly just the rotation of the Earth, but the combination of the rotation of the Earth and the orbit around the sun, the alleged combination of the rotation of the Earth and orbit of the sun. So
And
you
the
and I were
subtle
told
difference,
that the Earth is orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and that the Earth is also rotating at the equator at 900 or 1,000 miles per hour. Let's just go with 900. And
Not
so
just
with
that.
these two different vectors, these two different directions and speeds, a piece of land like around Panama or something like that, around the equator, would be on the Earth accelerating and decelerating around the sun by 900 miles per hour as a 24-hour period of time goes by, because it's rotating and orbiting the sun. And so at one point in time, the rotation of the Earth is going against the orbit of the sun. At another point in time throughout the day, the rotation of the Earth is going with the orbit of the sun. And you would be able to detect this in modern times with an accelerometer that would measure the acceleration and deceleration of whatever object it's attached to. To the best of my knowledge, all accelerometers all over the world measure zero when not attached to anything moving like a car or a person. When left on the ground, they always measure zero, whether they're at the equator or somewhere else. So, I mean, if you have any evidence to the contrary, I'd very much like to see it, or any other way to figure out if this is really happening or not.
So
but
this,
also the sorry, go ahead.
sorry. So this argument is based off you don't believe what you have been taught.
No.
Well, no.
this
But
is
I'm
what
trying to verify if it's true or not by measuring the acceleration and deceleration of a piece of land on the Earth. But as
So I
far as
think
I
just
know,
to phrase
they
the
all just measure
question-
zero all the time, which would indicate that it's not accelerating or decelerating, which would indicate that that part, the combination of the orbit and the rotation of the Earth, that particular section of the heliocentric model would be rendered false, would be proven false by all the accelerometers reading zero all the time.
Okay.
So the
Hey,
crux here is the way the question is phrased. We're not using this as a proof for ourselves. So we're not saying, I don't see it spin, so therefore it can't be spinning. We're saying, how has it been measured to be spinning, so that we can go forward with all the other assumptions that are built on top of it. So it's not for us to say it is absent of spinning, therefore it's not. We're saying we're told that it's obviously spinning because of the sun being stationary and X and Y and Z.
But you don't believe them, correct?
But the point here
Isn't-
is, but 1 second. The point here is, that, hold on. The point here is that you and everybody ever alive, nobody has ever witnessed the Earth curving or felt or seen the Earth rotating, right? So the base axiom, right, what we all observe and experience is a flat, level, non-rotating Earth. So for them to then say, well, it's actually moving, your senses are fooling you, because wherever you look, it's flat, but it's actually curving. And wherever you go, it's not, it's rotating, but your senses are telling you it's not, right? The base axiom is that every human being experiences a flat, non-rotating Earth. They need to provide the measurements where it shows that it is actually curving, right? A ball needs to curve away from you, and that it is actually turning. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you know how you say, so you don't believe them, right? But you know, everyone, no matter what you're taught, right? We ask, why should I believe, right? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah. So the question is, why should we believe them in the first place? And when you go check, well, this is the reason why, because there's no measurements.
I check.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, it just got silent, and I'm just like, that was
Yeah,
spooky.
I thought someone was breaking up.
128,000 feet of the Red Bull, one bomber. I can't remember the guy's name. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, something like that stuff is flat. Like, dude, it's 128,000 feet. Like, when is it gonna start looking like a ball, man? It's like we can, you know what I mean? Like,
So it's pretty
Horizon.
easy. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say the
Yeah.
horizon was still at eye level. Go ahead, Roger.
Right. Yeah. The horizon will always be coming towards your eye level. Always. Which you can stand on the beach. You can go onto a skyscraper, or you can go to a high mountain or an airplane. This horizon will always reach your eye level.
If you were on a ball, the horizon would be falling away from you in all directions, and you would never see a flat horizon. It would never be at eye level.
You would be looking down. Always. And it's this way, right? So they told us it's a ball with the radius of 3959 miles. So surely we can measure this. And flat earthers went out and measured this. I've done this, right?
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
So
Yeah.
I don't
You-
understand why. What would be the point?
Sorry,
of people lying?
my apologies. Sorry, I wanted to finish this. So this ball,
Sorry.
they told us it has a radius of 3959 miles in radius, and then the curvature drop rate would be 8 inches per mile squared, right? They told us the dimension of the ball, so surely we can measure it curving away, and wherever we go and wherever we measure, it measures flat. Yes. We're using high-powered lasers, long range, high-powered zoom cameras, long-distance observations, and every observation and measurement that has been done shows a flat, level plane, no curvature. So how can it be a ball?
So what would be the point in you all's opinion that they would lie about this? Like what would they gain? What would people gain?
Why would you ask such a question, Taylor? Why would you ask such a question?
Because people do things to gain something.
Yeah. So there's your answer. To gain something, Taylor.
Yeah, to
you
gain
have
what?
lied your life. You doesn't matter what they want, right? A liar wouldn't tell you. You have to be part of that elite to know. Are you part of that elite?
Well, here, let's just say it to her this way. We're not the ones who lied to you. We're not the ones who repeated the lie, because the people who told you the lie that you're on a globe were typically your teachers weren't trying to deceive you. They just were told a lie by somebody else. So we're not the people who told the lie, so we're not in their heads. We can't really tell you for sure, but we can speculate. We could guess.
Yeah,
if you want us to guess.
Speculation? Like why? Like what's the speculation of NASA continuing to lie? Because it's not that
New World Order.
Well, here. Let me just throw out one guess of mine, and anybody else can just throw out one guess of theirs. My main guess, and I think there's actually several reasons. I don't think it's one reason. I think there's several reasons. But one that I think might be, a little more relevant to a lot of people than other things is that, and not even myself so much because I'm not really religious or anything, is that we have gas pressure, and so by definition, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container, and the container that we're inside of, we can't verify the size of it, the dimensions of it. We can't tell you how big it is or what it's made out of exactly, but we can tell you that it's there because you wouldn't have gas pressure without it. And so you see this container, wherever it meets the ground, wherever the ceiling meets the ground, somewhere far out there to the south, that would be direct, obvious evidence to any human being of a creator. And so anyone who would observe that with their own eyes close up, I think, would not think that God or a creator or whatever doesn't exist.
That makes a lot
And
of sense.
so, yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and so there are multiple speculations, right? But the it doesn't even matter why would they lie, right? The point is they did lie, and it's up to you to figure out what they lied about.
It's a very simple or answer to the question of why would they lie? Why does someone lie?
Well, to gain something. I'm assuming they would gain something.
After that shop, no.
To be deceitful, to deceive.
But when we're talking
Or maybe it's either of those things. Maybe they're just powerful, rich individuals that somehow, some way hate the creator and also hate you and I. And so what are they going to do? They're going to make you think you live on a globe.
See, here's the thing, like, to deceive, right? So they do that for one or two reasons. To just tell you dishonest things to make you believe something that's completely false, or they are hiding something from you.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
hiding God.
That's what I was trying to get at, because it's one thing to lie, right? People lie. But when we talk about NASA lying perpetually, years and years and years and years, and people in space editing these images, CGI, all that, like, that's when I'm like, okay, what are they gaining from doing all this work to lie? Because it seems very risky. So to me, I'm just trying to understand, okay, what are they gaining from doing this? And I mean, it makes sense what you said about the creator. I don't know, maybe there's something else, maybe there's something they want to hide from us, but to lie
Can I try?
to this extent, I'm assuming there is a reason. There's some type of gain.
Yeah, because in the past, demons used to pass knowledge to people through whatever means. What is what science and technology today, and of course, my God, because the agenda is aliens. And he came down here a long time ago. All that. It's almost like, so the aliens of today are the demons of the past, but they're making it look like they're good guys. They're here to help us, to become like them. So it's to hide God, in my opinion, but through technology.
If you look back at history of the narrative and how it was inserted into the mainstream narrative at the turn of the 20th century, there was opposition. There were always people who said, this is total BS.
Yeah.
And maybe the fact that it has become so mainstream and that it has become literally something that people, they attach so many things to it now. It's, wow, Mars, humans have achieved this. So it's achievement, it's status, it's all these things wrapped up, inside of, the idea that man has conquered not only his own environment here where we stand, but also out there. Distances so vast that, it's really hard to imagine. If you look at the mathematics, if you look at the, how they tell you they accomplished sending their Mars rover.
Yeah.
So we can't really figure, was it serendipity? Was it the communist threat back in the 50s? Because Russia sent a dog, so the Americans had to one-up them.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it was just a very useful thing at the time, and it has just snowballed to this point today.
What you're looking at is that the complete advancement of the federal government from having nothing to do with society, virtually very little, 100 years ago, right before World War One, the federal government didn't do a whole lot. Until today, there's everything they're involved with. There's nothing you can do today that the federal government doesn't have its fingers in.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the whole story, right, this whole who's pushing, the bullshit, it comes from out of the 60s, the space race against communism. Nixon says God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. If you're against that, you're against, like really sort of George Bush, us versus them. If you're not with America, you're with the terrorists. So then taking an anti-war position after 9/11 made someone into a problem. Taking an anti-space position made you a problem. That's why the atheists of the 1960s were the conspiracy theorists. They were the ones calling government out. Now
so
you
if
look
you,
at
sorry, so if you take a deep dive into the space agencies, you are always going to come to the conclusion that there is something very wrong going on here. There are so many questions left unanswered. And if you look at the funds that are being funneled, and you look for value, you're just not going to find it. So it does raise like too many questions. It is the route that brought me to the realization that we are being lied to on such a scale. We don't even know the ground that we're standing on. We don't even know what place we inhabit. They have completely taken it and presented it to you. They start when you're small, a child. So your acceptance is guaranteed, because as you are growing up from a little kid, this is what they're teaching you in school, in college, even up to university level. People just don't question it. So it's amazing that you are here today, Taylor, questioning it. You are one of the very few.
all these space agencies, there's really not that many. There's a lot that claim they do stuff, but there's only 7 that said they've actually launched anything that's left the ground. And that's China, North Korea, India, Iran, Pakistan, or not Pakistan, France, United States, and Russia. So how many of those countries are known for being even honest about anything ever?
North Korea, I think. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, North Korea, their space agency is incredible. They've talked about that they've landed a probe on the sun. They landed a probe on the dark side of the moon. You're like, like that's like this cult of personality that it takes. And the majority of NASA spending is done through Disney to get artist renditions. None of that stuff is real photography.
Really?
So if you when you come to the point where you realize that you can't take any of this, you can't take it seriously, basically, then what are you left with? You're left with yourself in your surroundings. And on this Discord, we talk about what we can really observe in the natural world. We take measurements. We really want to provide evidence to ourselves. That something concrete that we can hold on to. And if you stick around here for long enough, you will come to the same conclusion that we have. That the Earth is measurably flat, that it's not spinning. And as for the void or the vacuum of space, we can't verify that. It seems just totally illogical from the point of view of a law of thermodynamics violation.
It gets even better, right? Nature abhors a vacuum. There's no vacuum in nature, right? Man had to create it with a container to show that there can be a space void of matter.
Or that man can operate in that vacuum of space. So for me personally, I live on a flat, non-rotating Earth, and I do not know what is above my head because I cannot verify anything.
You see Pluto on Pluto?
Well, I can look through
No,
the
man.
telescope.
No, I mean it makes sense. I couldn't say that last part for myself because I mean I do believe in God. I can't verify he's real, so that doesn't mean I don't believe in him. But the argument, I mean, it makes total sense what you're saying about. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that they don't want people to believe it's created. I mean, from a biblical standpoint, it makes way more sense than anything I've ever heard. Yeah.
But from a
think
critical,
It's,
I
I guess
think
I think in my head, like, how is this not?
why doesn't everybody know?
Because it's rammed in your face through every form of media. There is not a television show or a movie that there does not have a globe in it, either in the very opening scene from the company that produces it, the Hollywood company that produces the movie. They love those globes. It's like they worship the dang wandering star or something.
Every
By the way,
cartoon.
planet means wandering star, in case you didn't know.
I think knowing the difference between right and wrong, like the objective one, like the real one, be a proof. To me is a proof of God. Like the fact that I want to do what's right, whatever that is. I think you guys know what I mean. But I don't know if that counts as proof as God. But I think that's proof enough that people can distinguish between the two. But because why? You know what I mean? Doesn't it make sense to just survival of the fittest? And why all this order and
Yeah, definitely.
justice?
Yeah, it definitely. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me biblically from that standpoint.
What about politically?
Well,
I
right.
probably
Everybody wants justice.
I mean,
right?
it makes sense politically as well, but I just wonder how is this not exposed yet? Right? How is this not, like, if people are lying, how have they kept this such a secret for
They're
so long?
gatekeepers and they control the search engines, and they've created this shill outfit called the Flat Earth Society, which makes it seem completely outrageous. But if you actually sit there and do the research for yourself, you're going to sit there and say, there's a reason when I was a kid or when I was a child, I remember, wow, it's all flat, like looking at the fields and it's all flat, everything's flat, right? And then later on in school, they're like, no, it's a globe, and only the primitives, ancients, like, knew that it was flat, even though the ancients had these grand cathedrals that we can't replicate today. They were more knowledgeable than we are today.
Yeah. Also, if you go to NASA websites, they install basically malware, spyware on your computer.
Yep.
They even tell you they do
Yeah.
it. NASA multimedia
Yeah,
search
the
tool.
Vatican.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, listen,
I'm saying I think it's the Vatican because they're the ones introduced the model and own all these telescopes, and they control NASA and the U.S. world. Yeah. No.
I thought I got disconnected.
Yeah, you kind of
college,
pinched off there.
I applied for a internship at NASA and I got denied. So I'm all on board for this theory, this idea that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, if you apply there, a lot of times they just straight up tell you there's no space.
You,
What?
you mean no availability?
Yeah, I know. It's like a play on words.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man.
Okay, what?
Yeah, I was wondering how you're going to prove that one. Back that one up, man.
No seats.
It's like a lame dad joke, right?
That's funny, man.
That's good job.
Okay,
Yeah,
dry
actually-
bar.
Mhm.
Oh, you ever heard of that dry bar comedy? It's like Bong right there. Or excuse me,
I'm the
John
I'm the
Kimber.
owner.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. The driest bar ever.
So if y'all want to hear some dry, funny humor, and you can ask Josh, I don't laugh much. I laugh my ass off at this. The Wagging the Moon Doggy book, you can find the audio, like someone reading it on YouTube. Dude, his dry humor and his puns are just on spot, man.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Brenda has a
Oh,
fever. Is
Wagging the Moon Doggy. Or Wagging the Moon Dog.
Does he
Walking the moon dog.
tell jokes like, hey, what did the snail say on the turtle's back?
No.
Not so fast, not so fast.
What did the snail say on the back?
Not so fast, not so fast.
Snail on the turtle back.
Or what do you call a cow with no legs?
Ground beef.
Doo-doo-ch.
So, Taylor, how motivated are you to get to the bottom of all of this?
Well, motivated enough to sit and listen to you guys talk and do some research between my busy schedule at work. But I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me, to be honest. So,
You ever been to the ocean?
yes.
Or been on a boat out in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah.
Or a very large lake
Yeah.
where you can't see land and all you can see is water?
Yeah.
It's a kind of an eerie feeling, but if you notice, it's completely flat all around you on all sides because water finds its level. Water takes the shape of its container and forms a level surface. Always. It's like a known physical property of water. At least liquid water, that is. Well, all liquids, anyways. But that's how we determine what level is. We either use water levels so we can level a house, or we use a spirit bubble, which is one of these construction instruments that's a level and it's got a bubble with this green alcohol in it. And inside of there is a bubble of air, 2 marks, so you know if it's level, perfectly level. And what are they referring that level to? Well, it's referring that level to the levelness of the water, because water finds a level. So it's taking you level to exactly the 0 point where there will be no motion, right? So if that's true, then so there'd be no motion in an object if you were to place it on there, like, say, a marble. Wouldn't us accelerating around in a like a top while moving around the sun, while moving through the cosmos laterally, wouldn't that affect that level? Wouldn't that affect the water in some way to give a reading to where it's not level?
Yeah. If you were to measure the width and the curvature.
But level is the surface of water. So we can agree that water is flat.
So where's
And
Earth's gravity?
I don't believe there's gravity. Now, the thing is they say the Earth is 70% water. So that makes it 70% flat. And 30% bumpy ground. Hilly ground with bushes and trees and mountains. And some of that flat land is lower than the surface level of the water of the ocean. Like Death Valley, California, or the Dead Sea in Israel. Both these places are below sea level. So you can't always take the ground as your gauge. So if you're ever going to do experiments, you want to do experiments over the surface of water. If you can prove that water curves, then you might be on to something globular. But there's laser experiments that proves there's no curve to the water, that water is flat. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
And if spheres appear like flat planes when we go up, then what would flat planes appear like? Flat planes? That doesn't make sense. A sphere should appear like a sphere, like with curves, with the curve, but not. It wouldn't look like a flat plane.
Yes,
Surface.
so there are many facets to the problem that we are trying to solve, because basically the whole model that is presented to us, the claim that we are presented with round balls spinning through a vacuum of space. We sit here and we dissect this, and we take it to the very extremes. We look in every nook and cranny to find out, how can we make this work, and we're unable to do that. And the bottom of this, below this channel here, you'll see all the resources that are available. It's a long conversation to have. It can astound you. It can really leave you feeling with mixed feelings. It's a big hill to climb. So, but you should remain skeptical, and you should allow yourself on an intellectual level to hold two opposing ideas in your head. It's round, it's flat. And if you really have an inquiring mind, you'll want to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. I'm going to read over all the information that's linked, just so I can understand what everyone's point is when we're talking about the curvature of the earth and dimensions and like the water and all that. I need to understand that better so I can understand your point of view and how it wouldn't make sense. Because obviously I don't understand every point of view of the flat earth yet. So it's hard for me to understand how that defies the sphere. But yeah, I'm going to look into all that. I appreciate you guys talking to me and telling me about this. I will definitely be back. Unfortunately, I had to get off to work, but I will join you guys again soon.
Brilliant. Look forward to it, Taylor.
All right. You guys have a great day.
And
You too. Have a good day, Taylor. Be safe. Work safe. If there's no curvature, you can't say it's a refraction because there's no curvature.
You can tell it's curved by how flat it looks.
Yes.
You can tell it's moving by how stationary it is.
Yeah, you can fill a glass of water and set it down on the table, and the surface will be like glass. That gives you proof that, we're traveling.
You can tell it's round by how flat it is.
That's it. That's exactly what it is.
You could tell
Put a
it's
we should,
you could tell it's curved because the bottom of the clouds are completely flat.
You can tell you're free by how much government they hang over your head.
Taxes equals freedom. Think about it, bro.
Come on, man.
you
Taxation
can
is theft.
tell you can tell you're a female because you have a penis. Does that work?
You can tell there are
Okay.
several genders because there's only a penis and a vagina. Or no, you can tell there's several genders because men have nipples. Yeah. Think about it.
You can tell
Yeah,
you're
you
a
can
woman
know just
because you
about.
think you are.
Can you say it again? What was that? You can tell you're a what?
You can tell you're a woman because you think you are. That's all you have to do.
Because you have two eyes and one nose.
Yeah, this is the most sane place, yeah, that I can think of at this moment in time. So what's out there is just frightening.
Yeah,
And
but they call us bonkers.
yeah. I mean, the story of myself finding the flat Earth is hilarious, really, if I think about it. I severely started judging and doubting the mainstream narrative a year ago. And because I was doing that, people kept on telling me that I should wear my tinfoil hat and that I'm probably a flat earther. And at first I totally dismissed, the idea that I could be a flat earther.
Just asking one question. How dare you question? You're a flat earther, aren't you? What the hell is that? What's flat earther?
Wow, they must have been NASA shills
Yeah. Yes.
that are diamond miners.
Go check it.
So they literally pushed me. They pushed me here. They did their utmost, and they succeeded. And I thank them for that.
Yeah. God bless those people. Man.
It's the law of unintended consequences, isn't it?
You're just in a cult. A cult that makes you think for yourself? What? Well, what do you mean? Because I don't agree with what Dewey Dipshit over here thinks. I don't know who Dewey Dipshit is, but, I don't agree with what everybody thinks, but you really can't. You have to think for yourself. You have to test all things.
Yeah, there is that aspect, isn't it? Because if you're not a person who like is out there in the world, like trying to make yourself seem, a very excellent human being, I'm a bookworm. I'm studious. I don't seek out entertainment. I don't drink. I'm not that way inclined. But the fact that I could actually crack this, the fact that I achieved, to get into the real end game content and meet the big boss and defeat him, yeah, that just makes me
Gamer.
feel, yeah, that just makes me feel like I actually achieved something huge.
Did you find the secret with the controller moves?
Yeah, all the
before you
Easter
started?
eggs are along the way.
I found the game. The
All the
game I
side
want to play.
quests.
Yep, done them all.
The game love. Yeah.
I can't say what it is that carried me through all of this.
The game of good luck.
But I do. I feel fortunate.
You don't trust the government. You must be a flat earther. That could be on a shirt.
You know who else
I
didn't trust the government?
Yep.
The Jews.
Right. I mean, you don't even know if that's insulting or a compliment, right? Is that supposed to be an insult or a compliment?
Well, I'm just saying, it wasn't just the Jews that were in the concentration camps, according to the Zionist history. It was also the political prisoners and the homosexuals and the trans
Right.
people and
You know
the
how
gypsies.
you know how blaming flat earthers in with the scapegoat is kind of trending now. That's what I mean. Like, if you're a mask, you must be an anti-vaxxer, therefore a flat earther, because all earthers are anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, and they know that the internet is helping this spread. Therefore, they are on this mission to declare that people that spread disinformation or misinformation are also the enemy.
Yeah.
Of the normies, the sheep.
Yeah. Naftali Bennett. Naftali Bennett.
Who's that?
It's the new leader of the Zionists.
Oh yes, I've seen him.
That's his name.
Arab guy?
Yeah, Jerusalem, Naftali Bennett, who was sworn in Sunday and as Israel's new prime minister, embodies many of the contradictions that define the 73-year-old nation. He's a religious Jew who made millions of the most secular, high-tech sectors a champion in the settlement movement, who lives in Tel Aviv suburb, which is the gay capital of the world, and a former ally of Benjamin Netanyahu, who was partnered with centrist and left-wing parties to end his 12-year rule. Now, see, the thing is everybody's sitting there saying this Naftali Bennett is a side switcher. He was running left and then switched to right just to win. And he's destroying both parties, kind of like what Trump did. He ran left wing, and then he ran right wing, and won the presidency. So they're kind of equating the two to the same. His ultranationalist Yamina party won just 7 seats in the 120-member Knesset in March elections, the 4th such vote in 2 years, but refusing to commit to Netanyahu or his opponents. Bennett positioned himself as kingsmaker, even after one member of his religious nationalist party, the Nazis, abandoned him to protest the new coalition deal. He ended up with the crown. So he's an ultra nationalist with moderate coalition. So he's a ultra nationalist moderate.
What does that mean?
Well,
Liar.
yeah. You can't be a
Ultra?
moderate and a nationalist at the same time.
What does ultra mean? Like
Uber?
super duper?
Exaggerated liar.
Really. Yeah, like
It says
5 really.
Bennett has long positioned himself into the right of Netanyahu, but he will be severely constrained by his unwielding coalition, which allows only a narrow majority in parliament and includes parties from the left, right, and center. He is opposed to Palestinian independence and strongly supports Jewish settlements in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem, which the Palestinians and much of the international community see as a major obstacle to peace. Bennett fiercely criticized Netanyahu after the prime minister agreed to slow settlement construction under the pressure of President Barack Obama, who tried and failed to revive the peace process early in the first of his term. His briefly served as head of the West Bank Settlers Council, Yesha, before entering in the Knesset in 2013. Bennett later served as cabinet minister of Deprosa Affairs, Education, and Defense in various Netanyahu-led governments. Right-wing leader as a security hardliner, but at the same time pragmatic, says Johan Feisler, head of Israeli Democracy Institute, who has known Bennett for decades and served with him in the military. He expects Bennett to engage with other factions to find a common denominator and seeks to support legitimacy as a national leader. There's quite a bit. It's quite the story.
Yes, but that is just a distraction from, what their obvious goal is that they've been infiltrating.
Yeah, but this guy is also, I believe, an anti-vaxxer and not going with the certificate of vodka thing.
That is cute because everybody's already had it. Now you come out afterwards and go, yeah, I'm anti that thing that we've already done.
Yeah. Israel was the first, but Israel will be dealt with last.
Yeah, and I'll put myself forward as anti, but I will never be able to really be anti because look, all these other people are opposing me. Feel sorry for me. I tried. He's a red herring, isn't he?
Yeah. Naftali Bennett, 36th government of Israel.
Isn't their lease of the land up? What, or was that last year? The paperwork has to be renewed. I'm sure I read that somewhere.
I don't know, but I think that has something to do with the Vatican. I think the Vatican has ownership over it at this time.
Yes.
And that it's going to be under this short ownership of the Vatican that the Vatican is going to build a temple, but certain events have to take place, like the unification of Jerusalem, no longer split up, no longer international city, but a world city.
Hasn't the cornerstone already been laid?
Yes, it's in Israel. The cornerstone is the green stone that's on top of their damn Supreme Court building.
For the third temple?
Oh, I don't know about the third temple. Oh, you're talking about that cornerstone. I thought, yeah.
Yeah. And didn't that occur last year as well?
Yep. But the thing is it wasn't put in the right place. It had something to do with one of Trump's purchases because he donated a large portion of land for the Yeshiva Institute, the Temple Institute.
And I saw a photograph of the dome of that mosque. Anyway, guys, it's coming up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. It's been grand talking to you. I'm going to go grab a sandwich. Stay safe. Stay safe.
All right, Ariel. Yep. Been a pleasure.
Have a good
Talk
one,
to you
Ariel.
later. Yep.
Yeah.
Later. Yep.
I seen a storm going, but nothing hit. Dark clouds, though. Sun's about to rise. All right, well, I guess I'll take off. Later, guys.
Hey, Joshua.
All right,
Joshua.
Josh.
I guess he's gone.
Yeah, he's
Mic check.
Hello, hello, family.
Okay, don't everyone talk all at once. A few years back, if somebody would have told me some of the things that are unfolding now, I definitely would not have believed it. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Anybody hear me? Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check.
Who killed the child, man? That's the least amount of people I've ever seen.
My microphone doesn't work.
Apologies. What was it? Flat man.
Unless you can hear me, but I can't hear me on the YouTube.
I can hear you.
Huh, you're not popping up on YouTube either.
That's great.
Weird.
Are you sure that it's even playing? Because the only one that says it's live is the 24/7 live 2.
Oh yeah, I see my voice text popping up on YouTube and my like the last meme I shared and what I'm writing like not sure, but that's where everyone is. My voice is not working, can't talk. Cuz I told Get was asking where's everyone. I'm like it's a party, you didn't get an invite. I was just yanking his chain.
I just do it mainly because the only time I've ever seen this few people in here is because the rooms were messing up. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good one. Peace.
You're coming in really low.
What's up, Lord Mason? I see you just joined.
See, your voice just didn't come through on the YouTube channel there. Your handle, your name and your handle didn't come up when you spoke either. Like right now I'm talking, I don't see it on the YouTube and I won't be hearing it. It's weird.
You might have to go to Roger's stream. I think Rogers is in here right now. Radio check. 1, 2. Lord Mason, are you there? Also, welcome Artichoke.
Yo. Hello, Professor Lenny. Welcome. Mic check.
I hear you, but I don't see you on the live stream.
Oh, you don't see me on the live stream?
It's like we can hear each other in here, but on
Yeah.
the YouTube, we're not coming in and we don't light
Oh,
up.
yeah. I get it now. Did they stop the live stream maybe?
No, because I've posted a couple gifs and photos in
Mhm.
there and even typed a few things
And
and
they
it popped
show
up.
up?
Yeah.
How are you today, flat man?
Not too bad. Gonna be getting
Good.
ready in a little bit. I gotta go change a starter on a friend's car.
Me too. I must get ready for work. I woke up very, very late today.
We bought a Challenger and the starter's not kicking over.
Oh, yeah, my dad has a problem with his car too. One cylinder is not igniting. Yeah, I told him it's coil, electric coil. He doesn't want to believe me, and he's changing those sparkers, those
Spark plugs
things that,
first. Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
God.
He changed like 100 of them. I told him those are not the problem. And yeah, then now, because of that bad coil, it makes not a short circuit, but it drains your battery when
Oh
you're
yeah.
running, and it killed one battery, so he bought a new battery. And I have to. Problem is, if I had a computer, I could search for this thing, how to solve it on this car.
Gotta get him one of those diagnostics tools that he can plug in.
Yeah, I've been to these guys, but those are like I looked in the newspaper, for these mechanics making diagnostics and stuff. When they put it in, they read it, but they don't know shit what it means, what they are reading, you know. They say, "Oh yeah, your cylinder is not working," and I told him, "Duh, I know that." Because when you start it, you can hear it. It doesn't go round, and yeah, I told him, "Tell me what the problem is. Which part is broken?" Oh, I can't. That we cannot tell. You have to go to a service and stuff. I've been to the service. They have no idea either. They
Oh my
they tell
God.
you, oh, you have to first go make a diagnostic and come back. You know, like they are spinning you in a circle. It's a
Yeah.
world full of handicaps, man.
Yeah. Scotty Kilmer on YouTube is super knowledgeable, super awesome. A lot of car companies don't like him because he's getting a lot of truth out there and teaching
Yeah.
people how to fix problems easily and cheaply.
Oh, yeah, cool. I will check on his videos. Maybe even
I'll
contact him and yeah.
punch his name here in the live stream for you.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Flat Man. Give me a short minute. One moment.
Mic check.
Hello. Yeah, I'm back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Who,
Sorry for
who's
that.
this?
This is
Ah,
Lord Mason.
Lord Mason.
Yes.
Welcome. Are you new to the server or?
Nope, I'm not new. I'm about 6 months in.
Oh, cool.
So I like, through my work, I drive, and when I drive to my calls to my each customers, I like to think.
Yeah.
I came up with a thought here, so let me know how you feel. If you've got
What's the thought?
the thought is about, well, let me just explain it to you. You've got we'll say a nail, a 10-inch nail. You stick it into a
Yeah.
piece of wood. And then you've got maybe a 6-inch pointer rod that you balance right on the top of it. And then you magnetize the top or one of the ends of it, and it'll point due north. You understand where I'm going?
Yes.
Okay. So if we live on a globe, shouldn't that needle that's magnetized be pointing straight towards the ground because that's what everybody says? But no, it points straight north.
Yeah. And
But if we lived on the globe, wouldn't that needle point straight down? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because the magneticity that everybody says, it goes towards the center of the Earth. So shouldn't that needle point straight down?
yes. I can explain you. In the globe model, they say that the molten iron core, which is spinning, is
Right.
generating the magnetic field. So
Right.
that high point of magnetic attraction should be very deep below the Earth's crust.
Yep.
So the needles should be pointing like at an angle towards the Earth
Towards the ground.
Yeah.
Because if
True.
I live here in Chicago, it points straight up north. So there must be some kind of magnetic anomaly way up north. Huh, that's weird.
Even if you take like a very thin string and you hang a nail, which is balanced very well,
Yep.
To be like parallel with the horizontal, and then you magnetize it. It will point to the north, but it will keep its horizontal
attitude.
Yeah.
Right.
It will not be pointing towards the ground. Yeah.
Right.
We're forgetting that
And
they're magic. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Geppy.
I'm listening.
Go ahead.
We're listening.
I was just quickly going to say we're forgetting that their magical force sometimes pulls things together and sometimes it makes things orbit around stuff. It doesn't always do the same thing.
Right. Yeah, in a vacuum, you can put styrofoam particles. Yeah, they attract each other if they're just floating around, whatever. Yeah. Because I just thought I'd come online and talk about that. So I figure, that doesn't seem right to me.
The way I would explain this is with superfluid liquid helium fountain, a dome fountain. You have in the middle a jet of helium shooting upwards very high in the dome. It becomes back into liquid, flows outwards towards the south. It goes beneath the world, the earth, and it comes underneath the north, where it's pushing again back through the ground, and it's taking its gaseous state while in. So when it's coming out as a jet, it's a jet of gas, at the north. But yeah, we need to have access to the North Pole to verify how much helium is rising from the ground in that region area. And I think this kind of circuit of the helium fountain is what causes the magnetic field that we experience, and also electric field, because we do have these fields, but for example, the Earth's magnetic field is not that strong. Like you have a piece of metal in your pocket, it's gonna attract it towards it. You know, like you don't feel that.
Right.
Only, yeah.
So,
But this magnetic field is very giant. It's very big. You know.
is it
But
getting
it's not
stronger?
very powerful. No, it doesn't get stronger, but it's very big.
Well,
You
I
know.
think it is getting stronger. Our runways, the end of the
Yes,
runways, they
when
had
you
to
get
change
when
they
you
had to
get
change the number on the ends of the runways because our planet's moving and it's not compassings are not riding up on the runways nowadays. So they have to move the numbers on the runways. So why is we moving?
see,
The magnetic field's moving.
yeah,
So
it does. You know, I
so the
know
only
that
so the
the
only way
magnetic
I
field
see so
center
the
is in
so the
motion.
reason
Yeah,
why I see it's moving is well, everybody's crying about global warming and it's all from the carbon and stuff, but yet all these scientists are
yeah,
going up to the North Poles and noticing the ground is getting hot in the oceans. The oceans
yeah,
are getting hot, so that means our core is getting hot. So what's causing our core to get
yeah.
hot? Do you know anything about induction?
Mhm.
Well, induction,
Electromagnetic induction. Yeah,
right. Well, the sun is the big magnet and ours is the core. So the sun must be getting perturbed somehow to cause our core to get more, the field to, to raise a little bit to
yeah.
cause the core to get hot. Do you see that happening?
Well, no.
No, you
I
don't,
mean,
huh? So our sun doesn't seem hotter to you at all?
uh, yes, it is very hot. You know, like
I mean,
I can experience that.
right. In the wintertime,
But
I'm sitting in my car and I got that sun blaring through my window and I'm like, damn, is this hot? I didn't notice that before, but now
yeah,
the sun
yeah,
seems like it's hotter just sitting on your skin.
yeah.
So if the sun is getting hotter, that means the magnetic field on the sun's getting bigger, which is heating up our core more from induction.
Yeah, probably this why I naturally like chose to work more at nighttime, but unconsciously, you know. I sleep throughout the daytime. So
You're a vampire. You come
yeah.
out. Yep.
It's very funny, yeah. But
So
I just heard on the TV today, like they had very hot temperatures by the sea.
oh yeah.
When
Yeah. Yeah, things are getting a little hotter than normal up here in the city too, in the Chicago area.
yeah.
So yeah, I just thought I'd come here and see if you guys are seeing the same things that I'm seeing,
So that's my guess about the magnetic field. In that case, that needle of the compass will
Yeah.
always point towards this jet stream, because that's the cause of the magnetic field.
Well, yeah, it's like what do you
So
call it?
it
Static
doesn't really
electricity.
have an up and down. Yeah,
It's
it's
like
like
static electricity that the airstream causes.
it's like you're inside the torus, like inside the donut, and in the middle is this jet shoots out, and then it spreads all around,
It usually
and
follows
it
the
comes back
coastlines of the
from
oceans.
underneath.
Oh, I mean, you're talking the jet stream itself from the water. I'm talking about the the wind. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. What you're saying. I heard there was maybe a problem with the jet stream that it was changing or something due to heat.
Yeah, I think
That can throw off a whole
it's
ecosystem.
this jet stream is being squeezed in the summer when the sun is coming closer.
Right.
And in winter, it expands when the sun is going further away.
Yeah.
This is caused by the temperature, yeah.
Well,
like
if you got an
very
inner
hot
tube,
to very cold.
yeah, but if you got an inner tube and you fill it up with air and you stick that inner tube out in the sun, it's going to get hot, so the pressure is going to get bigger. Now, I take that inner tube and put it out in the winter snow, it's going to shrink. So I don't know what you're
Yeah.
saying about the heat expand or shrinking and the cold expanding.
When the sun is coming closer, it's warmer.
Right,
And
things should expand.
the helium is very good absorbing heat.
Okay.
Like it's crazy. And
All right.
it absorbs it and then it accelerates, it rises much faster. So this jet stream is like a very high speed wind which is going upwards. So it's squeezing
Right.
when
Convection.
it
Convection.
has more energy. Yeah, yeah.
And where's
Exactly,
convection?
convection. Yeah. So
Yep. So how's everybody doing?
yeah.
So how is everybody doing today?
Not bad.
Well,
Thank God. It can always be worse.
yeah.
We can't complain too much about it because it always can be worse.
Well, we gotta say it up here. No sense of complaining because nobody wants to listen.
Yeah.
But if the wife complains, you better listen.
There's no options there.
No options. That's why I've been married for 30 years.
Yeah. Somehow I reminded that meme which was on internet, like the daughter is asking her father, "Hey dad, what do you want to? You have two options. What do you choose? A, stay in lockdown with mom," and then he's saying B, B, B.
I know. I seen that one. It was funny. B before she could even finish it. B. Yeah, I remember that one.
He didn't even care what the B option was.
I know. He just said right away. Could have been something great. Could have been a vacation on Maui or something, right?
Yeah.
But no, B.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's another one is happy wife, happy life.
Oh.
But it should be happy dad, no one sad.
Good one.
So I guess I got to take care of some business around this house here. I'm going to be back on later with you guys.
Yeah, take your time.
You take care. It was really nice talking
Do
to
your
you.
good work. Yeah,
Yeah.
enjoy.
Because I do this, you don't yell at me.
Yeah.
All
Be
right,
great.
bye-bye.
See you later. Bye bye. Mic check. Anyone here?
All good, Geppy Get.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm just coming over from Nathan Oakley's
Nice.
show and
Oh,
had a
so
really
that's where
intense debate
everybody
in
is.
BC Check-In.
That's where
Yeah,
everybody is.
yeah, I saw Eli over there and
Yeah,
Roger.
I see. Yeah, I was just thinking about. I was talking with Flatman about helium fountain. Have you seen those liquid helium experiments, videos, documentaries?
I've just been sort of familiar with it from some of the stuff you've been talking about.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Who am I talking to? Who are you?
Creation Bear.
Oh, Creation Bear. Yeah, I know you. But I didn't know the voice and the name.
No problem.
Relay them, yeah. Um, yeah. Um, what I was thinking was like when you look at those videos, you see that when they prepare all these experiments, they have some glass beakers, like glass tubes, you know, they are
Yeah.
transparent and they sink one into small one into a bigger one, you know, and then in the big one they pour in like liquid nitrogen, and then in the small one they can pour helium. Uh, with the vacuum pump, they can make the liquid helium boil, and while it's boiling, temperature is dropping by making vacuum. They can reach the lambda point, all that stuff. And once they reach that, um, the liquid helium takes its superfluid state, and yeah, you have it's a medium where you have zero friction. You cannot put yourself put a propeller motor inside of it. It will spin, but generate no liquid current like happening in the water. The propeller spinning in the water will generate a water current, but this is not the case in liquid helium. Helium is like bits together. One will be always flowing the opposite direction than the other, and like cancer effect, zero viscosity. It's very strange phenomenon. But it also has a very low refraction index, like 1.025. Makes it look like it's almost like the air. You can't see it. Light is through it very easily. It doesn't change the angle of the light very much. So, and what I was thinking, if you, because liquid helium is climbing the walls of its container, you know, and I think that if they could paint the bottom of that beaker like black, I wonder if it will make like the whole beaker to look black. There should be some light effects, like something like projection or quantum teleportation, stuff like that. Because these things are taking place inside this liquid, but yeah, I haven't seen these experiments. And that will be very interesting because in my guess is that on the bottom of the world there is this dark pit. You know, you don't have a light. All that darkness is being projected through this superfluid, and that's why the night sky looks dark, because it's a projection of what's underneath the world. So when we look at the night sky, we can see both realms, like what is above and also what is below, you know. And it makes, for me, it makes sense that say that as above, so below, you know.
Right. That's really fascinating, Epicat.
We are like, I don't know, where they have all these experiments. I know they have done it in the lab. They experimented with liquid helium like hardcore, but they didn't officially publish everything about it. There is a lot of secrets they hold about it from us. This I'm 100. What we know about study of liquid helium, just like 5%, 10%. But yeah, even electricity, like if you had, I don't know, a gold wire, let's say we make a electric motor, but with gold wire, you know, and in liquid helium, these wires, the gold becomes a superconductor, the best material that can conduct electricity. Like that's they use it in quantum computers, which are also, you know, I think you could create like uh, the most efficient engine, electric engine. And who knows if you manage to tap this behavior of liquid helium, like that perpetual fountain creating, yeah, maybe you can have an engine that you make it working forever, you know, spins forever, can have a energy output. It's not energy that's coming from nothing. It's a very efficient way. Even the magnets, liquid helium, they become super magnets, and they show these strange behavior, magnetic levitation. We Yeah, I think these kind of extreme cold temperature are uh, like repulsion force and attraction. When you have this super cold, like 5 Kelvin, when you go below 5 Kelvin, these kind of temperatures are so cold that they will actually act like a repulsion force towards everything that is hotter than that, warmer. And to be able to pass that threshold, you need gradually lower the temperature of that object of matter before it can pass through that kind of cold medium environment. I think this is what actually happened with the Go Fast rocket. The Go Fast rocket did not have the overall cooling system, so it was a very hot uh, object trying to go into an extreme cold environment. So it it didn't allow it, it couldn't push. So
Wow, that's really cool. I was always wondering what happened with that.
yeah, and it would also be some sort of. It looks like a magnetic flux kind of repulsion. But yeah, when you throw something like piece of metal from room temperature, if you throw it in the liquid helium, which is below 5 Kelvin, minus 261, it's not going. The helium will be absorbing its heat so violently, and the helium will instantly evaporate. It doesn't even come physical contact with it, and it's taking all that heat energy to evaporate itself, making the helium like a jet, will spring like a jet towards that object, and it's cooling it. So that object will never enter a liquid helium unless cold enough. Also, when we put seen when they harden steel, they put hot red steel inside water, salt water, you know. Um, you can see it's all bubbling around that metal. But for a fraction of second, all around that metal, there is no physical contact with the liquid. It's just vapors of that liquid, like creates a atmosphere. So it makes a bubble, and only when the metal temperature is low enough, that's you will have physical contact with the liquid. Yeah, but if you had like this machine with helium liquid beaker and stuff, and you had a mobile phone in your pocket, and someone is making a call to you, it's just gonna explode. If you had like 1 liter of liquid helium, it will easily take down a building, a whole building. I've seen where they were saying that um, even if you had 1 battery in the same room, that could create an explosion, can make the liquid helium explode.
I see we're joined by Taylor Nicole. Taylor.
Was that?
Just wanted to give the floor to Taylor if you wanted to say hello.
Hey everyone.
Hello,
Just wanted
Taylor.
to, how's it going? I just want to come and listen to you guys talk.
Welcome. Good, good. Thank you for asking. How about you?
I'm doing great, just working.
Oh,
I'm ready
you're working
to
hard.
discover the untold secrets of the universe by joining this.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that infinite universe doesn't exist. It's imaginary.
Infinite.
It is
There is a place that is
God.
infinite that exists.
No, infinite exists only the concept. There is no infinite space.
Heaven.
And well, heaven is a Gaussian plane, and very, very high up there, there must be something solid matter, solid or liquid. Which is covering. I know it's nice that bird's eye view, God view, see the world as a grain of sand. It makes so powerful, so big. But no man had that perspective or view, except a few characters in the Bible. God, Jesus, Enoch. Are you still here, Taylor?
I think Taylor bounced out, but that is something I often think about when I reflect on when I used to be a space nerd. Like, where would God even be? You know, here on a flat plane, you just point up, but in space and on a globe, there is no up. So,
Well, if you read the Revelation, you have the description of God's throne, right?
yes, yes.
So you have the throne being surrounded by 24 elders in white clothing, robes, bowing and worshipping the one sitting on the throne. And also like two beings which make a sound like flowing water or something. They make a interesting sound. And if you look in the medicine, for example, you find the human heart being described as on top of the human heart you have the coronary arteries. Coronary crown word is not a coincidence term.
Right, right.
It depicts royalty, and the human heart is surrounded by 24 ribs, 12 on each side. They are bent around it, so they make up a protection cage. Then you have the lungs, which breathe in and breathe out. So that itself makes this sound, pulsating, cyclical. It repeats every breath you take and exhale. So, yeah. And beneath the throne of God, you have a spring of a water. We call it water of life. It's the most crystal clear water. If you don't look carefully, you almost don't notice it, that there is a water and it's flowing. And that would fit for me like superfluid liquid helium, which has a refraction index of 1.025. So if you were next to a liquid helium lake, if you don't look carefully, you would observe just a valley. That's how you see it, like normal air. You have to look very careful to see it, the surface of the liquid. Despite all the extreme cold temperatures. And in this lake, you have zero friction. So it's like no decay can ever happen. Nothing goes rotten. Nothing loses its state. So, and gold itself becomes superconductive. Human blood, I'd say it's red because of the gold nanoparticles. So that hemoglobin chemical formula that they give us is, I know, to chemically, if you do that chemical calculations, it it works with uh, 4 iron atoms, but um, iron oxide is never blood red tint color, brown color. And iron is an important element in our diet because it helps detoxify organism, metabolism, everything. Uh, it's like it takes everything that is waste in our body, packing it, and then it can go out. It's eliminated. That's the purpose of iron. But it's not actually the source of life, because life is in the blood. That will be something holy and eternal, just like gold, eternal metal. It never, you cannot destroy. It's very hard. You need these special machines that destroy atoms of gold. Super gamma radiation. when you go and they make these ads, oh, come and donate some blood. It's just about saving a life. It's not worth. You're donating living gold, not any kind of gold, like jewelry. Very valuable, but living gold is actually invaluable. It cannot have a price. That's how expensive it is. We can't create, we can't make living beings, things. We can't. What? What do I know? Very interesting how man can actually survive in extreme low pressure air, but still need the oxygen concentration. If you have that 20% of oxygen concentration in the air you breathe, you can actually breathe like half of the air temperature, but you must be in a very cold environment. Yeah, let's say you have a atmosphere of 7 psi, half of what we normally exist in, but it would be at minus 80 Celsius, or minus 100. It would be extremely cold. And if you have that 20% of oxygen in that air, then you still survive despite all that low pressure. It's very fascinating. I was just reading about this the other day. But we can't be exposed. Vac below 7 psi, there will serious problem issues. Blood cannot exist. So that spring beneath the throne of God is a helium jet shooting from beneath the earth at the North Pole and cooling that region. It keeps it frozen while it's shooting through the ground, penetrating it in its liquid state. inside it, it takes its gaseous state and rises to the ground gas state. Actually, it's not rising, being attracted toward the sky opposite plane where it belongs. At the top of the fountain, the in its being attracted through the air, take energy from the air, cooling it, so accelerates faster upward. Once it reaches altitudes where cold enough and there is no more air that we breathe, oxygen, nitrogen, these elements. These elements are actually attracted to the ground, and there at 20 kilometers altitude, like that, the air we breathe is rarefied but also very cold. That's where helium starts accelerating at higher speed, and at altitudes of 200 miles, stuff like it reaches speed where it behaves like what they call highly charged particles. So they call it Van Allen belt. The motion of these helium gas particles is they are not like shooting bullets in a straight trajectory path. They conform to magnetic field of propagation. So they will be traveling in a vortex, spinning vortex. That's how they propagate. That's how most of the gases propagate at higher speed. They all start creating this vortex in a vortex. Gas particles don't like propagate like bullets, straight trajectory. Above that, temperatures go below 170, 200, minus 200 Celsius. They are still shooting upwards until they get close to the dome, which will be this liquid helium ocean where temperature will be 5 Kelvin. That's where helium starts condensate. It will precipitate by the magnetic field will dictate how it would rain. So this rain will be like vortex make converge to a jet stream, which then expands outward and is leaking upwards this dome, and it will flow outwards towards south pole, where it goes again below the earth, comes back. This motion of liquid helium also creates this giant magnetic field, but it's not a very strong magnet. It is a magnetic field, not very powerful, but it is very big inside. When you go to the south, yeah, you have a compass pointing towards this North Pole. You are inside. Found. But the compass will always pointing towards this jet from the north. So in the globe model, compass should be pointing slightly inside the Earth. The strongest point of magnetic field will be at the top of that molten iron core. But our compasses point towards north like there will be a pillar. So you don't have a high point. It's like a pillar. So no matter how high up or low to the ground, it will always point towards that pillar. So the compass needle can stay horizontal to the ground, the horizon, parallel with the horizon. It will never show you that the magnetic field is somewhere inside the ground. Yeah, mic check. Am I talking along?
Nope, I've been listening along. All good.
Thank you. Yeah, people don't know that the father of agriculture, Osiris, he destroyed food, which was food for man from God. In Europe, we had the garden of Hesperides, and in this garden there were trees and wheat. Like the land was giving all the food, but they had a very rich gold content. Plants, trees were extract gold from the ground, and we have stories of fairy tale books, children, which were displaying the, they say, magic golden apple. And in the story of Osiris, they say he tamed two bulls, which were the most fierce, most untamable being. These bulls were called Bosurus, and um, they were so aggressive that, and they say they had big red eyes, and in between the horns of these bulls, a man could put a hammock, and sleep. That's how big and wide they were. And they say, yeah, even a mammoth elephant um, will will look small in comparison to this bull. And Osiris was the only man who tamed these bulls, and he had a golden plowing this plowing tool, but this one blade was like 2 meters, so it was going 2 meters down in the ground, and these bulls were pulling that plowing tool, and Osiris brought this to Europe and started somewhere in Hungary and plowed the land. He took a line from Hungary through Romania. He went in Ukraine, Moldavia, somewhere that northern part. He stopped by the Black Sea. And when he first plowed the land, in that day, the land stopped giving its gold. Uh, all the trees and plants, they did not give any more gold content from the ground, or food chain. Also, man needed to plow the land and seed so he can grow food, unlike it was back in the days. The land was just giving. No man had to do any work for his. And because of this very low gold content or food gold, we are actually forbidden from touching the water of life, like fluid liquid helium. This is my best guess. We're not in hell, but something like in between. And a being from the sky, its normal medium of existence is below 5 Kelvin, but for us it's like 260 degrees above that. That's our normal. In fact, even higher a little bit, because minus 261 would be like 0 Celsius, where the water is freezing. Now, where's the family? Are they still in Nathan Oakley?
No, the troll roaches usually come out after the show ends, and I usually come over here.
Oh, I
It is quiet this morning, though. If anyone has moot button powers, we're joined by Saturn, who has no roles.
don't have. I'm only silver. Alchemy is the science of the heaven. And it has been so corrupted here, transformed into magics, witchcraft, all this stuff, gematria, broken in pieces and scrambled and mixed with all sorts of fairy tales. It has no sense for us. When we talk about alchemy, it's like, oh, you're talking about pseudoscience. I'd say alchemy is what actually we are calling quantum mechanics. That's the meaning of alchemy.
And we're joined by Cal Lee. Callie,
Hello.
how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm just chilling on Discord, playing some games. It's a good day.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. So, question: have you ever seen curvature?
With my own eyes, no.
Neither have I.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that it's very important.
So, if the Earth is curving, can that be measured?
I mean, I don't particularly know of a way, so like I couldn't demonstrate that if you asked me to. But from my understanding, there is a way. If you want me to like spend like an hour or half an hour to like find some way to do that, I can get that for you.
An empirical measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, if you want me to find some evidence of that, sure. Do you?
Well,
That would be great.
I
Okay.
will.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can find one, yeah, that will be great. We will close the server. Yeah,
You've been what?
we're waiting. Yeah, we have this server for like 5 years,
Mm-hmm.
and we're still waiting for that.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll go ahead and make it quick for you guys, okay?
Okay.
He left quick.
Gonna come back with sticks
Yeah.
and shadows. Just watch.
Yeah.
Like you're not measuring the Earth, you're measuring shadows.
Measuring shadows and zoom. Floor is curved. Sitting in your room, looking at the light bulb. Oh my God, the light looks sphere, so floor is also curved. What a great deduction. Wow, he's literally at it.
Yeah, he just like popped out and went in search of measured curvature. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
good luck.
I don't think he ever heard of the flat earth laser test.
I admire how forthright he is, to be honest. I think we was all like that. Well, I know I personally was when it came to finding out about flat Earth. I thought, all right, okay, I can debunk this in a minute. I'll go get some proof for you. And 30 minutes later, you're still looking for it. An hour later, 2 days later, 1 week later, you're still looking for it, and then it starts to dawn on you, right? But yeah, I definitely admire how, because you'd expect that there should be some
enthusiasm.
Yeah, his enthusiasm is amazing. That's exactly what you want from somebody, really.
Yeah, it makes me laugh.
Appealing to opinion pieces.
I feel like he's either gonna be back really quickly with Eratosthenes, or he's gonna come back in like half a year. It's like I couldn't find any proof, guys.
Yeah, I had one guy in Cicero's server, French guy, and I asked him, "Okay, what's your proofs for globe?" He gave me some link with Professor Dave, where Professor Dave is saying that he doesn't even need science to prove that the flat earth is wrong. And those arguments, the most idiotic ones, I just had to take him to the Black
I
Swan.
personally, I personally think Professor Dave is a shill. I think he's actually paid off,
Yeah,
to be honest, because now all of his videos seem to center around flat Earth.
yeah, but his videos are non-scientific. They are just, he's just a clown, and he makes these, he's pushing the globe story, fortifying it with stories, nice stories, But yeah, YouTube actually now is making use of that. They push him forward. So if you make a video like that, your channel and videos are going to be monetized, pushed forward by the algorithm, So make a living out of that.
Yeah, I would say if you look for any topic and it's like the first page of results, all control opposition garbage.
Yeah.
Really funny because if you have like some video, even if it has like, I don't know, 40K views or whatever, you can literally not find it in the search. Word by word, you have the title of the video, it does not show up.
Doesn't show up. True flat earth videos are actually flat in there. So they are not going to show them. Oh, 5 minutes is still not back. I mean, I think he's going to find something different, something interesting. He said he's gonna need 1 hour to find. Oh. Someone call Indio, Mimus Aurelius. Get ready to close the server. Yeah, I bet he's using Google search for the measure. And he's going through the websites now. No, this is not, this is not, this is not.
few moments later.
Is he back?
No. Have anybody spoken to Drunas or tried to?
No.
Not yet, Elbow. Let's give him a try.
Hey, what's up, Drunas? You have control of your mic. He was serving you this. I think he probably tried it. Just probably didn't answer. You there, bud? I see you lighting up.
What was it?
Drunas.
Probably AFK.
No, he lit up. He lit up for a second.
Well, I mean, if he has his mic enabled by default, then unserver muting him would just put that on. But sounds like background noise to me.
All right, Drunas. So good to hear your voice. I'm going to server mute you. Next time, just hit us up or go to VC checking. Ping us in the live stream.
We only have one shot at this guy, okay? A little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. Did. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh.
Globe Earth Sniper.
Globe Earth pilot. Sorry, boys. I have to push the nose down to deal with the curve. What are you talking about? Guys, we're going 500 fucking miles per hour. There's 8 inches per mile squared down there. I have to buckle this thing down a couple hundred feet, like in a fraction of a second.
Whoever played that, I think that's an animation. If you can send it or put it in the live stream chat, I'd love to see it again. It's amazing.
Gotcha. 1 second.
Cheers, bud.
I see we're also joined by Insane. Let's see if he can bring any sanity. No rolls, so we'll have to pop you off mute. See if you're there. And immediately bounced.
Do you have comments on Elon Musk? Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about him.
Has nobody been to the moon in such a long time? That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
We'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1?
1.
Okay, so what's 1 times 1.225?
1.225.
Okay, so if we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, where should we see the geometric horizon?
Let's see. 1.225 multiplied. You're talking
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
There's no such thing in my world as life, really.
What? Bro.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
That we're very complicated rocks. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
You serious?
Thank you for the insight, Michelle Thaler. It's very profound. Why don't we see if Neil deGrasse Tyson is here and see what he thinks the shape of the Earth is? Some bit of paranoid or something. See how quick creation where he is.
A little chubbier. A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Pear shaped. Okay, I got it. Thank you. So what do you think about Felix Baumgartner's jump? How high was he seeing the curve of the Earth, Neil?
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not.
Thank you, Neil. Somebody else try to talk there? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to know, seeing as we've got Bill Nye with us,
Yeah.
can we leave the Earth?
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
I'd like to ask Don Pettit how he makes coffee on the ISS. I'm curious.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Stop it. Get some help.
So Don Pettit, how do you stop a leak, or what happens when you have a leak in the ISS?
What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
So Don, what do you actually see in space?
Yeah. So
all
because
the
you can
time.
see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way galaxy.
The Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just heard the Magellan
Well, there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa! Stop it.
So Don Pettit, will you go to the moon? And why haven't we gone there yet?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Hey Don, you're looking a bit unwell.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
Fucking hell,
man. Creation is right on the button, whatever you ask him, man. Way to go, creation.
We're not paying you enough, whatever it is.
For real.
We should double it.
Let's ask Elon Musk if he thinks that Tesla thing in space looks real. I wonder his opinion.
You can tell. Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Thanks, Elon.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
You convinced me, Elon. Thank you. Next.
Did a quick calculation. Turns out there is a magic speed.
Magic speed. But I mean, there are actually people who believe that absolute shit.
That kind of like 50 Cent's Magic Stick. That's an old song.
You should check his TikTok, man. People are just like fall over heels with stupid rhetoric that he says.
We should add that onto the 3 questions. What is the magic speed of angles not mattering? Do you think, like, when Globers hear this complete nonsense, they kind of facepalm and cringe, or do you think they hear it and go, "How can I bolt this onto my current worldview?"
I think one of the litmus tests I'm gonna ask the Glovers is, what is 4 times 0? Their answer will be 0. Then I ask them, what's 4 times 0 to the power of 0?
What's 9 plus 10? 21. You stupid.
You know, when they think math is reality,
Yeah.
4 times 0 to the power of 0 is 4.
Depends where you put the bracket, I guess.
No. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's 4 times 0 to the power of 0. So 0 to the power of 0 is 1. It's undefined, but it becomes 1.
How?
That's math.
Enlighten me how 0 to the power of 0 is 1.
Yep, that's I forgot the name. The guy that made that is supposed to be undefined, but it's becomes 1.
Well, that's not completely true. Well, it's true that a number to the power of 0 is 1, but as you approach 0, math stops working properly.
Why? Maybe because math isn't reality.
Yeah, it's just an extension of logic.
Yeah. I mean, I have 0 apples, and I multiply them by 0 times. I'm multiplying it by 0 times. So that will bring me into existence 1 apple? Where from?
I'm interested in this as you approach 0, math stops working question.
I liked it that one.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that you can, if you know the divide by 0 problem, you can't divide by 0.
Right.
It's because you can prove that dividing by 0 will give you an infinite negative number or an infinite positive number, depending which way you look at the problem.
You can prove that, you said?
Yeah, you can. You can't. Depending which way.
You can mathematically prove that you can get a set of numbers, a set of negative numbers by dividing by 0.
You can get a set of
Go
negative
ahead.
numbers.
Go ahead. Show me how you can do that. Because from all the mathematics I studied, it was undefined in mathematics dividing by 0. Undefined.
You have to
not
realize
infinity.
why it's undefined.
Okay. Why? Because it's not real. It's abstract. That's why it's undefined. Yeah.
It's abstract because if you have an answer that can be anything, then there's no answer.
No, because you have an answer that's divided by nothing, which you cannot have nothing, and we all know that.
If you follow this logic, so
Yes.
let's say you have any number, let's say 10, and you divide by 10, you get 1. So if you divide 10 by 1, you get 10. If you divide
Obviously.
10 by 0.1, you get 100.
Okay.
If you divide 10 by 0.01, you get 1,000.
1,000.
So you can therefore assume the further you go towards 0, the bigger the number you'll get. So therefore, you could assume that 1 or 10 over 0 would be infinity.
No.
But then if you...
Yeah, asymptotically, as you approach it.
As you approach 0, but from this perspective, you'd get infinite.
Infinity.
It'd be infinitely.
The limit, the limit as you approach it. Come on, man. This is like basic level 1 calc. You know, limits and derivatives. It's still undefined. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry to hop in like this. I just hopped in and I heard dividing by 0. I was like, oh man, I got super excited. It's like my favorite subject because physicists do it all the time.
I can put a video about this guy who explains how it can be negative infinity. I'll find the video.
Hi everyone. I just heard someone say physicists like to divide by 0.
Yes,
and
I
wonder what you mean.
Big Bang Theory. That's what I mean. And I could explain to you how they divided by 0. If you're unaware where they divided by 0, I'll tell you. Because
please do.
You had a speck of dust or whatever, a particle that had what? What was the size of the particle? It had 0 size. Do you know that?
Particle?
Well, we're talking about the Big Bang Theory.
Yes.
Where everything came from, the singularity. What are the properties of the singularity? Yeah, the singularity in the Big Bang Theory. It had 0 volume, occupied 0 space, but it had infinite temperature. Well, how did they get that? Well, okay, and it had infinite density. How did they get their infinite density? Well, density is equals m divided by v, mass over volume. Mass, fine, give it an arbitrary number of 1, and they said volume equals 0. That's how they got infinite density, right? Because remember, dividing by 0, that's how you get infinity. Which is you divide by 0, you get undefined. You don't get infinity. You get infinity is acceptable by some professors in college, yes, but I had really fucking good math professors that he didn't fucking accept that shit. Like, he's like, he said, yes, I'll mark it as correct in your exam, but infinity or undefined, when it comes, but it is undefined in mathematics. He was very clear about that. It's undefined.
Yes, you're quite right.
So that's Big Bang Theory. That's how they get their infinite density because they set V equals 0. So m divided by 0 equals obviously infinite density. So, which is horseshit, but that's how they did it.
Yeah, I see your point. It's worth noting a few things. A very important thing to mention is that you talked about a particle, but the Big Bang Theory does not talk about the universe coming from a particle.
From a what? What did it come from? Singularity.
Well, I mean, singularity is what it's called.
Divide. Yeah, it's a label. What is it?
So I don't know the answer to this, Phil. I'm not particularly well clued up on.
You don't know my answer, but my answer is incorrect. How?
Hey?
How could you do that? You don't know the proper answer, but what I said is incorrect. Yes. Particle is incorrect because I said
not at all. No, a lot of what you said is definitely correct. Just the particle thing is an important distinction to make because it's not.
I shall use whichever label you like. Singularity, I'll rock and roll with that.
Yes.
Go ahead,
what is also important to talk about when you're talking about the Big Bang Theory is that when we talk about the universe coming from a point of infinite density...
Can you hold that thought a little bit? Sorry to interrupt.
Pardon, what was that?
Can you hold that thought a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to say something. Go ahead, bro.
My question is about when you talk about particles, are you talking about quantum mechanics?
Who's the question to?
Me personally?
Yeah, everyone.
No,
for everyone.
I was just using it for like the singularity for Big Bang,
Yeah.
but we can discuss particles like later. Like we can get into quantum or not. I was just a very small something. A very small something. How about that?
I'm very curious what people think when they talk about particles. You know, what are they referring?
Well, I certainly know what I would say. A particle is it's a very, very loose definition. So a particle is normally what we talk about when we're talking about things that are small relative to the entire sort of space that we're analyzing. So for instance, we normally talk about atoms and things like that, and molecules being particles.
Okay, atoms.
On very large scales, even like planets and stars could be considered acting as particles. So that's normally what we talk about. And a particle is a constituent of matter, which is why we cannot refer to the Big Bang singularity as a particle, because it's not the singularity is not anything, or at least not in the same way to do with.
You're jumping from microverse to macroverse, like
you have to with the Big Bang.
You know, switching from one to another like it's one and the same thing, and it's confusing for me because my question is more focused, like where does this particle stuff starts, the starting point of quantum mechanics. When we talk about particles, we are not referring to imaginary planets, giant planets made of those atoms. Like, I'm specifically talking about these atoms, the small scale. So where this quantum mechanics start? What started quantum mechanics, actually?
It's a good question. I certainly can't give a completely satisfactory answer, and I don't know that anyone can. I think this is one of the mysteries that
I can
physicists
give you an
often. Would you like to go ahead?
So, physics got, after they split the atom, they were trying to find out how small can you get stuff. Like, what is the shortest length that is possible? And the smallest length possible, physics has defined it as the Planck length. It's the smallest length that can exist physically. Everything in the universe is a multiple of the Planck's length. So we can measure everything in the Planck's length. When you get down to small enough scales, you call it quantum physics, because a quanta is a single unit. So it's just measure of physics in single units.
So
slime.
how does helium gas particles propagate? Atoms, helium gas atoms. How do they propagate? Yeah.
Before we get off into the quantum, man.
A high velocity into them.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, when you take helium gas and accelerate it at very high speed.
Yes.
What trajectory those particle gas atoms are traveling? Do they go in a straight line like bullets, or they take different kind of paths?
Well, it depends on a number of things.
How do they move?
It would depend on the forces acting on them. If you're in a complete flat space time and in a complete vacuum, and you're accelerating it in a straight line, then it would just move in a straight line. That situation is quite rare. It's a very idealized situation, and you won't normally find it in actual physical situations. So on Earth, for instance, it will go in a parabola because.
So you're saying that gases in high velocity, they move like shooting bullets in a straight path trajectory?
It's not quite that. It would, again, it depends on the situation around it, because again, if you just have an isolated gas in a vacuum, then yes, I mean, in a manner for all intents and purposes, and if you're only considering Newtonian
I really
physics,
don't understand how you isolate a gas inside the vacuum. Like that's really against thermodynamics.
again,
But anyway,
that's not really something we observe, because there aren't many gases naturally. In fact, there are basically no gases naturally found existing in a vacuum, because a natural vacuum is extremely difficult to produce.
A vacuum is just okay. Let's define vacuum, right? Okay,
you said natural vacuum?
Pressure, volume, and temperature, guys, cannot be disconnected from each other. It's a holy trinity, PV and T, right? Pressure, volume, temperature, right? You can't disconnect it. So by speaking about a vacuum, you're speaking about a volume. So it's a space, and something occupies this space. So all a vacuum is a container, a volume, a given volume, a space that has less particles in it than the adjacent space. So there's a delta, there's a change in amount of particles, thus pressure between system A and system B. So you have a differential there, and then if you pop a hole in it, or if you give it a path, it will try to reach equilibrium, like temperature. There's always something like it's always flowing. And it flows in one direction only, which is from high to low. Temperature and pressure, you do the same. Goes from high to low all the time. It's always seeking equilibrium. And once there is no delta between the two, they're equal. So a vacuum is a space that has no gas particles. So you cannot do the stream of gas analogy as it's like a hose that's squirting water in a vacuum chamber, because that's not how gases behave. According to the kinetic theory of gases. Now just Google that. That's what they tell us. That's mainstream, as mainstream can ever get, like very basic physics.
Yes.
This is actually what I wanted to point it out, that when you have gases in motion, the higher the velocity, the higher the vortexes they will generate. When gases propagate, they do it in a vortex manner. They don't go in straight lines. They don't shoot in straight lines.
This is very true. Have you finished your point? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah. So what we call subatomic particles started with discovery of superfluid liquid helium, which they call them particles, highly charged particles of helium gas, high velocity, highly energized, high kinetic energy. Yeah, but they are going. Their trajectory path conforms to magnetic fields and electric fields.
Yes, absolutely.
That's how they travel in space. So
yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you're right. If you, again, like I say, the only situation in which anything really travels in a perfectly straight line is in an idealized vacuum, in a theoretical vacuum. And again, that's extremely difficult to produce, and generally it doesn't exist.
It's not a piece of paper. It's not. It's not a piece of paper. Between 2 points, it's called a straight line.
Yeah.
So let me.
Come on, man. No,
Can I just continue this?
No. Perfect vacuums cannot be created.
Okay, well, right. I'll be willing to entertain that for now, because that's not really the point I'm trying to make.
Then you need to provide us a perfect vacuum. Come on.
Perfect vacuums don't exist, because even in a perfect vacuum, you have quarks. And you can't remove quarks from a vacuum.
Yeah.
So
Particles.
you assume
You have subatomic particles.
I have a question.
You have stuff.
What's a quark?
A quark is a part of a particle. It's smaller than a particle.
Just call it a particle, man. For all.
Before we talk about before we go into what
if you're gonna invoke things and then I ask what they are, can you at least do me the honor of explaining what you're talking about?
Is a quark is a sub-electron or a sub-proton?
So
from what
atoms,
I understand.
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth a bit more closely, right? How did you determine that a quark is what you just said it was?
How did I determine a quark was part of a subatomic particle?
Yeah. How did you determine that quarks is what you had left in your vacuum chamber?
Surely you should. Right. Surely you should know if you're going to make a claim like that.
Empirically, not on paper.
Well, it has been measured by scientists.
Yeah, but are you a scientist?
Measured or calculated?
I would say so. Yeah.
So somebody directly measured a quark.
Hold. But if you just bear with me just a second. So you know when I said how did you determine? Did you think I was talking about someone else?
No. But I'm still saying
can you answer that
it has been. I have not measured it myself, but it has been measured by scientists.
So
that in a perfect vacuum without particles, there are still quarks which can't be removed.
If you allow me to address the fact that you haven't actually answered the question, other than to say that you haven't actually determined it.
Have you been to every country in the world? Do you know they exist?
Oh my god.
That's a non sequitur. I'm not having that.
It's the same kind of a question.
I'm having an actual discourse with you. If you're capable, we can have a discourse. So the fact that you don't know, the fact that I asked you how did you determine, means that you're just talking about stuff that you have no knowledge on. Do you think that?
The reason I know is because I've been taught, and I admit that I haven't personally seen or experimentally deduced that quarks do in fact exist.
Who has ever seen it?
So then I would suggest to you, with all due respect and actual encouragement to humanity, do the same kind of analysis on everything else that you assert.
But I have read the papers.
I haven't finished the sentence. Because if you don't do that, you're in danger of putting yourself in a very compromising position, both intellectually and just in general as a human being.
I'm saying you can read papers and see for yourself
you can read poetry.
The theories that where these theories have come from.
Have you ever read Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Rings is fiction. I haven't read it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference?
It's great.
The question is, have you read the Silmarillion?
It's a great theory.
I jumped on other people's terrain, so I'll hand back to whoever was
with
this guy.
That's all good, man.
The real question.
It is important that you address the kind of things that come out of people's mouths.
Could I perhaps go back to the vacuum, or not the vacuum? We were talking about gases, am I right?
The ever-expanding vacuum.
Yeah, man.
Because
we were. I hopped in here, and you were dividing by zero.
Vacuum.
Yeah, we all started with 0 to the power of 0.
Yeah. I jumped in. Someone was dividing by 0. I got mad. I was checking that math. You told me it could be a set of negative numbers, and that's how we got started.
Someone, pardon me. Someone originally, well, not originally, but someone did. I think it was. I don't remember. Someone was talking about the motion of gases, and
Yes,
I didn't quite finish what I was saying. And actually, you don't need to talk about the vacuum to be able to talk about it anyway. So we can go back to the vacuum later if you like. But the statement was that.
Do you know where gases motion takes place?
Where it takes place?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Where it takes place?
Yeah, when you have a gas in motion, it is already in a very complex something.
Yes,
An
yes.
assembly of fields and forces.
This is completely correct, yes.
Yeah. So how do you remove those?
Well, in practice, you can't, and that would be a correct statement to say. You can't remove them.
Yeah, dude, let me help you out. Shortcut. It's called laminar flow and turbulent flow. I'm just let me make it easy for you, man. Did you study this? Have you studied
Yes,
fluid mechanics?
I'm a physics student
Do
at
you have
university. Yes.
physics student, but did you study fluid mechanics? Like, okay, I was a mechanical engineer student, which is way superior than physics student because I study stuff in the physics book like in a lot more depth than you do. Fluid mechanics, we study it on its own. Did you study fluid mechanics? Because your answer should have been laminar flow and turbulent flow. That's it. Because who studied flow of gases in a vacuum? It's like, what, dude? Who studied that? How could you do that? Right? Like, no, we don't. Like, what? And you're a physics student. I'm down, man. I studied physics. I took physics 1, 2, and 3. It's like, okay, how many physics books can you like? You're like physics students. Like, what do you study in physics?
What
right?
do I study?
Because if you open up the physics book, it's a bunch of different subjects put together. You got magnetism, optics. Come on, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff.
Electricity.
Mechanics. Projectile stuff. That's right. So physics student. So you're gonna major like in physics. Like, okay, well, what are you studying?
As in, what topics have I studied in physics?
Yeah.
So this year, the year's coming to a close. We did classical mechanics. We did vector fields, electricity, and magnetism. We did Fourier analysis. Very small amount of quantum physics, but very little. Not enough to talk confidently.
Are you first year? First year?
Yes,
student?
That's correct. I'm in my first year.
Cool. Oh, okay. All right. I won't be harsh. All introductory stuff.
Yes,
cool.
But yeah. I mean, all I'm saying is it's what you said about particles traveling in vortices turbulently. That is completely correct. But I was wondering what that means to you in the context of this debate. What's the significance of particles in the traveling that way in the observed world?
Well, gases conform to the governing forces, which are manifesting in their fields. And my question for you will be like, do you know what is the construct of a field? What are the main requirements to have a field?
A field?
Yes.
So a field is mostly a mathematical object.
Sorry,
which I know is a bit of a
soccer field.
I know that saying, talking about mathematical constructs can be a little bit, it can be a little bit like, oh well, this is just abstract nonsense. But generally, a field is a mathematical object that we use to describe what happens. And a field
like a soccer
is
field.
You're going the wrong way around. The field is there. You use the mathematics to describe it.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but I mean the very
well.
When we say things like
there can't be a but after though, can there?
Well, there can. I'm afraid. I'm gonna have to say.
Doesn't mean anything though, does it? Because well, yes.
When we talk about a field, what we're talking about is at every point in a space, particles will experience some force. That is what a field means, and you
Which
can.
part tickles you, bro?
Pardon?
Yeah, I think
which part tickles you?
This one,
I want to know the funny one.
You haven't addressed this.
Yeah.
Point.
It would depend. It would depend on the field and the particles.
Exactly.
So in electromagnetic fields, in electromagnetic fields, charged particles experience a force.
Those are two fields together, which they are related.
Electro
they
and
are two
magnetic,
forces which are related one to another.
Yes, that's
Electricity
correct. Yes,
and
the
magnetism.
electric and magnetic field. Yes.
Yeah, it's not just one field.
Yep.
But
And there's no
what
such thing as a fucking
makes
atom
the
or a
electric field
quark.
and what makes the magnetic field, for example?
That is a very, very interesting question, and it's
Yeah.
one that I fear I'm not particularly well equipped to answer, but I will try. One thing that I think happens, just can I quickly diverge for 1 second, and then I'll get back to the point, I promise. One thing that I notice that often happens when I'm in here is that people are afraid of losing an argument, and actually especially people on my side, on the round earth side, they're afraid of losing the argument so much that they will resort to just talking about things that they've heard without having a proper degree of knowledge about it. So I am aware.
They lie. Yeah, they lie a lot. Yes.
Well, not necessarily lying.
Not all. Yes, but I know.
Because it may generally be an ignorance of the subject matter, which is completely fine. I don't expect anyone to be an expert on anything, and I'm aware that I'm certainly not an expert on a lot of physics. So if there are points at which I say I can't answer your question, I take it that that's a fair assumption that I can say that without
this
without
is
admitting defeat,
Solid,
just saying I'm not able to talk on this because I genuinely would not be able to give a satisfactory
Yeah,
answer.
he's saying I don't know is
honesty,
okay
man.
here. Yeah,
Say
saying
that.
I don't know is okay here.
Okay.
Can I just ask him a simple thing, bro?
Yeah.
How can a vacuum expand? How does a vacuum expand exponentially forever and ever?
Yeah,
a vacuum.
Can I address that after I address the question I said I'd get back to?
Ever expanding vacuum. Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, he's gonna address the first question.
Yes. So the first one was please remind me. I've forgotten.
What makes a field? What is the construct? Yeah.
So it's a very interesting question, and there are a number of interpretations. So if you only talk about things like Newtonian mechanics, and when I'm talking about this, I'm not telling you what is true, but I'm telling you what physicists do. This is what we do, and this is what we think. So when I say things and I state them as fact, it's just what I think.
Bro, physicists, come on! You told me you're a first year student. Now you're a physicist. Come on, bro.
No, I would never call myself a physicist.
Did you take differential equations yet? That's a year. That's a third year subject. Go ahead, man.
Guys, I want to hear.
Don't worry. I do not claim to have any credentials.
They are excited for your voice. Go ahead.
I do not claim to have any credentials. What I'm saying is just what physicists and people such as myself think. It's not a statement of this is the truth. But so if you just think about Newtonian mechanics, when we do Newtonian mechanics, we basically don't explain why forces are there. We just go why fields are there. We use them as a mathematical tool, and we say Newton, for example, he's saying, okay, well, objects accelerate towards the ground, so there must be a force on them, and I can't show where that force is coming from. So what I'm going to say is it's in a force field, and all the force field is it's not an explanation of where the force comes from. It's just a description of how the force works. They do not explain where the force arises.
So
pardon?
The problem is
Let him finish.
Okay,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
So when we go deeper, when we start learning more advanced physics, for instance, electromagnetism, and I mean, I don't know, a good example of that would be like the Millikan oil drop experiment. You can see charged particles experiencing an acceleration because of the motion of, or just because of an electric circuit being connected up, right? Because I'm not going to talk about electrons moving because that gets into particle physics. So when you have an electric circuit, you have electric and magnetic fields produced. And again, we can say, okay, well, there's a magnetic field here because magnetic objects they experience an acceleration when they're near this magnet. So all fields are descriptions of what actually happens. And then when you do even more advanced physics, stuff that I am now a little bit hazy on, so I probably won't be able to tell you too much about it. When you talk about quantum physics, the interpretation of quantum physics is that the forces and the fields arise because of interactions of particles. And again, it's a description of reality that predicts things very well. I think you would be hard pressed to find a physicist that says this is definitely what's happening. But because, and I'm sure you know, things like the Standard Model and general relativity are not complete theories, and they are wrong. They are actually wrong. They're just very good at predicting a lot of things.
They almost match reality.
Hey,
but
before you
I
get
know.
taken 3 ways to Sunday, can I ask you just one question about what you mentioned about the particles?
Yes.
Are these assumed particles?
Like I say, I'm not really. I'm not very well clued up on this, so I don't know if I'll be able to answer your question. I'm assuming you're answering. You're asking, has there been direct observation of force carriers? Was that the question?
Yeah.
No, when you said particles, the question is, are they assumed, yes or no? I mean, is yes, no, or I don't know, but
what do you mean by assumed?
Yeah, what do you mean by assumed?
As in us, you and me.
It's in the word, right? So it's either yes, no, or I don't know.
When you say an assumed particle, what are you describing?
I assume that you know the answer, but the
So
answer
are you
would be...
saying atoms are assumed?
I'm not
Is that what you think?
Yeah,
wait
it's
1
a model.
second, right?
It's a model, right?
The physics guy is what he's
This
talking
wasn't
about.
supposed to be this long and this complicated. It's yes, no, or I don't know.
I will answer your question. I will answer your question. The answer is I don't know, but what I think the answer would probably be is that if you mean assumed as in this is just a model that accurately describes a lot of things, then the answer would, I think it's yes. But
yes,
I don't
it makes an ass out of you and me. Yep.
Pardon?
It makes an ass out of you and me. Yes. So you're correct.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Can I give you now the answer to the question I addressed you? You haven't answered me. You invoked a little bit of Newtonian laws of motion and stuff, which is debunked. It doesn't work. Proved that it doesn't work. It doesn't match reality. I mean, it's very close to explaining reality, the numbers,
yes, that's very true.
but that's not how reality functions.
Yeah, that you're completely correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The main constructs of a field, you need binary charges or poles, polarity, like north-south in a magnetic field, and positive and negative charge for an electric field. And this means that you have a Gaussian plane. The ground, negative, yeah, you know it very well in physics. The ground is the negative plane, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
the sky,
yes, I think so.
the sky is the positive. The problem is that Maxwell came up and corrected Ampere's law. If you search this, you will find. And what Maxwell did, actually, he said that you can have the positive charge from the sky coming from a vacuum. That's all he did to Ampere's law, without any evidence or proof.
Are you talking about the definition of voltage where you take a charged particle from a point of infinity?
No, I'm talking from a quantum
it's advanced physics jargon.
You see, when you invoke the Newton's when you
Yes.
invoke the Newton's
God help
laws
me.
of motion,
Yes.
actually in the early 1900s, they discovered superfluid liquid helium.
Yes.
And in this liquid, you have like two liquids flowing in opposite directions, you know, and it has a frictionless flow. So if
Yeah.
you had a boat on a lake with liquid helium, you can
Yes.
spin that propeller inside this liquid helium, whatever RPM you want, you will be generating no current in the liquid.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
And this actually demolishes Newton's laws of motion.
Well, yeah. I mean, would you mind if I respond?
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
So you're right. Newton's laws are not a complete description of reality, and for a lot of physics that is done nowadays, they're also not very good. But it doesn't mean that they're not useful. And I know that might get a bit of a chuckle, but it is true. So the
Yes,
way
I give you that.
science,
They are useful. They help us like a little bit, but it doesn't mean that
Yeah, they help
we're
us.
using the correct formulas.
yes, but the way
Not to do it
physics works, the way physics works these days.
Physics guy. I don't mind little g, by the way. I like little g. just to let you know, I use it all the time. I don't mind.
What?
Yeah.
What
Little g, big G, I have a problem with. Small g is cool.
What I was trying to point to you is that if you go
Isn't it just the
study
coefficient of the
more
medium?
in the superfluid helium, study this thing, that's where you find the supernatural powers of natures and mechanics, like perpetual fountain, frictionless flow, like unimaginable velocities, you know.
But is your 1 second, because this isn't a physics forum, right? This is a flat Earth
100%
Discord
true,
server.
Roger.
Sorry?
Said 100% true, man.
So,
Agreeing with you.
what is your claim? Is the Earth a globe?
Whose claim?
Your claim.
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, I would claim the Earth is a globe. Yes.
And how would you validate this?
Yeah.
How would I validate this?
How did this ball come into being?
Empirically.
Well, empirically, there are a number of things you can do. You can take a picture of it, for one. You can. I mean, you can employ all sorts of methods. You can just look at observations from the stars.
Can you really? How about measuring the Earth? Because you're you beg the question that the Earth is a globe by invoking you can go somewhere to Narnia and take a picture. You then beg the question that the Earth is a globe by looking at the sky, and then it's a globe, right? So
I'm not particularly good with my with my sayings with what does begging the question mean? Sorry, I'll have to ask.
You assume
globe,
the
not a
outcome.
globe.
You assume the outcome. So you said it was a globe, and then the Earth is a globe, so we can go outside to Narnia and take a picture of it.
What does
who can make a picture?
Sorry.
I
Right.
cannot.
So let's
Hold on,
measure the
Sasha.
surface of the Earth. Lumpy. Let's measure the surface of the Earth. Who done it?
No, he said he could take a picture. I would like to find out how can he take a picture of the Earth?
Well, I mean, if you subscribe to my beliefs, you can get up in a rocket and you can take a picture.
Yeah.
Beliefs.
You just said beliefs.
Yeah, if you go to my past
Hold on, guys.
data.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
go ahead.
Hold on. So, like, I believe in like the Norse gods and everything, and so I could take the Rainbow Road. If you believe what I could believe, you could take the Rainbow Road and go to Valhalla and take pictures, right? You just have to believe that.
You would be right, but someone would have had to have produced a picture of it, which I don't believe they have.
I think they
No,
have, and
I haven't.
there's these beautiful movies, these Marvel movies, where they actually
Mm.
go to Valhalla across the Rainbow Road.
Well,
What
there
about
is a picture.
paintings also.
What about
Oh.
Bigfoot,
Paintings
Nampi?
of it. Yeah.
Bigfoot.
I think
Bigfoot.
there is.
I mean, there are tons of pictures of Bigfoot that must be real, according to your logic.
So
I actually have a good video on.
is the crux of our differences here how you can verify that something is true? So
You studied
for
physics,
instance-
man.
For instance,
Empirically, yeah.
I would.
Not just the
No, man, it's not that the
Well,
question.
whoa, one at a time. One at a time.
Bro, I asked him before, how does a vacuum continuously expand?
Sorry, I forgot about that.
No. That's again a physics forum. No, we're not a physics forum.
That's
not
a
math forum.
conundrum,
Come on.
you know, wrapped up in a
We'll get back.
conundrum.
Yeah, we'll get back to that one. We'll grill him on the Earth for. I love the physics talk, but yeah, we gotta do the Earth. But I love the physics stuff. But we'll get.
If there are any questions about physics, I'll be
Can I
happy
ask?
to answer them.
Okay, I have. What physics has with
Guys, this guy needs to validate the radius.
Yeah. Roger's on it, man. Roger's
We'll
on
come
it.
back already.
Go, Roger.
The radius, bro. 3959 miles. Who measured it? How? When? I mean, do you agree, Nampi? Are you there?
Yes.
Nampi? Do you agree with me that you and I and every human being on this plane has only observed a flat, non-rotating Earth?
No.
Well, then you're lying. Yeah, you're lying.
He's not lying,
I'm sorry. I'm perfectly willing to have this conversation. My arguments challenged, absolutely, but I
So
won't
when
be
did
called.
you
I won't be
observe
called
the globe?
intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, you are.
Hold on.
When? Go ahead, man.
I want to ask him. Let's just stick with you. Who am I talking to anyway? Who is this?
Numpy, Nuthead.
Yeah, my name's Stan. If you want to call me Stan as well.
Stan. Okay. Stan. All right. Oh, what was I going to say? Okay, Stan. What have you personally experienced?
What have I personally experienced?
Yes.
I have personally experienced living on something that looks very much like a flat plane.
Okay. Now, all the people who... Can you go out and personally validate where 546 people have claimed to be into a region of almost pure vacuum?
No. I can't go out into space.
So you do. There is a level of trust there that you're putting into them that you are being told the truth.
100%. And I think the crux of where we differ is how willing we are to accept the so-called scientific consensus. Because what I'm assuming, but please correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm thinking here is that you guys do not think that scientific consensus is enough to say that something has been proved true, for instance.
I think scientific consensus is the most dangerous and one of the most evil ideas that's ever been posited by mankind.
Okay, great.
Who is part of these census?
See, think about consensus. Think about consensus. If an entire nation decides that there's a group of people that get the oven and they use science in quotes to do it, what's wrong with that?
That what? Sorry?
If there's a nation that uses its eugenicists, who are scientists, to decide that an entire group of people need to get the oven, that's fine, right? I mean, it's a consensus. It's scientific consensus, right?
No. So I see your point. I certainly see your point, but I mean, you are right. Scientific consensus can definitely be abused, and it certainly was in the US in the 20s and by Germany in the 40s,
and Germany and Britain,
with eugenics and race
and literally everyone in the West, every Western nation, literally every Western nation. In fact, it wasn't until the 1970s when information started getting out to people that all of it was even stopped. This is like recent history. Eugenics programs. The United States didn't stop until in the 1970s.
Yes, of course.
Now,
there's a number of things that need to be addressed here.
Apartheid.
Well, it's just I'm not really. It's not the specifics of that in particular. Think about it like this: the Wright brothers, they were laughed at by the scientific community. The guy who thought of the idea of germs, germ theory, and pathogens, was laughed out of his position and gaslit. Not that guy, the other guy, father of pathology, I think. He was laughed out of his position and ended up in an insane asylum, lobotomized.
Yeah, well, this has happened. You're absolutely right. And the way science is done, the way it is done now, is certainly very different to the way it used to be done, for sure. I mean, Newton was.
I think it's worse now.
Mental. Newton thought that Newton thought that the number 7 was magic.
Would you believe me? Would you believe me if I told you that you can go and check and prove that 80% of scientific papers are wrong, published scientific findings are wrong? As of today,
I think
you hear me saying it very confidently, don't you?
Yes, I do. And I have a feeling that sort of statement may be a. Obviously, I can't prove you wrong because I've never had this question posited to me before. But no, I wouldn't believe you. I would have to be convinced.
I would point you to the Veritasium video, and I would point you to the NCBI PubMed publication.
Right. Yes.
Just a minute.
There are a few things that I'd like to say about this. One, I've already said about how science is done very differently now than it used to be. Two, is that you're absolutely right. Scientists do get things wrong. They make things up. They lie for personal gain. Not all of them can be trusted. And they're prejudiced. And as we saw in the times of eugenics and race science, However, what would be required for such a conspiracy as to hide the shape of the Earth is something that one, or at least, and this is all my opinion, by the way, you must remember, one, would be far too difficult. Two, far too expensive. Three, not very useful. And four, it would require the greatest conspiracy that the world had ever seen. And if you're going to claim that such a conspiracy exists, I think there would have to be some quite astonishing evidence.
Numpy, I don't believe a conspiracy exists, bro.
Pardon?
I don't believe a conspiracy exists.
So you
what?
say it's far too expensive, but do you know?
Hold on, Get Biget. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Do you think the entire Western world all got together and conspired to lie to their children about an obese man who comes down a chimney?
No, absolutely not.
No. You know why? Because humans have this really bad trait that they all engage in. Because humans are petty, weak-minded, and conspiratorial. On an individual level, that is what humans are.
I think it's probably worth noting that people are eventually told that Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Well, it's not the revelation that matters. It's why would they do it in the first place? What gain is it? What did they gain by it? Nothing.
They get that's
you're about to say it.
Correct.
You're about to say it. Compliance.
No,
compliance.
No, not at all. No, I mean maybe for some parents if that's what they think is going to discipline their children. But I it's just I don't think it's a leap and a bound to assume that some parents just like to see joy in their children and they like to see them playing and having a fantastic time while they can in their youth.
Let me ask you this. Would the joy change if the parents tell the kids, "Well, I'm buying you gifts this Christmas"?
No, and some parents don't. Some parents don't.
So it is compliance, though. It is compliance. You got to be good if you want Santa to bring you Christmas presents.
Well, I mean that's a good point. That is a good point. That is a very good point. I hadn't thought of that. No, that is a good point.
Yeah. Yeah?
But
Is
let's
it good
but
point?
but
Is it
let's
good?
also
Is it good?
remember
Can I ask you one question?
And
Is it
before
good
that,
point?
I want to
One
answer
question.
the cost. You said it has to be an expensive to lie. I mean, shit. How many billions did how many trillions have they gotten already? At least a few billions.
60 million per day.
Well, the thing is
money,
this.
so it really.
But I wanted to ask him about to come back to you, Roger. Like for example, what you will say if something what is spherical has no curvature?
Yeah, how many flat sides to a ball?
What you will say if something what is spherical is not dropping nowhere?
Yeah, it's flat. So
you don't get away from Sasha without curvature.
Here's the thing, Numpy.
So man, are we speaking about flat Earth, about globe Earth, or about vacuum, about atom?
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on. So Numpy, here's the thing. 35 years, I believe what you believe. My grandpa worked on the first computer, the first computer. He was a technician. He was MIT, worked on Apollo 17. By the way, didn't believe we went to the moon. Air Force, all this stuff. Dad in Special Forces. And I grew up fan of the space program. Absolute fan. Watched every launch. 35 years. I still have all my models in storage. I built 4 Apollo 13 models. All right. All someone had to do was show me the math. One time, I went and did the math myself. That was it. I don't need, because I actually knew, somehow I knew that it was all a story that I couldn't validate. And when I had facts in hand that the model I was given did not match reality, I discarded the model. And it's really that easy.
That's
really that
that's
easy.
very good. That's very good scientific process. Would it be all right if I responded, or does Sasha want to talk?
Sure.
I will take that as a yes.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know what you mean by do the math. What math? What mathematics?
Okay, so somebody showed me a photo of a city skyline that should be completely invisible, should be completely buried by water. And I did the math. I double checked it, triple checked it, quadruple checked it over the course of about 15, 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then then from that point on, I did it everywhere. Then I realized, hey, I grew up on the coast, and I've always seen that lighthouse that's 31 miles away. How did that happen? When I was driving out to California 22 years ago, and there was that mountain that was 109 miles away, and we all saw it. How did we do that?
Well, if you would like to if you'd like to provide me a copy of all of this, I'd be more than happy to go through it.
Yeah, it's all in the server, bro.
Yeah, here. What I can do? Hey, Numpy, if you want to go through our data or data, whatever you want to say. I grew up on Star Trek, so I always say data.
So in English, I do the same.
Okay. Hey, look, he already posted it. That's our wiki. All right.
Which channel is this?
It's in Livestream voice text. If you go through there under observations, and you can start at the top, work your way through. Tons of observations in there. A lot of them are from people on the server.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. I'll give that off.
Math. Some of them are more comprehensive. Some of them are less comprehensive. So, but I would
look into the laser test.
To look through there. Yeah, and there's the FE core laser test too.
Wait, if I can add something. Did you account for refraction in your calculation?
Now, I need you to do something for me.
Here we go.
Define refraction.
This is going to get into another conversation, and I believe Sasha wanted to say something before.
Hold on, let the moderator do his job. Please.
Yeah, you are on your way, man. If you want to find out more about Horizon and ethics, you are on your way now. All right.
Yeah, it's the magical word, right?
Yeah.
The refraction is
refraction. So now, when it comes to refraction, are you talking about Snell's law? Or are you talking about something called atmospheric refraction?
Yeah. I'm talking about refraction that occurs when.
Now, is that? I'm asking you something though. Is that Snell's law, or are you talking about atmospheric refraction?
Snell's law is calculating. It doesn't really work when you're calculating a gradient of from high pressure to low pressure, or from high density.
How do you know
to
what's
low
happening
density.
then? How do you know what's happening then?
Because you can see the effects of.
So you presuppose it's a ball, huh?
No.
Yeah.
That is not what's going on.
Well, we say
the
the
air,
stuff.
the air on the
So
ground.
hold on. We say the stuff, and we know we're on a ball, so we shouldn't be able to see the stuff. So it's got to be bending around the ball.
When did I say
it's got to be
that?
bending around the ball.
When you said refraction,
we say the stuff, so it's got to be bending around the ball.
Refraction happens all the time.
Really? Where? How do you calculate? How do you calculate?
When you're putting on a pair of glasses, you're using refraction.
Hold on. Is refraction measuring the light?
It's measuring the angle of the light.
The angle of light. Is that a straight line?
The angle that the light bends, there's not necessarily.
So it's not measuring an angle, it's measuring a what?
A curve.
He's measuring an arc then. If it bends.
So where do you get the
You're not measuring an angle, you're measuring an arc.
Now, where did you get your radius from?
The radius stems from the gradient of the density different.
Really? Show us. I would point everyone
hold on.
35 minutes past the hour.
By what principle are you saying that light is going to bend around a ball at 7/6 radius?
Ball.
This is what you have to presuppose to even use the word refraction. You have to have already presupposed it because it's literally built into the formula. Do you not know what you're using?
I'm saying that
in order to have the
you're right. In order to calculate,
of course.
In order to calculate the effects of atmospheric refraction,
you have to assume those are the effects that you're looking at.
You need to assume the Earth is a ball.
I've read Andrew Thomas Young about 50 times, man.
Can you give me a model where the horizon is tomorrow? Can you give me one?
But you can still
can't, look.
Yeah,
if you're gonna say, listen, hold on. If he's gonna say that the horizon is refracted, then he doesn't have any evidence of curvature, because how can you measure something that's not in a spot that you can measure?
I'm saying that. Are you saying that refraction doesn't exist?
Wow.
No, we are
Snell's
not
law
saying that.
exists. Then you prove that light is bending around the ball.
So are you saying that mirages don't exist?
Mirage is not what the refraction that you're talking about is.
I'm just asking you.
You really refraction.
Can I just get in for a sec?
Sure.
Do you guys know what a straw man is?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, it's made out of straws.
Okay, a straw man argument. Do you guys know what that is? The two English lads. Do you know what a straw man is?
A scarecrow.
No, a straw man argument.
It's a rhetorical fallacy, right? It's when you attack an idea that was not posited you in the first place.
Perfect. So when you said to Meme, are you saying refraction doesn't exist? You understand that that's a straw man fallacy.
Because you never let me get to my point.
No, okay. I'm not interested in your feelings. I'm just trying to present an idea. Okay.
That's not a feeling. That's a fact.
Whatever. The point is that when you ask Meme stuff like, "Do you think mirages don't exist?" That's absurd.
Then
so can
let me carry on with my statement.
Now I'm being interrupted by you, the person who's moaning about interruptions. Give me 2 seconds. I would just like this conversation to happen at a slightly higher level, rather than, are you saying mirages don't exist?
Do you know what? So do you know why?
And you're interrupting me again.
Occur?
Bro, you have no right to moan about interruptions if you do it constantly.
Do you know why mirages occur?
Bro, I'm going to finish.
All right,
and then when I'm finished, go ahead. The point I'm trying to make here is, let's not nitpick at things that don't matter. Let's talk about the meat of the substance. Asking whether he thinks mirages exist is pointless. It's a waste of everyone's time.
I was gonna get to my point about why mirages were important.
No, you was on the point that you assume first that for refraction that Earth is sphere. That was your point.
So can a mirage happen on a flat plane? Is it
So I'll-
excluded? Is it
Yeah.
excluded?
Hold on. I'm posting a little video I made. Okay. And we're
No,
gonna
let
look
me
at this.
let me explain.
No.
why
It's of a mirage. It's of a mirage.
it's of a mirage.
Yeah. I want you to look at it.
Wow, what? Very
Livestream
nice.
voice text. Livestream voice text.
You know, the funny thing is
Yeah,
we have
that's
a
proved
physics
wrong, me
student
a
in
lot.
here
Look.
that can
Can I explain
much
mirage? Can I
better.
explain an
Can you
mirage?
explain
We
what's
have a
happening in that
physics
image?
student in here already that can explain to you
Oh,
much better
oh,
light
I don't want him to
propagation.
explain it though,
Yeah.
Gippiget. I want this guy to explain
Yeah.
it. He's the one claiming he has the knowledge.
Can I explain a mirage first?
No. I want you to explain what's happening in the picture I posted.
Yeah.
Well,
In the-
can I get?
in the
I
video.
would like to explain a mirage first.
No. I want you to tell me what's happening in the video I posted.
Well, I can't tell you what's happening.
Well, it's a mirage, obviously. There's a mirage effect.
I don't know if that's a mirage or not. That could be a
I know you
reflection.
do because I filmed it on a full foot
mirage.
table.
So
I don't know if that's a
you
mirage.
cannot identify a mirage.
You don't know if that's an inferior mirage below the boat.
It might be a reflection.
That do you not
I don't
understand
know.
what a
Tell
mirage
me.
is?
I
When
can't
you
assess
look,
from the video if
when
it
you're
is or not.
looking out at the deck, when you're looking out at the deck of the ocean and you get below 0.02 degrees, what happens to the water? What happens to the water?
Well, at 0.02
It
degrees.
turns into a mirror.
I'm not talking about water.
You are talking about water because you're talking about mirages. In fact, if you're on that
Mirages don't
ski
have
deck,
to occur
go
over
onto
water.
go into a long road that's perfectly straight, same thing happens. Go into a desert, same thing happens. On the ocean, same thing happens. The moment these things enter into that angle where your eye just can't resolve it anymore, it disappears. But the things perpendicular in relationship to it stay there.
A mirage is not reflection.
That's what Fata Morgana is. The things aren't floating on the air. You just can't see what's
A
under them.
mirage is total internal reflection.
But you said that
Internal reflection.
You
Yeah.
haven't
Define
internalized
that.
anything, bro.
you
I
said
feel
that
like
always
we're getting away
happened.
from the point. I feel like we're getting away from the central point. I'm assuming we were going in the direction of Black Swan or other laser tests.
Yeah, I hope.
The point is that when we're talking about the physical curvature of the ball, right, that must exist, refraction itself is an admittance that the horizon, or sorry, you invoking refraction, is an admittance that the horizon isn't actually physical curvature, and that it actually is an optical effect. Just know that you're doing that.
Why is that?
That's your claim.
Because the second you say refraction, you're talking about light. You're not talking about physicality.
Isn't light a physical effect?
Is light the ball Earth?
No.
Then why did you ask that question?
Is a boat reflecting the ball Earth?
It's like you didn't even understand the last 5 sentences I said.
You said that by saying refraction exists, I'm telling you that the horizon is an optical effect.
Not telling, admitting.
So you think that the horizon is an optical effect?
I don't think
The
that
horizon
it is.
is
It objectively
the apparent.
is.
So
You can't. Nothing can be proved objectively.
Okay,
Oh,
so
what?
the horizon, which hits your eye,
Yes.
isn't optical.
Are you? So you're saying that the horizon is an effect?
It's not what I'm saying. It's how it's defined. The horizon
saying
is
it's defined?
Bro. Every time you say "so," you're saying you don't need to do that. I can speak for myself. I don't need you to repackage my words.
I'm trying
Okay?
to understand you.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying. I don't need you to ask "so you're saying" because I would have already said it.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crypto, bro. Crypto in the house.
So what are you saying?
Fuck me.
Yo, God, kill me.
Oh, God.
Somebody shoot me in the head, please.
Could I,
So what are you saying?
Sam, are you sitting in a chair now? Sam, are you sitting in a chair or standing
What
up?
are you saying, bro?
What do you
I'm
do?
quite comfortable right now.
Well,
Okay, so you're objectively sitting down, right?
I might not be actually. You don't know.
Or you're laying
God.
down, whatever, right? You're talking through a mic, objectively,
we know
right?
you can
So
I
this
actually
is
might be hallucinating in a coma.
right. So the
Yeah, you
insanity
are.
now comes in, right? Then you cannot prove your ball if nothing can be proven objectively.
I can't
Then
prove
there
that
is
I'm
no.
sitting
Don't
down.
you
Okay.
think? Don't you think you're in a pickle when your argument becomes, well, we can't prove anything, and who knows what's real? Don't you think you're in a pickle?
I don't think so. Can I interject here?
It's a conundrum.
Sure, as
Hold
long as
on,
it doesn't
hold
go
on.
down
Go ahead.
Cartesian. 1 second. As long as it doesn't go down Cartesian lines, and we can actually stay within some sort of scientific,
Yeah.
worldview. All
Debate.
good.
This is getting very philosophical and quite semantic.
Getting specifically Cartesian, which is the problem.
And just to add to just to say, yeah, I don't think that's very helpful to go down at the moment. What I think
Or at all.
Samuel may have been trying to say, from what I listened to, is that so the way we're coming from this is that we think that the Earth is a ball, right? That's what we think.
Yeah.
And
you believe. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, believe, think, whatever. Unless you're uncomfortable with me not making that distinction.
No, they're the same. Carry on.
So that's what we think, and then it's put to us that there are certain objects that we should not be able to see behind or sort of below the horizon, for lack of a better phrase, that we can see.
How about horizon itself?
And but hang on, let me finish this just one second.
But only to cut you because you said object. That's great. How about horizon itself?
So the horizon. I'm a bit worried I'm going to go down a tangent here because I don't want to start something else. But so let me rephrase my point as there are certain things that we do see that that you say we shouldn't be able to see if we were on a ball, right? That's fair enough. I
A
don't
certain distance, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
According
Excellent.
to that
And I
radius,
believe
1 foot observer should see the
Yes.
horizon at 1.225 miles far away.
That's great.
Yeah.
So what I think Samuel was trying to say was that in order to claim, well, this is a disproof of the globe, you would have to assume that light always travels in a straight line through the atmosphere, and or through the air, let's say. And what I think he was trying to say was, if you don't take if you are going to say that disproves the globe, you'd have to be able to say that light only travels in a straight line. Now it may well be that even accounting for refraction, even accounting for refraction, you'd still be right. So I'm not saying that you're definitely wrong, but what I am saying is that what I think Samuel was trying to say is that even though from a kind of straight line path view of light, some things should be invisible that aren't, it's not enough to say that this is a proof of a flat Earth, because there are other optical effects that could change that situation. I believe that.
I really need to address this.
Go, Crypto.
This entire statement and worldview is already based on the fact that you think the Earth's a ball to start with. I'm going to explain why. So, you have put the burden of proof on the flat Earth to prove that the observation of a flat Earth proves a flat Earth. That's ridiculous. We start with the observation, and then we go from there. We observe a flat Earth. So, where's the burden of proof? The burden of proof is actually with the person who says, what we observe is not reality. Now, when someone says the Earth is a ball, when someone says the Earth is a ball, they have that burden, okay? Now, when we talk about things like the horizon, someone with the burden of proof, aka a globe person, the Earth's a globe, will say, oh, it only looks flat because of refraction. Well, that's a cool story, but can you prove that? Now, no one here is denying that air can bend light in certain circumstances. No one here is saying that. But based on that observation, there is no reason to believe in a globe because the globe has the burden of proof. Does that make sense?
Yes, totally. And I think I would agree with you if we viewed the philosophy of knowledge in the same way. Because what I think has happened here is, from your perspective, the burden of proof is on me.
Nampi, I need to. Nampi,
hang
please.
on, can I
Everything.
finish?
No, Crypto, because this picture is in a voice chat. Everything what you said now and everyone else was leading to show that picture on the end. I think so. Because he don't know what we will want to present him on the end.
I don't understand.
If you look the picture 47 minutes after the hour, you may maybe understand where we are leading you. And maybe after that you can speak about refraction or whatever you want.
I don't wish to talk about refraction. I don't know enough about it to make any solid claims.
Or maybe him, not you. I'm sorry because of you, but I'm telling you that we have a big picture what can clear some things in your minds, maybe.
Well, get back. Can you let him finish and then get to the picture?
Okay.
Yeah. So as I was saying, I think I actually think this about a lot of flat Earth, globe Earth dialogue. I think a lot of it comes down to your own view of epistemology, of how knowledge is gained. And from your point of view, what you're telling to me is that the burden of proof is on me because the only evidence that you have to hand, or that we have to hand, or sorry, no, not evidence, but the only observation that we have to hand is that the Earth is flat. And from my point of view, the evidence has been provided by other people many, many times over that the Earth is a globe, and so the burden of proof is on the flat earthers to prove to me that the Earth is not a globe.
Evidence been held?
You were invoking here refraction. Can you show me?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't.
In the air.
No, he wasn't.
Burden of proof of us, and it's not true. That's wrong.
Yeah,
try and follow the words that come out of the man's
I just
mouth.
wanted to follow. Yeah, can I follow this with a question quickly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Does your view of epistemology include verifiability of that information?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you verify any pictures from space?
Well, like I say, my view of epistemology does not require me to verify everything. It requires a degree of having been verified by other people, and then I am able to make up my mind about it, having analysed the verifications. Because again, and getting very philosophical, there is very little of all of the verifiable facts in the world. There's very little that I can personally go out and verify. So the tools that I have at hand don't allow me to.
No, I disagree. It's like, for instance, if I was to say to you New Zealand exists and you hadn't been, you can always just catch a flight to New Zealand, but there's no availability for flights to space. You can't just go and catch a flight to space. So there are degrees to this verifiability. The second thing I would say is that you were talking about, you're kind of almost saying, if I think it's reasonable, then I'll believe it. But of course, that's already based on your subjective worldview, which you're already in. So there's nothing objective about that.
Yes, no, and I know that it's, I know that it's I think it's looked down upon a little bit here, but I do have to agree with Samuel in that there are only finer points of subjectivity. A complete objectivity is philosophically not possible, I don't think. But I also don't think it's a very useful conversation to have at the moment, unless, of course, you guys think it is. But all we have to hand is evidence and consensus. I'm going to talk about evidence here.
That's really weak. Sorry, that's so weak.
But,
based on that same epistemology, there would be no reason not to believe that the Earth was a donut if a bunch of donut-stronauts told you it was.
Yeah, this is completely correct, but the fact remains that they haven't. That's not what's happened.
But they could.
They could. And the day that, something completely game-changing happens and it turns out the world is a donut, and that is very well verified by hundreds of thousands of people.
Sorry, it's not based on whether the Earth is a donut, it's based on whether they tell you it's a donut. And we separate those two. It's not whether someone tells me something and I think it's reasonable to believe them. I want to know it for myself.
And that's
and not only that, you're using faulty logic.
But that's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
Can I address something
popular
previously?
Yeah, go ahead.
You show me?
Yeah, hold up, Sash. So you mentioned evidence twice, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Have you actually held the evidence that you call evidence to scrutiny?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
It would depend on what you're talking about.
Without being too just kind of rude, that kind of explains a lot. Because you were making a position based on the evidence of the globe, right? And then trying to make it that it was us that have the burden of proof because of your so-called evidence.
No, not quite. Not quite.
That's the implications of the words you use.
Sorry, I don't. I may be coming across. I might not be being as clear as possible.
It doesn't matter. Just let me finish my point. Until you've actually held up the evidence that you're purporting as evidence to scrutiny of actual evidence, then it doesn't actually hold the kind of water that you think it does. And the fact that when I asked you about that, you said that, well, you haven't, leads me to believe that maybe you should.
Two things. One, I did not say I hadn't. I said I didn't know. And two, well, there's a very big difference.
What?
One is I don't know if I have or I haven't, and one is I haven't.
I mean, that's a whole nother issue with your cranium. I'm not going there.
Okay, we don't have to go there.
Very simple.
Chemical imbalance.
Same way I said that what you said before implies something. This also implies that you haven't, because you don't know. If you don't know, then you haven't done it.
Special.
And I would just point you to one thing. How about these photos that you quote unquote photos, these images that you mentioned earlier? Just that alone, hold those up to the scrutiny that you would expect of anything else. Maybe consider a courtroom, for instance. Someone's life is on the line, death penalty. Hold those so-called images or photos up to that level of scrutiny on your own, because we can do it for you, but that's not really going to get you where you need to be. Hold them up to the scrutiny that is deserved of evidence and see where it gets you.
I certainly agree.
Because you clearly haven't done that yet, right?
Yeah, like if you were in court, facing a life sentence, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, the circumstantial evidence looks good. Go ahead, convict me, throw me away. I did it, I guess." When you know you didn't do it, you wouldn't just accept
We don't need side comments when I'm actually talking to an individual.
It wasn't necessarily a side comment; it was a statement.
What I would say is that there are a number of things that it's sort of like implicit scrutiny, and I know that's going to get a chuckle, but so if we think about if we think about just things that I have, because look, I've been doing physics for a number of years now.
Man, listen to this. I'm sick of this. I need to interrupt you. I'm Baker. I'm not physics, but I now know what is sphere. Sphere is spherical, sphere it's object, and sphere need to have curvature. Where is that on reality?
Hang on, can I finish what I'm saying?
Can I tell you that I'm Baker, man? I'm not physicist. I'm real Baker, but I want to understand why the sphere has no curvature. That I'm a normal guy. I'm not a scientist. I want to know why the sphere has no curvature. Only that one simple question: why the sphere has no curvature? If it has, can you show me where? Please, that's the only point, because sphere should have curvature because it's not cube.
Of course,
I love that, man.
Of course, the sphere should have curvature, but
Of
you know,
course, you are 100% sure.
There's
You
no
know,
buts
you don't
there.
need to show tell us who did it. That you know
If
who did
if sphere
it,
then curve, if curve
which year,
then sphere.
and how did it that, and what happened. You know.
look, your point is very valid, but it's not
Wait,
not the question I
Numpty,
was
wait.
answering.
My point is, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Can you go and find out who knows that? Can you do that?
Can you show us
And then you find out that nobody
Sorry,
did
one
it.
second,
that
get
maybe
bigger,
you
and then
will.
I'll let you. Sasha,
Everyone,
one second.
everyone breathe.
We were kind of already discussing that in a different path. Like that's why I asked him about the verifiability within his epistemology, and he's already said that he doesn't really need verifiability. And he kind of pretzeled his way.
Hang on. Like I was about to say, the amount of
Sasha's energy.
the amount of experiments and just observations and my experience of reality that is based upon science that is and science is the globe theory is within science. The fact that it all works, the fact that it all works is something that shows to me that it is a good model, at least.
Well, that's just circular reasoning.
Well, it's worse than that, Crypto. With all due respect, yo, Mr. Nuthead or whatever your name is, when you say the globe is within science, that's fundamentally false because the scientific method has requirements and the globe doesn't meet any of those. Are you aware of what I'm saying, or do I need to explain it to you?
I would love you to explain it to me if people are okay with that.
That sucks, because I'm going to hold him to task.
Before I go ahead, Elbow, do you want to maybe take this one, specifically with what I mentioned?
The scientific method?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So, in the scientific method, you have some steps, right? And first step has to do with observing natural phenomena, right? Where in science do you observe a natural phenomena of the Earth being a globe? Where in nature, sorry.
What, so just any observation of it at all? You could have the movement of the stars across the celestial plane?
So that has nothing to do with the Earth itself. You're pointing to the sky.
Yes.
You're observing
how does that
observations from the Earth can tell you a lot about the Earth.
But you're saying you're looking at the sky when I asked you to show me a natural phenomenon of the Earth being a globe.
That is, I'm sorry, but that is one.
Something moving over your head?
Yes, in that way, for sure.
Okay, so that becomes your dependent variable, right? The phenomena
variable.
Yes. So in the scientific method, there's 3 variables you have to have.
Yes.
One is the dependent, the independent, and the controls variables.
Yes,
the independent is the one that you vary and manipulate. All right.
Yes.
So what would you be the independent variable which causes the stars to spin over your head, making the Earth a globe?
Well, this is that there are no variables. Nothing changes here. I mean,
so it's science.
There is a variable in that the positions of the stars vary, but I don't know if I'd call that any independent variable in the context of an experiment.
Well, in the scientific method, the independent variable is manipulated by the scientist. So if you can manipulate the variable, it falls away from the scientific method and science.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Could you say it again?
So if you can vary and manipulate the cause of the effect, then it falls away from science. You don't have science.
No.
Yes.
I disagree.
It is objectively correct.
I think this is for lack of a better word.
That doesn't make it false.
For lack of a better word. I know me. Hang on. I know that my disagreement with this doesn't make it true, but I would hope that I don't need that told to me. This is the whole premise that I'm going into this with. I know that me saying anything doesn't make it true, and I don't need to be told that. Anyway, Is someone speaking?
Can you?
Nah, he's not really speaking. Just talk over him. Hey, fix your mic, fraud.
So can you look up the definition for pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
So if it isn't science,
Globe is pseudoscience.
However, you are pointing to the scientific method as one monolith of science, which is a naive understanding of how science is done. That's not how
Science does
science
not work with
is
belief
done.
systems.
Oh, we have pseudoscientists here. Welcome to the flat earth.
Yeah.
I'm afraid this is not how science is done.
The word belief.
That's what they teach in physics, man.
My unicorn is also interesting about your story.
I do need to pontificate for just a moment here. Absolutely guilty as charged. Science should be very, 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 very narrowly defined. That's why we have things called gender sciences, because it's not narrowly defined. And that's why feminist studies falls under the sciences. Because it's not narrowly defined. In fact, it used to be narrowly defined. But now everyone who's got an idea that uses math, it's suddenly a science. No, science is extremely defined. It is the scientific method. If you're outside of that, it's pseudoscience. If it is not
scientific method, there is not one scientific method, but
there is
only
a
scientific method is
monolithic and absolute scientific method. If you do not have that, you are not gaining knowledge. You are just pontificating your masturbatory beliefs.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree. I think this is a bastardization of what science is.
No,
science,
modern science is a bastardization of science.
Yeah.
Science.
No, when you say science, it's in quotation marks. Tell me this: is astronomy science?
Is astronomy science?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. It's a field of science.
No, are there any
science?
Wait to not answer the question.
Why is
man.
everybody talking? Sorry, Elisha. But everybody doesn't need to talk when there's just a brief pause, okay? So, is there any experiment you can do on a star?
Yes.
Really? You can chemically test it? Can you weigh it?
No, you can't take chemical tests of stars.
Okay, well, first of all, we don't even see them in the way that you think we see them half the time. We don't even know what they are, how far away they are. All of that's just guesswork. If you've read Hubble or Krauss or Hawking, you know it's all guesswork. It's not a science. It's a story.
I'm sorry. I don't wish to just. I know I'm just repeating myself, but science.
What does it prove? What does it prove?
All that science is the updating of beliefs based on what's observed. Hang on.
Can I finish? You gotta talk. Can y'all control your autism for like 2 seconds?
Please let me finish. Science is the updating of beliefs based on what is observed. And there are many ways to do this. There are different schools of science to which different standards apply.
No, I find that kind of thinking a little too low IQ, and you've seemed pretty smart.
Listen to what I'm saying, please.
Can I get a citation?
What that is. Hold on. What that is. Hold on. Come on. Can I talk?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Every time I open my mouth, my thought stream's getting interrupted. Every single time I open my mouth, y'all. Like now I got to think about what I was even going to say because I went to talk and nobody could let that breathe for just a second before everyone had to try and get in. Okay? So what was the last thing you said?
The last thing I said, or the last thing I was saying, was that science updates is the updated belief based on what is observed, and different schools of science have different standards to which that is done.
Okay. So how is that any different than a religion?
How is that any different to religion? Because religion and faith is the denial of observation to preserve belief.
Really? They observe things and then change their beliefs to fit the observations. They do it all the time.
This is
change their beliefs. Literally what they do. The Catholic Church is in a constant state of it. That is all they do. That is all they've done for like the past 1,500 years.
Well,
adaptation is that creature's strength.
Adaptation is not the same as doing science.
Mutation.
What you're describing is adapting. And by the way, science doesn't change because the science changes. Science changes because society changes. Scientific revolutions are never from within the fields. They're always from outsiders that force a change because the scientific establishments are filled with people, the same people who make up priest. They are the same kind of people. There's no difference between a scientist and a priest or a doctor or whoever.
Can I respond to the thing about the church?
But that's what I'm saying is the reason the method exists is to get rid of everybody's biases about their own fields. The reason the method must be held higher than all other fields, above any field, is because everyone is biased to their field, biased to what they already believe. The method removes belief. The method removes your field. It removes all those things from it. Everything must be subject to the absolute authority of that method in order to be called real science, hard science.
You are correct, but your understanding of what the standard is incorrect.
No, I understand. Let me interrupt you really quick. I got to interrupt you. I understand what you're saying. What I am doing is I am rejecting it on principle.
Okay,
I understand it, which is why I'm rejecting it.
And I am rejecting what you are saying as well, and I would like a chance to respond.
Okay,
I would
go
like
ahead.
a chance to say.
I just need you to know that I do already understand your position.
Okay, I think maybe it was pejorative to say that, or it was rude to say that you misunderstand. But in any case, I disagree with what you are saying is the standards to which things are held in science. Because it depends on the field, and it is not as simple as just independent variable, control variable, and dependent variable. It's not as simple as that. There are far more sophisticated methods than I know about that verify these things. There are things like statistical analysis. There are things like...
Let me see if I can approach this from a business perspective. So I own a company, so sometimes I go through budget cuts and stuff like that, and I shed the fat, so to speak. What would happen if tomorrow we cut the funding to every single astronomy program that existed? And just astronomy disappeared. What would happen to everything else?
Well, I don't know.
Nothing. What would happen if we cut the funding to all the medical research, on the other hand?
I don't know.
It would lead to a lot of death.
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay. Yes. One provides an actual market result that we can see effects from. The other one provides stories that actually don't have any effect.
Well, no,
practical, useful, astronomy, stories, and they could say whatever they want in astronomy. They can make up whatever they want in astronomy. And about every 11 years, they go through some weird revolution in astronomy. Oh, we had it all wrong. We need to rewrite the books.
Well, you'd be right that it is possible that people could make it all up, but the amount of people you would need to be in on it and making it all up is completely preposterous.
Not at all. Not at all. It's cultural. That's how humans are. Humans are greedy and want to make money, and humans don't question things. By and large, the vast majority of humans participate in something, and they don't even care if it's true or not.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, but that's not true of the scientific community.
You've seen the mental illness caused by political partisanship, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the vast majority of people right now are just mentally ill political hacks. How did that happen? It wasn't like that 14, 15 years ago. I didn't experience it that. I'm 40.
But just because the vast majority of people are not scientists does not mean that the amount of scientists across centuries would have to be in this.
That's not my point. I'm saying it's a function of human nature to just go along with the group. Scientists, all these astronomers and stuff, I don't think they're lying. I don't think they're conspiring. No, I don't think anyone here thinks they are.
They're not scientists.
Yeah, they're not
They're
scientists.
working for my betterment.
They're not scientists.
They're storytellers who, if you trimmed the fat at every university tomorrow and got rid of every astronomy department and astronomy disappeared, there would be absolutely no effect on any industry anywhere for anything, because they don't actually do anything except create stories.
Well, I'm
It's a
afraid
good,
all I can
thank
say
God
to that
for
is
the
that I don't think it's
astronomers
true.
for making sure
I'm
that God
hold on.
doesn't exist.
Hold on. I'm going to go back on mute, and you can respond to me, and then probably QE probably wants to say something after you respond, right?
They're not scientists.
Right.
Respond to that.
I
Astronomy,
wish you-
cosmology, and astrophysics, those aren't natural sciences.
God,
Sorry,
thank you.
What am I responding to?
You're responding to that. You said scientists. They're not scientists.
Well, why not? Because
they
of
don't
the
follow
scientific
the
method.
scientific method. Shut up.
Okay. Again, this is again we come back to the same point. I think I disagree with
It's
what
not
you
a
say is the scientific method.
Stop. This isn't a case of agree or disagree. You're in the wrong genre. Agree or disagree is subjective. You need to go back to your cake decorating forums or whose favorite color is the best forums. That's not here. A scientist follows the scientific method. Can you have natural science without experiment, sir?
Pardon, what?
Can natural science
No,
be
hang on.
Can answer the question. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
I'm going to answer the first thing you said before you ask me another question.
Can natural science, before you're muted, can natural science be conducted without experiment? Simple question.
No.
Fair enough. Correct answer. Now, to have an experiment, you have to have hypotheses. I need you to post. Stop. This is very easy. You can destroy me right now very easily. I want you to post a viable scientific hypothesis, just one, in the entire history. I'm going to give you all three disciplines: astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, and identify its parts for us.
Well, I've got one.
Okay.
The Arthur Eddington observation of the bending of light around the sun during a solar eclipse in, I think it was 1918.
Not a problem. What did I ask you to do?
To give you that example, and then was it to talk about its parts?
I said to type it in Livestream.
Type it in Livestream.
Yep, and identify its parts for us, please.
Are you going to ask? I'm typing it right now. Are you going to ask me for a dependent, independent, and control variable?
Don't anticipate. Just
Okay.
type it in and identify its parts for us. And while the man is typing, if everyone else could give him some room. Who am I speaking with?
Stanley, Numpy Nuthead.
Numpty Nuphead.
You can just call me Stan.
All right, Stan.
I thought you were going to call him. No, I'd rather call you Numpty.
Yeah, I was going to, but he might he's going to spiral anyway, so I'm just delaying the spiral. Don't write this. Write the hypothesis.
I thought I wasn't supposed to anticipate. I'm just doing what I thought I was supposed to do.
Write the hypothesis. No You're writing a whole bunch of stuff here, but it's not a hypothesis.
Well, here you are.
Huh?
Hang on. I've edited the first line.
Where is it?
Just under the first line I typed.
Under the first, you didn't.
Hypothesis: Einstein's prediction of displacement of star positions around solar eclipse.
That's not a hypothesis, scientific hypothesis.
Okay, so this is
That's
where
not
it's
even
just
a
going to
complete
fall apart,
sentence.
right? Because we have different.
It's not even a complete sentence.
You're telling me that something isn't a hypothesis, and I'm telling you that it is, and that is.
Oh, you are.
That's where we've
So
gotten
I
to.
like to direct everyone's attention to 20 minutes after the hour. A scientific hypothesis. Shut up! A scientific hypothesis from Colorado State. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. From McClellan Christian, Nature, Science, and the Scientific Method, the hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. And finally, from Penn State University, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. You, sir, did not post a scientific hypothesis and didn't identify your independent dependent variables.
Okay, well, I'm afraid you're incorrect, and I'd like to tell you why.
Good.
So the hypothesis is that the position of the sun in front of the stars.
I don't care. That's a story. Stop. What's the independent variable?
The independent variable is the position of the sun.
Wrong. That's not a viable independent variable. You don't know what one is.
What do you mean we don't know what it is? We do know what it
define
is.
an
We can see
independent
it.
variable, please.
It's a variable that is changed and affects the outcome of an experiment.
It is manipulated, manipulated by the researcher. So can the researcher manipulate the position of the sun?
By waiting
No.
in
the sun.
This, unfortunately, is. I'm sorry to be pejorative, but this is a naive bastardization of what the scientific method is. You do not need the researcher to be manipulating the position of the sun.
I'd like to direct
able
everyone's
say that
attention
the position
to
of
shut
the sun
up.
has changed.
Wrong. You're a numpty dipshit. You would fail 5th grade general science. Like to direct everyone's attention to 22 minutes after the hour. He said the researcher doesn't need to manipulate the independent variable. From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable.
This is
From
about
Anne-Marie
physical
Helmstein,
sciences.
PhD, Biomedical Sciences.
This is
Shut
not-
up! An independent variable is defined as the you're already done right there. I could stop. An independent variable is defined as the variable that is changed or controlled in a scientific experiment. It represents the cause or the reason for an outcome. Independent variables are the variables that the experimenter changes to test the dependent variable. A change in the independent variable directly causes a change in the dependent variable. It's all over. University of Southern California. Shut up.
No.
Shut up.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You are the ridiculous one. You lose.
Why did he just get server muted? What? I'm sorry. I just
over
joined
talking me.
Oh yeah.
He was over talking me, and he's categorically wrong on basics.
Well, what do you mean categorically wrong? Like
categorically wrong. He didn't know what a scientific, shut up. He didn't know what a scientific hypothesis was, and he didn't know what an independent variable was.
Well, then it's your job to teach him that, right?
I did, but he wouldn't shut up.
He kept refusing.
So do you want to go through the whole conversation again, or do I need to put it in Braille and shove it up your ass?
Well, that's a bit aggressive, but I mean,
it is a bit aggressive.
I do know what.
Sit down and shut the fuck up.
Can I just explain to these guys a little bit why we don't just accept that you can just observe something change and then call it an independent variable? Does anyone want to? You Globers, do you want to know about that?
I joined the voice call because I'm very new to this, and the whole reason I wanted to like see what you guys had to say was because my friend of like 8 years is also a flat earther, and I want to be able to have like a dialogue with him. So is it cool if I ask you guys a few questions about what you believe in? Or
Well, I asked the question first. You want not
We don't
that or not?
oh my apologies. What was your question?
Well, there was another guy. I thought he was asking about the scientific method. And basically what QE is pointing out to you is that you can't just rely on correlation. Like correlation isn't science. And that's why you have to actually manipulate like yourself rather than just observe a change and then, because if you're just observing a change and then coming to a bunch of conclusions afterwards, that's just correlation. It's not causation, and everyone knows that.
Yeah, like I learned in statistics that correlation does not prove causation. So I do see what you're saying.
But that's why you have to manipulate that variable.
Yeah, you have to like actually get in an experiment and like that's the only way to prove causation. Yep.
Right. So he didn't know what an independent variable was. I could post 50 of them, but I don't want to, crash the chat.
Did you miss it though? He was saying that science is a bunch of beliefs that yada yada yada. I forgot what it was, but he said a big old.
All people agree with. Whatever people agree with is science.
Yeah, and changing your beliefs based on observations alone. They just change your beliefs now.
But listen, this QE will come here. He will present like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 citation, and guy will say only no.
Yep.
That's wrong. And without anything. No, that's wrong.
But no counter argument though. Doesn't bring up any other citation that's going against what these other citations QE has put on here. He's provided nothing that counters what was provided. He's only saying no.
Folks, it's a crying shame that I would even have to post citation for this. You learned this in 5th grade. Right.
I agree. Like honestly, I think it's even pointless to continue going on this. Like the whole like everyone here knows what an independent variable is, what an experiment is, what correlation versus causation is. I mean, everyone who's like
that's
educated.
No, they don't. That's the problem. Nobody knows. Flat Earther. I've taken 5 years to teach this basic stuff. Most flat earthers don't know it, and no baltards know it. They don't know it, sir.
Most people,
period. Must get very frustrating.
Most people, period. Most people, period, don't know it.
Does anybody remember he said the sentence? He said the sentence that it's how he said on beliefs. He said something so stupid that it's incredible. He said that science is based on beliefs.
Science is not based on beliefs. I agree.
But he said that.
Absurd. I know it's absurd. Yeah, we honestly shouldn't even give him the light of day. Like he's probably just trolling if he's saying science is just based on beliefs. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we can go to anagram. Anagram is
please.
No, there was somebody here asking. I think that guy. I think the one that was just speaking was just talking about. He wanted to have a couple of questions though.
Yeah. I do want to ask you a couple questions. So I was just in a VC with one of your other moderators. Gosh, I already forget her name. Oh, it was Blaze, and she said that this server is like completely apart from the Flat Earth Society. Is that correct?
100%.
Oh, total opposition of what it is.
Well, right, but yeah, she just said that you guys don't hold a lot of beliefs that the Flat Earth Society does.
There's
a lot of
no
them are trying
active
to
Flat Earth Society.
Yeah,
try to find one member for the Flat Earth Society. Thanks.
Yeah, there's none here.
No,
not a single one here.
Well,
we're still waiting.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, I did like when I was doing like base, like just internet, like just familiarizing myself with the concept. I did come across one of their beliefs, so I'm just curious on what you guys think about it. And it was because from what I understand, you guys don't really believe in the whole gravity thing. It doesn't exist, right? Or am I missing something?
What's gravity?
It's not a belief. Hold on, Get Beget.
Right.
Hold on, Get Beget. Hold on, Get Beget. It's not that we don't believe it, right? We don't need to believe things. This is not a religion forum. That's full. As soon as you say belief, that is an immediate connotation to religion. There is no belief here. Gravity does not exist, period. It's never been scientifically validated.
All right. So if gravity doesn't exist, then how is it like that we are pulled towards the Earth? Like
Really?
when we jump, we fall back down.
Are helium balloons pulled toward the Earth? Is oxygen, nitrogen pulled toward the Earth? Water vapor? Does it rain on the Earth?
They're lighter than air. That's why they float.
but that doesn't have anything to do with gravity now, does it?
It does.
What?
So here, or could I explain?
No, I want you to scientifically validate gravity.
Okay. Well,
So-
all of the planets that we've observed are
All the
round
planets-
because of gravity.
No,
Not
begging the
validation.
question, fallacy. You don't
Already
know
to
their
space.
planets.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Well-
ridiculous. Gravity, the effect. Oh my God, I'm gonna get grumpus.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to have a conversation. I don't want to.
This isn't. We're trying to have a conversation. You asked us, why don't we believe in gravity? And I'm going to tell you why. Because it's never been scientifically validated. I don't want any of your stories. Okay. I want the hypothesis written in Livestream right now. Identify its parts, and then we're going to step 2. We're going to go to the experiment.
Okay, so could I streamline this real quick? Let me just say, when I jump in the air, I get pulled back down to
Who
Earth.
gives a shit? My explanation is there are brigades of invisible 3-toed gnomes that when you jump up, they grab a hold of you and pull you down.
That's absurd.
So is mine is just as scientifically valid as anything you got.
Because that also doesn't prove that all of the planets that we've observed are
All the planets. There is no
They're all
planet.
pulled
Begging
in
the
by
question,
gravity.
fallacy.
There are planets.
Yeah,
like
there are
Jupiter
planets.
and Saturn.
Really?
You looked at pictures.
Why are you mocking
images.
me?
I'm mocking
I'm
you
not
because
like
you're
trying
begging
to.
the question, fellas. Give me the hypothesis for gravity right now, or shut up.
The hypothesis. Okay, so my hypothesis is that gravity exists.
Gravity?
What?
That's not a scientific hypothesis.
He didn't ask for your hypothesis. We need the one from gravity. You know, Einstein, 1950.
Oh, well, hold on. Oh, you let him go. You let him off.
I wanted to
How many
make sure
types
he
of
was
gravity
seeing
are
the
there?
live stream too.
How many
many
types of gravity?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, only one. I don't know what you mean by that.
See, you're claiming gravity, and you don't even know that there are 2 types of gravity. That's kind of funny, isn't it?
Well, here, enlighten me. What are the 2 types of gravity?
There you go. I'll light you right now in live stream.
First is the Newtonian, mass attracting mass.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know, like, what the. Why are you mocking me?
I'm not mocking you. Everyone be quiet, please. Just between me and him, it's going to be real short, and then I'll take my leave of you.
Yeah, so from what I know, Newton, like, his whole gravity thing was like the apple fell on his head, but then the Einstein gravity is like we're on like a plane or something. Like so for instance, if you have like a bed sheet or something and 4 people hold it out and you put something in the middle of the bed sheet, that's sort of like warping space-time. That was his
lovely
theory.
story, but the bed sheet is made of physical stuff. So which gravity are you
No,
talking
I know.
about?
That's just visualizing it. That's just visualizing
Oh, that's
it.
just visualizing. Well, let's visualize a hypothesis now.
So the gravity I'm talking about is like
That's not
the
a hypothesis.
9.8 meters per second squared that pulls us down towards the center of the Earth.
Oh, so mass attracting mass. I'm sorry, you're 106 years out of date. That's pseudoscience.
How is mass attracting mass pseudoscience?
Well, mass attracting mass is non sequitur because the dependent variable and the independent variable can't be the same. Did you know that?
I'm sorry. Could
did
you?
you know?
Let me
Shut up.
interrupt. Could you? Oh, okay.
Shut up. Did you know? Like I said, you're 106 years out of date. That's Newtonian gravity. Guess who replaced Newtonian gravity?
Einstein.
Yeah. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to.
I mean, mass still attracts mass. I don't know.
You can't even
like, how you
define mass. We'll get to
No,
that
it
in a
doesn't.
second. At 34 minutes after the hour, from your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the general theory of relativity. From Science Alert, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Physliber text, Douglas Klein, professor of physics. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Lastly, Science Daily. Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. Listen up. We can absolutely rule out Newtonian law of gravity. Are you feeling me, sunshine?
Yeah, I understand.
So get on with the new hotness. Einstein's gravity. So the general theory of relativity, published in 1915, November 25th. You don't have to do it. I want you to go to his paper, because to be an actual scientific theory, you have to have validated, confirmed scientific experiments. Ergo, you need hypotheses. So the hypothesis got to be in that paper, or it's not a fucking scientific theory. Are you tracking with me?
Yeah, well, I think that like one of the proofs for gravity is how like the planets orbit the sun.
Would you give me a hypothesis from Einstein to validate your fairy tale?
What?
Scientifically validate your fairy tale. Have you been listening? Are you keeping up with current events?
Yeah.
Okay. So please post Einsteinian scientific hypothesis. You're going to scientifically validate the fairy tale that's spewed out of that blowhole of yours.
All right. Here, let me look at his hypothesis and I'll copy paste
1925, the general theory of relativity. I need the hypothesis. I want you to identify the parts of the hypothesis, please. You see how this is a repeating refrain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are right. I guess I don't really know as much as I thought I did. So I guess.
Well, you don't have to know it. You don't have to know it. You're mindlessly parroting it. We already knew that from the beginning. However, that doesn't mean you can't go to his paper and pull it out. You don't have to come up with it. It should be already done.
Where's his paper? Or you linked it, right?
I didn't link his paper. No, I'm not going to prove your case, counselor. I gave you the date, November 25th, 1915, Einstein's general theory of relativity.
I have the Wikipedia article for it.
Well, see if the Wikipedia pulls out a hypothesis.
All right. General relativity generalizes special relativity, providing a unified description of gravity as a geometric property of space and time, or four-dimensional space-time. Is that what you're looking for?
No, that's not a hypothesis.
Oh, well then here, why don't I'll look in the paper for a hypothesis and I'll get back to you when I find it. Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Quantum, why you have him chasing wild goose chase? He's never gonna find it.
It's better
following. Sorry, go ahead.
It's better to learn things on your own than have somebody else tell you. So he's going to go try to find it. Good on him.
Yes. Yeah. Very good. And
yeah, we can move to anagram.
QE. QE. The previous guy you talked to about the scientific method, he was actually a physics student.
Where? From Tuco Community College in Tobago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt that because he first he was saying he was a physics student, then he called himself a physicist, and I forgot who was it that called him out on that. Like, hold on. You just said you was a first year physics student.
The numpty guy, yeah.
I'm gonna create a competitive school to counter Tuco. Stand by for
Captain
update.
Kangaroo. You.
Might be some like, oh no, perfect. Cracker Jack, you that one.
It's good now. You get your science acumen from a Cracker Jack box.
Cracker Jack. That's right.
You get from Captain Kangaroo. You know, remember Mr. Green Jeans?
I sure do. That's right.
Right.
Okay, go Green Jeans, Green Jeans University.
Yeah, mail order. They got a mail order degree section. You're going to be hearing about that.
Yep, Cracker Jack cartoons make more sense than the globe Earth. Who would have ever thought that?
Mimus, thanks for clearing the way. Is he still here?
Yeah, we have Anagram in the room. Maybe he has a question, Anagram?
Yeah, you keep on asking that, but I'm asking for Mimus before we get to Anagram.
I don't think Mimus is here. No,
Nope.
Mimus isn't here. Sorry for you.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Anagram, you had a question about the sun? Are you there?
It wasn't really about the sun. I was just curious. I was just listening to huh?
Yeah, you were disputing the hypothesis, or
No,
what was
I
wrong?
wasn't.
Oh,
No, I wasn't trying to dispute anything. I think a lot of people are misinterpreting what I was saying. I think I got most of the answers in the chat actually, but if you guys want to talk about it, I was tuning in when the last guy, I don't remember his name, like Num something.
Numpty.
Yeah, Numpty. He was talking with a quantum eraser about like the definition of a hypothesis and stuff. So I was just curious if because we can't directly manipulate the position of the sun for like a globe Earth experiment or anything like that, if that also applies to the flat Earth model, and then we can never really figure out how the sun moves then.
Okay, you're a bit confused. Just be quiet for a second. I'll solve it quickly.
No, that was just the question.
Whether the Earth is flat or a sphere or not is a what is question. The scientific method only deals with suppositional predictions of natural cause and effect, how, why questions. So it's completely, but the questions itself, they are completely non sequitur to the scientific method. How about that?
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Yeah.
Also,
now,
this guy.
I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
I'm not
sorry.
done yet.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. I'm not done. So the science, like I said, there are many different questions than cause and effect, natural cause and effect, how, why questions, right? There's many different things that fall outside the remit of the requirements for the scientific method. It doesn't mean just because you can't science it that you can't know it. Follow?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Can I ask our friend who has a strange body and a head with no neck or whatever? I don't know his name. Do you know why we have to manipulate the independent variable for it to prove causation?
Anagram, that was directed at you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that was to me. Can you wait? You were asking why we need to manipulate a independent variable to imply causation?
Yeah. We can't simply just
I know
watch
why.
it change. We have to. Okay, could you let us know why?
Yeah, because if you just watch something happen, I guess, then you're not directly manipulating. You're not isolating other possible explanations. So it's harder to build a causal relationship.
Yeah, well,
is
that's
that
close
incorrect?
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's close enough. I'm not gonna. It's close enough.
It will suffice.
Oh, that one physics guy, when I hopped in here this morning, he was dividing by 0. Like, I just click connect, and I hear division by 0 right away, and that's how we found out that he's a year 1 physics student. And then he came back, he said, I'm a physicist. And then he said, science has been set to update our beliefs. I was like, what?
Yeah.
You know, everyone tried to jump in, but Fuck, yeah.
It was a shit show, wasn't it, for about 5 minutes after we said that?
Struck a
I think
big
everyone was
nerve.
struggling to.
Physics student, man. The
Everyone
physics
was
student
struggling
guy.
to. Everyone was struggling to speak because they'd run out of breath laughing.
Yeah.
Man, that's literally called imaginary numbers in mathematics. How did no one put them on that?
No, it's undefined. You can't divide by zero.
Yeah, no, it's undefined. He was arguing that it could be a set of negative infinite numbers. I was like, hold on, bro. He said he can prove that. He can mathematically prove that. So I hopped in and I was like, show me the mathematical proof. He retracted right away. He was like, all right, reverse gear. Where's that clutch head, dog? I'm out of here.
Would you want to know what his explanation is? So he said if you divide like 10 by 10, you get 1. And then if you divide 10 by 100, you get 0.1.
Yes.
Divide 10 by 1,000, you get 0.01. And the higher the number you're dividing by, the closer to infinity you get, right? So that was...
Yes. Asymptotically approaching infinity. That's what he was arguing. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. That's called asymptotically, that we know that concept, but that's not infinity, bro. Or a set of negative numbers, or,
That sounds like friend zone mathematics right there.
Friend zone.
It just seems obvious to me that if you're dividing by 0, then you're not dividing. So of course you doesn't have an answer because it's undefined.
It's dividing by unicorns. It's the same thing. You like unicorns, right, Crypto? It's the same thing, man. You use it a lot. So divide by unicorn.
This is what I learned in school. Listen, that this is some kind of imaginary logic for dividing with 0. That means if you put some number 000 shit with 1,000 0, it's more near 0 than any number, and the result will be enormous. That was the point, but nothing that was imaginary logic.
Well, get it straight. It started off with 4 times 0 to the power of 0 equals 4.
That was it.
That's the part I missed then. I wasn't in that room at that point. Yeah. Okay.
You should have asked him to show you that on an abacus.
Oh, but it is. That's exactly what it states. 4 times 0.
If you
times the
Google
power
it,
of
that's
0.
what it says.
Yeah, but if it was anywhere near tangible, you could show.
What is it?
4 times 0 to the power of 0 equals 4. So if 0 to the power of 0 equals
4,
1. Yeah, 0 to the power of 0.
Right. You got to do that first order of operations. So you got to do the 0 to the power of 0 equals 1, then multiply that by 4, right? Yeah?
Yep.
I think.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. What was it? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally? Was that it?
Is.
That's
Yep.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yep. Parentheses, exclamation points.
I still remember, man. It's like 7th grade or whatever the fuck that is. I still got it down.
Makes sense though, because what you're effectively
You cut off. You cut it though.
saying is you need to times 0 by 0 0 times. Check that out.
Crypto, could you start again? You cut out at the beginning.
Oh yeah. I was just saying, like, basically what you're saying there is you need to times 0 by 0 0 times.
Which just gives you 1.
Why?
I don't know how.
Nothing at all.
It gives you 1, but anything to the power of 0 equals 1. How?
Yeah.
No fucking clue, actually. Maybe QE knows, but I forgot if he taught us how. I don't remember, man.
I think something Euler wrote something about.
Oh, that Euler or Euler? Yeah, I know who you're talking. EU something. Yeah. That dude.
Yeah.
Famous dude. Euler's law or some shit.
Yeah.
Euler?
He studied
Euler it is, bro.
gases. Yeah.
Euler.
Oh, that guy. Boyle?
Yeah.
No, he's talking about Euler. It's a different guy.
You guys must have heard the rhetorical math trick where you get an empty glass of.
And you cut out, bro.
Empty glass.
Very little fraud.
Yeah, I told you to fix your mic before, bro. Nobody can hear you.
Dude,
It's like a wind.
Yeah, it's
no,
not very low.
Oh, it's me. Oh, that's me. That's
Dude.
me then.
No.
Sorry, guys. I'm Micah.
No, no,
Fuck.
One second, please.
I was outdoors.
No,
I've
I'm
been
trying to
outdoors,
talk-
so I know
I'm
I've been hot micing.
I'm trying to talk to Fraud right now. Fraud, I know it sounds like I'm being rude, but you are like a whisper on the wind. You have to completely reset your thing.
It's like when you have that somebody speaking behind and back of your ear, like you really don't want to listen to. Yeah.
Even less than that. It's like a bit. I can only hear you because my sound system is so big.
Just a bit,
So good,
just
whatever.
above
I
mute.
don't think anyone else can hear you, Fraud, for real. It's that quiet. But Crypto, if you could return with your point, because you got cut out.
Yeah, we're glad we got glass.
And the
That
word
was it.
glass, yeah.
The glass.
Glass got
Yeah,
cut
is the
off,
rhetorical last question? or something?
I'm leaning forward on my chair. I'm waiting for the rest. Hey, I got something. If I could interject, when someone starts bringing up refraction, it's an admittance that that's not a geometric horizon. So they pretty much conceded. But the other point is, it's come to my attention that a refraction doesn't change the horizon itself. It only affects things that are above the horizon or below it. I believe it below it as well, but it doesn't affect the horizon itself. So it would be their burden of proof to provide something that shows that it actually affects. Besides the other point of them using the R, which obviously they don't have a standard for a radius, so they can't use it till they provide the measurement to validate R, which as we all know, it's never going to be provided, but we'll just keep asking. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring up those points on refraction.
You know, actually, I wanted to say this to that guy Namti when there was this talk about light refraction. And for example, we have these videos and experiments, tests showing like when you pass a laser through a liquid, the laser beam is bending downwards, but when it's passing through a gas atmosphere and refraction takes place, it will be bending upwards. So I want them to show me a laser in a air atmosphere bending downwards,
Downward,
to
yes.
the ground.
Yes.
And in the water, when they show me this bending of light in the water, I want them to show me when it's bending upwards, not downwards.
Yeah, that's a cluster. That's not going to go well. But the other thing about the other thing about refraction is these people come in here and they obviously haven't even read the wiki article about what refraction is, because they don't even know the difference between atmospheric refraction and terrestrial refraction or Snell's law. So if they're going to claim atmospheric refraction, then I think everybody and anybody that's still listening, maybe QE, someone else could tell me if I'm wrong, but they're going to need to separate the two. Are they talking about atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction? And what is the difference? I need the technical data from whatever they're saying. Now they're going to have to separate terrestrial refraction from atmospheric refraction and which one they're using and all the technical data that states whatever they're trying to say that it's doing. Because what they'll do is they just say, oh, no, this just proves curvature. Yeah, but they don't have any technical information on how that is so. For instance, how it is rising up the freaking horizon at specific rates that can be measured from things that are objects on the shore like lighthouses, or shorelines on the other side of a bay.
I was listening in on the YouTube. I was listening in on YouTube. Am I too late to shit on Broad's mic?
No.
No, go for it.
Yo, I was like, wait,
is there a mouse in the room?
Is it lower than mine? Like, that is extremely low.
Yeah, much lower.
Yeah, Fraud,
Very
are you
low,
at the
Fraud.
bottom? Listen, real quick, Fraud, hold on. Fraud, are you at the bottom of the Grand Canyon? Yeah, Arizona, we can't afford to put cell
You gotta
towers
go
out
back
there.
to the YouTube.
Yeah, we
You
can't
gotta hear
afford
that
cell
on-
towers in Arizona. So
Hilarious.
Fraud, you're like 1% volume.
He's finally
1%.
assumed his final form of the little borough under the stairs.
It's comically low. Like I can't even imagine I was ever that low. Like that's insane.
fraud.
Nah,
It
you
shouldn't
were
take
never
3
that-
days to
you were
drive
never
through
that-
Arizona.
Oh, poor fraud. Oh my god.
Something's wrong, fraud. You got the wrong detour. You shouldn't be listening to Bugs Bunny. It doesn't take 3 days to drive through the Grand Canyon or Arizona.
It sounds like
Made
he
a
just
wrong
needs to
turn.
reset.
Did you fall down a well?
Made a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
He fell down a well at the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
He ate the wrong thing that from Alice in Wonderland, you know. One pill makes you
He
smaller.
divided it by 0, man. That's what happened. So he entered the wormhole.
Isn't that irrational math?
Yeah, that's the word. But if you divide a
Yeah.
fraud by 0, does that make it true?
Only if you're a Glober.
Anyway, I'm just messing.
You could probably
What's
divide and make
happening?
yourself smaller if you think about it. If you were a Glober. See, you know what else? That's what I was noticing about that long conversation with that numpty dude. Like what they have in the hopper that they're not mentioning at all, but you can. It's like right out in front, but then never own up to it. That it's purely philosophical argument from their standpoint. What they're trying to do is mix in the philosophical, the conceptual, abstract ideas into something that is objective, like science, natural science. They're trying to interject their point of view to change the outcome of something that is objective. So in other words, this is complex shit, man. This is another like level of hysteria, or I don't know what you want to call it. Delusion, I guess. But not knowing the difference between what you're thinking of something and what really is a serious mental illness.
Well, I wanted to tell Numpty that belief systems and the word belief for science is blasphemy.
Yeah.